Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man, shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. All right. What's going on? What is going on? What is going on? Let me switch to my headphones here. Get all set up. All right. Now we back in the house. We in the house, y'all. We in the house. Okay. Man, how y'all doing today? Shout out to everybody from the building, man. Shout out to everybody. How y'all doing today? All right. I'm supposed to go up at 4, but I said, hey, I'm gonna go a little early. Hey, Jill, how you doing? I'm gonna I decided to go a little early because I was like, I'm just sitting here And usually I'm doing like 10 things. I was only doing 5 things. So I said, oh, okay, well, man, I got time to go early, man. So then I decided to come up early because I know some of y'all got stuff to do at night, man. So let me try to start going a little earlier, see if I can work that out. All right. By the way, this is 16 to life, brother Eric, man. Shout out to brother Eric, man. Good brother, good brother. Hey, Steady. Good brother, man. This is a good dude, man. If you really want to know, me and him had a conversation, a public conversation. If you go back in my what do you call that? My catalog, you'll see that he and I, we had a real good conversation. Man, got something going on with my microphone. It's not staying the way I want it to stay. I loosened it instead of tightening it. Yeah, hopefully it'll stay. Okay. Yeah, brother Eric, man. We had a public conversation, and it's back on my But we talk periodically. Periodically. He's a good dude, man. I try and stay in touch with him, man. He's a good dude. Yeah, he gave us the music. Plus, he said, man, I told him I want to use some other music. I haven't transitioned to that other music yet, but I told him, I said, man, can we use? He's like, man, yeah, man, go ahead, do what you got to do. You know what I mean? So, shout out to brother Eric, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. Plus, got a good message over there, man. Did 24 years over there in the California penal system. He got some funny stories about when he was out on the street moving moving them narcotics, and and then he got some funny, not so funny stories about being out there. Got some not so funny stories about being in prison. Man. So the dude, his whole thing is to try to make things better. Yeah, Jill, he's a good dude, man. He's a good dude. If you just got 10 minutes to talk to him, he is a good dude, man. Very good dude, man. You know what I'm saying? But don't get it twisted, man. He's still a street dude, man. so if you come at him funny style, man, he'll definitely check you. But but I mean, as far as his heart is in the right place. Yeah, dude's heart is really in the right place. Okay, but if you want to get to know brother Eric, I got a video where I interviewed him, and I thought it was a pretty good interview. But if you really want to get to know him, you go over to his YouTube page, 16 to Life. It's exploding, man. It's just, when I first did the interview with him, he only had like 20, maybe almost 20,000 subscribers, which is good in itself, right? Now he's like over 50,000 subscribers. So shout out to him, man. Shout out to brother Eric, man. Yeah, that good karma comes your way, man. All right, that's brother Eric, man. Let's see. First of all, let's see who's in the house. Who's in the house, y'all? Who's in the house? First of all, we got Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Jill's Chocolate Boutique is in the house. Jill's Chocolate Boutique. If you haven't already, man, I'm telling you, man, if you just want some good vibes, you know what I mean? When you get tired of all the bull crap and you want some good vibes, go on over to Jill's Chocolate Boutique and just see, stuff about feeling good, doing good, and being good, man. Are you going to like it? I don't know. Probably. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't, but, some people just like other stuff, right? Jill, they just like other stuff, man. They like drama, so, but go over to Jill's page, check it out, man. It's one of those feel good pages. Shout out to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. I am good, Jill. Thank you for asking. I'm doing good. I'm doing better. I'm still out there on the basketball court trying to get my wind back, trying to get my strength back. But little by little, step by step. You know what I mean? By these degrees, how we get ourselves back together. Shout out to Jill. The Jill pill. Who else is in the building? We got our sister Nate is in the building, right? Man, I saw you guys over there at some of you guys over there at critically drinking. You know what I mean? I started to chime in, but I said no. I was doing too many things at that time. I was doing too many things. Brother Clarence is always all over the road, man. If you guys see my office, you'd be like, man, what the hell is going on in there? Yeah, you know, man, what the heck is going on in there, man? But man, I'm all over the road, man, trying to do a bunch of different stuff, man. But when I get everything under control, man, gets popping. It looks like it's gonna be like that around the end of December. Then maybe I won't be doing so many things at one time, and I can chime in more. But you guys know why I don't chime in to most of these other content creators. I'll chime in like in the chat and stuff, but I don't want to turn off the people that they got coming already. You know what I mean? Because I know some of them are gonna get turned off just by me being Muslim, just by me, the way I talk, the way I speak, whatever. My vibe, it's gonna turn people off, right? I understand that. I had to deal with that my whole life, right? And if if you come across people, man, that are certain, certain have a certain vibe, you're gonna turn them off if you have a different vibe, right? So I get that. So, and I don't want to make no problems for them. So I rolled through that like I did with Critically Drinking. I just gave them a like, and I was listening for a little while. Then I had to move out and do some other things. But shout out to Critically Drinking. Shout out to Sister Ine. Shout out to Brother Marcus is in the building. Shout out to Marcus in the building, man. Salute to you. Salute to you. Salute to you. Man, I don't believe it. Vaughn Bryant. Vaughn Bryant is in the building, man. Vaughn Bryant's in the building. Shout out to Vaughn Bryant, man. Yeah, man. Shout out to all of you guys, man. All of you guys very helpful, man. Very instrumental in us getting this stuff done with these backpacks, man. We still got some work to do, y'all. Backpack thing ain't over yet. Me, Vaughn, and Sister N are gonna be discussing it tomorrow. So the backpack situation ain't over yet. You know what I mean? So y'all keep us on track, man. So make sure that we don't slip. And but we gonna show y'all everything, man. We're gonna show y'all everything. But anyway, shout out to everybody, man, in the building. Shout out to everybody in the bushes. Okay, so we are back again to finish the conversation we were having about Mr. West, right? And why we as black people will many times stay on code. Ooh. Y'all ever had that happen? Oh my gosh, man. A sneeze was coming and then it ran back. Man. Oh man. That's tough, man. That's tough. Sneeze runs back up there. No, don't run away. Come on back. Come on out. But yeah, so we're gonna talk about the situation with Kanye West and his situation. So the video that I was gonna play got deleted. So I got this other one off the Young Turks as well, but this is a lot shorter. But it's my video. I recorded it myself, and so it's my video. Therefore, nobody can delete it or take it away from me or whatever, right? It's my video. All right, so let's put it up. But not, like I said, my question is not, does Kanye have a right to say whatever he wants to say? He has a right to say what he wants to say. My question is is he being what's the word I'm looking for? Is he being militarily sound by doing it this way? Right? Is he being militarily sound? Because why would he say and do certain things that he's doing? Now, me personally, I'm like Rico. I talked to Rico the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, man, he's doing some troll stuff." I said, "Yeah, he probably is," because I can't see no other reason why he would go so hard in the paint for a guy like Hitler. Oh, Clarence, you don't understand. It's all a ploy. It's all a gimmick. Yeah, but bro, that would be like if we had a white person that got bounced out of the NBA, right? Because he was saying all this white supremacy stuff, and then and then he came back and said, "Oh, he said the Ku Klux Klan. There's some redeeming qualities of the Ku Klux Klan, right? How would we feel, right? I can understand how the Jews gonna feel about that, man. Because what if somebody said that, man? What when these cats say, hey, you know what I mean? The Ku Klux Klan, they're not all bad, right? What's that movie? What's that movie, Vaughn? They did with Birth of a Nation. Birth of a Nation, right? The big bad Negro comes and tries to arp the white are out there running amok, arping the white women. right? So the good old Ku Klux Klan has to come in and save the day, right? Yo, man, but what if somebody, what's a white dude got bounced out of the NBA and he just started going in talking about, man, he went on a talk show saying, man, everybody can be redeemed. Everybody, right? And there's some good qualities about the cats in the Ku Klux Klan. Man, black people would be losing their hair, man, right? You'd be pulling your hair out, right? So we got to understand where our Jewish friends are coming from, man, with these tirades that Kanye West is going on. But let us see. I don't want to speak for Kanye West, right? I want to show you him talking for himself. Now, is he trolling? Probably, probably, probably. But maybe he's not. Who knows? But anyway, this is Kanye West on the Alex Jones Show via the Young Turks. Let's see here. Here we go. Here we go. That's all I got to do, y'all. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. First round goes out. He said Hitler did some good stuff. He liked Hitler. I want y'all to think about that for just a minute. He said he liked Hitler. Last time he said he loved him, but he said he liked Hitler. Not I have pity on the man's soul. Uh, you know, I wish he wasn't as evil as he was, or I wish those things wouldn't have happened. Maybe he was a nice guy, or maybe he was no. The man said he loved Hitler. Well, Clarence, is there anything wrong with that? Right? We were discussing last time. As a Christian, you're supposed to love everyone, right? Like I said, for me, that's up for interpretation. I feel like you should love who loves you and who shows you love and respect. If they show you love and respect, then you can show them love and respect. But if they show you dishonor and disrespect, uh, you can extend your hand out to them. But once they keep showing you repeated instances of dishonor and disrespect, then at some point you have to have a line of demarcation where you say, okay, you crossed this line. Now I have to put you in this category. Shout out to Wally, by the way. Shout out to Wally. Now I have to put you in a whole nother category, right? I can't love you if you out here praising one of the wickedest people that ever lived. I can't. If you out here saying this was a good dude, man, come on. That's like for us, a white person, saying, "Yeah, man, the Klan, man, the Klan did a lot of good." We'd be like, "What?" And at least that's the way I look at it. But is Kanye West done? Oh no, we just getting started, y'all. Let's wrap it up. Let's see. Do, 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 do. He said a lot. He's saying a lot, man. Shout out to Pagoda, by the way. Shout out to Pagoda. You guys not getting no audio? Oh man. Okay, you know what? Let me do this. Uh, Let me do this. Let me just play the original clip, man. Let me make sure y'all getting the audio here. Let me make sure y'all getting the audio. I'll just play the original clip. I'm gonna play the original clip off of the Young Turks.
There's a lot of things that I love about Hitler. A lot of things.
We're living in the worst timeline, and that was just a little taste of it.
Okay, so the first thing Kanye says is there's a lot of things he likes about Hitler. Okay? What? Like what? Please explain what you liked about that guy. Because I don't see any redeeming qualities in the guy. I don't. And I can't be one to judge him and say I never did anything bad. But when I say I don't see any redeeming qualities, because the scale of some of the stuff that he did was on such the scale that it was, that I have to say, okay. And you know, he pushed that program for so long. I just can't square that. To hate somebody just because of their religion or their heritage, that's to me, that doesn't make sense, or that doesn't give us, you know, those are just separators for what. If we look at it, we all got a purpose. We all got a purpose here. And so for one person to put down another person because you say, well, my purpose is to be rich and your purpose is to be poor. That's not neither one of your purposes. You got a purpose. Are you going to live in your purpose, your real purpose? Right? But that's a whole nother conversation. Anybody wants to come up and tell me, hey, Hitler was a great dude, we'll finish that. I think that Kanye West is digging a hole for himself that he ain't gonna be able to get out of. And I am like him. I'm like Alex Jones. I feel like this is troll. He's trolling, right? Rico told me he's just trolling, man. That's just trolling. I said I know, but I don't know why he's doing that or why he feels like he must do that. But he's trolling out here, right? He is, you know, and he's not making the situation better. This is it. He said, Von Bright said, that's like saying there's a lot of things that I like about Jeffrey Dahmer. This is it. He say, that's a no for me. Yeah, that's a no for me too, right? I mean, at a certain point, you have to say, okay, this person just gonna do evil. They're not coming back. They're not. They're resolved that they're gonna do evil. Now the question is, are you going to participate with them either by being one of their victims or be a co-conspirator, or are you going to say, hey, I got to cut you a loose, right? Got to cut you a loose, right? I mean, if I'm talking about I'm not talking about making a mistake. Killing millions of people is not making a mistake, right? I mean, and that's just the Jewish people he killed. We ain't talking about the German people he killed. We ain't talking about the Polish people he killed. We are talking about the Slavic people he killed. Why? Just because you're Russian That's why you got to go, just because you're Russian. You got to go because you're Jewish. Why? I'm Jewish. Oh, okay. You got to wear this big star on you, right? That way the people can recognize you right off the street, and that star is going to incite the hate and anger that I'm putting into the people through these lectures that I'm having, public lectures that I'm having. When they see that star, they'll run you out of Germany. The people will run you out of Germany, right? Because I'm putting so much hate for you in the people that they'll run you out. That's what he did to the Jews. He did a number on them. Some of the Jewish people, man, they recognized what was going on and they got the hell up out of there. They sold everything and said, "Hey, man, this ain't gonna work. This dude ain't gonna work." They recognize he's getting more and more political, recognition. He's getting more recognition from the business community, huh? Just like you and me, man. You and me, we said Donald Trump will never ever be president. That's crazy. Hey, this dude will never be president. Time before you could turn around. grabbing women in the privates and everything, lawsuits and everything, essay lawsuits and everything. Man, still find his way into the presidency, huh? I'm just telling the truth. I don't think Donald Trump's a very good guy. Why? Because he's consistently doing these things. I'm not telling. And he won't never stand tall on it and say, "You know what? I would. Yeah, I did do that. I did do it." Just like we got a show coming up on Thursday with this guy that ran FTX. He just will not stand tall on none of that stuff, man. I mean, direct question: did you steal money from this? I think what was the thing? You got all this. And those of us that have children, we know when the bullshit is coming, right? Because you just won't get a yes or a no. They got to context it and tell you, "Let me finish," and you like, "Well, what'd you finish? I just need a yes or a no. Did you break this?" Right? Well, let's see. So you got to set this whole scenario up. That you're like, what? But we see it coming, and he don't even he's so young, man. He think he's gonna push past everybody. But that's a whole another thing. Kanye West is definitely doing this trolling, but it gets worse, man. It gets worse. It gets so much worse. All right, let's move along with Kanye West. Let's see where we're at with Kanye. Oh, this is another part where he got us a good one here. He got us some goodies. He got us some goodies right here.
He's a really bad guy, and I repudiate what Hitler did. I understand that the British intelligence set him up and used him.
I like Hitler.
I don't like Hitler. And I know you're trying to be shocking with that.
I'm not trying to be shocking. I like Hitler. I see good things about Hitler also. You can't say out loud that this person ever did anything good, and I'm done with that. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler. Yeah, I don't.
Wow. Let me tell you what he just said again. He said, every human being has something good of value that they brought to the table, especially, let's look up the word especially, because I don't want to be talking out there. Let me look up the word especially. Yeah, especially. Let's see. Here we go. Used to single out one person, thing, or situation over all others. So he's singling out Hitler over the good that other people have brought into this world. Then what good did Hitler do? I'm still waiting on that. My door is open. Anybody can come in here and tell me what good this man did. I'm listening. But I know he hasn't done nothing as far as I know in my understanding of Adolf Hitler. Not a lot could be said for that guy, especially after he became an adult. Not a lot could be said for the guy of good. But those of y'all that's on the Kanye train, when do you jump off the train? When do you say, uh-oh, the bridge is out. I got to jump here, or I'm gonna go off the bridge with the train. This dude is spiraling out of control. It's one thing to say, hey, you can't censor me, right? It's another thing to say, I like a person that committed these atrocities. I like that person. If he was around, I'd have a beer with him. Not a good look, Kanye. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. Okay, let's see what else Kanye got to say about his old pal Hitler.
I don't like the word evil next to Nazis. I think we need to look at.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, here we go. Pagoda, stop it. Nobody will believe his about Hitler, man. Nobody will believe him, and nobody. This is what I'm saying. This is at first it was an issue of his First Amendment right to be able to speak out. Now it's not about his now he has spoken out, and now we see that his viewpoint is very not good. It's not good, and he needs to either be counseled. He needs some serious therapy, because he's letting his anger for his personal situations make him say a bunch of stuff that he know. I don't even think he believes this stuff, but he is saying this stuff just to upset other people, one group of people, right? He's doing this just to upset them, because the one or two of them that's working with him have done some things that he didn't like. And so now he said, okay, I'm going to light fire to all of them by insisting that I can appreciate someone that was as wicked as, I mean, wickeder than wicked, and did a genocidal, set up a genocidal program. Oh, Clarence, what he did to the Jews was awful. Yeah, it was. But he didn't stop there. I'm trying to tell y'all, he didn't stop there. You know how many Germans he put the needle to? Just to put the needle to anybody that was deformed, anybody that was sick, anybody that was older. I mean, he was putting the needle to everybody, man. He was putting the needle to Germans, man. If you wasn't a healthy German able to have babies for the for the German people, the country, Adolf Hitler was putting a needle to you. Jew, German, whoever. The only ones they didn't even put the needle. Now these are the ones they didn't put the needle to, and I'm sure these people probably would say, "Hey man, just put the needle to us." It's when they went through Poland. Holy smokes! What they did to the Polish, they just let the Polish people starve to death. They let them eat each other and starve to death. I guess they were showing them mercy, right? We ain't gonna kill you now. We're gonna let the winter kill you, right? Outside of ARP and all the women out there, right? Same thing they were doing with the Russians, man. Tearing through Russia, man, arping all those women, and then just mowing them down. But then again, we got to take into account that they was giving German soldiers methamphetamines. So these German soldiers was high all the time on methamphetamine, right? But that's a whole nother conversation. Anyway, they told Hitler we got a miracle drug, meth, right? It's gonna push these soldiers right on through to Moscow, right? That's a whole other thing. All right, let's get back to Kanye West and don't say the Nazis were evil. Yes, they were. The Nazis were evil people, man. Evil. All of them. All of them. All of them that say they was that refer to themselves as Nazis. Yes. I don't mean every German. Every German didn't consider themselves a Nazi, but every Nazi was German. Anyway, that's a whole nother wordplay for y'all. Let's get back to Kanye West and don't go up against the Nazis. Stop calling the Nazis evil, right? Holy smoke.
Just because you don't like one group doesn't mean the other. But look,
I love Jewish people, but I also love Nazis. And I want to say there's a lot of good Nazis.
All right, let's do the math on this one, man. Let's do the math on this one. Okay, let's do the math. I love you, and I love you. How can you love me and love my tormentor at the same time? That's a disconnect there. How can you love me and my tormentor? You can't say that Jesus had the same issue, right? Jesus talked to some Jewish fellows and they said, Abraham is our father. He said, the devil is your father. He said, you a lie. The devil is your father. They said, but God, we follow God. We love God. He said, how can you say you love God when God sent me? You guys try to kill me and destroy me, but you say you love God. How can you say you love God and you trying to kill me when God sent me? Double talking, man. Kanye, you double talking. And I get it. This troll game, I get it. It's really a bad look because there ain't gonna be no winners in this. See, let's look at it militarily. There ain't gonna be no winners in this situation, man. There's not gonna be no winners. Everybody's gonna lose. Everybody's going to lose. That's why when you brothers and sisters, when you try to find a business partner, always make sure that you look for mental illness, or you trying to find you trying to be in a relationship with someone, because they can say this dude was able to get by on his talent, so he never had to develop as a person, right? He reminds me of a female that's very Vagoda. I didn't say that I didn't say the Jews murdered Jesus. I said that that Jesus was talking to some Jewish fellows, and these Jewish fellows was trying to catch him up. They was trying to get him caught in a quandary. We all know that the Romans murdered Jesus. Right? We know that that's how that story supposedly goes. So I didn't say that. So please don't say that I said that Jesus was murdered by the Jews. I never said that. Ooh, Vagoda, man, you got to get your ears cleaned out. Stop listening with your with your emotions. Clarence said this. Oh, right. Calm down. Just listen to what I'm saying. Listen. And you really don't want Sister Annie to get you in that chat, man. And if Risa comes through, man, I don't want to see you get tightened out. But I'm gonna give you a chance to come up here, man, and refute anything I'm saying. I'm just going through this Kanye West stuff. Give me a few more minutes. Give me a few more minutes, everybody. Few more minutes. Let's see. Yeah, so he told him, hey, man, hey, how can you? Okay, so Kanye's doing the same thing. I love you, Jewish people, but I love the person that persecuted you. Wait, that's a humongous contradiction here, right? How can you love me and love him at the same time? You can't. That's not what you call that. What did we say last time, Sister Annie? What's that pig that don't fly straight? Let me look that up right now. Let's see. Let's look that up right now. Let's look that up right now. By the way, y'all, I don't know if you guys, let me do this real quick, y'all. Let's take a break real quick. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the YouTuber named Alan Roger Curry. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but this brother unfortunately passed away a couple of days ago. And so Alan Roger Curry, he had this program called Mode One. He was one of these dating coaches and relationship coaches that was, of course, married, right? But he was a dating coach and relationship coach, and I never really, kind of followed the brother like that. Well, why you buy his books? Because I didn't have the issues that his program was supposed to deal with. I didn't have the issues that he, so I wasn't really ever interested in his content. But I respected him. Right? Because he tried to be he was at least more down to earth, in my opinion, than a lot of other guys, right? He was really down to earth. But shout out to him. Hope and prayers go out to his family, man. He passed away, and these guys are passing away, man. That's why you guys got to take care of yourself. You see Brother Clarence out there huffing and puffing. I ain't gonna, because I'm out there trying to take care of myself, trying to get back in shape. A lot of these guys came up here onto YouTube and they built a business. Shout out to you. You built a business, but you also got to have a balance where you still being active. You still moving around, because if you don't, and then you still eating the standard American diet. Anyway, I just want to say shout out to Alan Roger Curry, man. I'm sure the brother will be missed. He seemed like he was a solid dude. So just wanted to say shout out to Alan Roger Curry, man. Passed away a couple of days ago. All right, let's see. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we're doing Mr. West, man. Not Adam West. Batman. Ay. No, we are dealing with Mr. West here, right? Okay, so Kanye West says Hitler was a great guy, right? Feeling you. Those of y'all that know Victor Brick. Feeling you. All right. So here's a little bit more Kanye West.
I love Jewish people, but I also love Nazis. Well, I want to say there's a lot of good Nazis that were just fighting for their country. and for them all,
like George Soros,
for them all to get put in a box. They're all in a box. Every Nazi is bad. Well, could some of the Nazis have just been fighting for their country? Oh, they're all. Oh, we can't put them all in a box.
All right. Do you have any comments on Hitler?
All right, y'all. Let's debunk that. Let's debunk this. Right? Let's debunk this. Oh, first of all, wait. I keep forgetting this, man. We're gonna debunk that in just a second, y'all. We're gonna debunk this situation. Let's see. All right, we're gonna debunk this situation. All right, let's see. Let's see, because I gotta show y'all something. I keep talking about it. All right, real quick, man. We gotta take a break, but real quick. So this is the scene in Scarface, right? This is the scene in Scarface where Scarface had told the dude, "Hey, call at this time," and tell him, "Hey, we didn't get him right there," because Frank tried to assassinate Scarface, right? He tried to assassinate Tony Montana, and Tony made it. Tony survived it, and they caught the dudes, and the dudes told him, "Hey, it was Frank," right? So he told the dude, "Hey, call Frank at exactly this time," and he wanted to see if Frank was going to say something, right? And so Frank didn't want to answer the phone, and well, you guys will see what happened.
Hello. It's all right. I'm going to be home in an hour. Don't worry.
Hey, Frank. You a piece of shit.
Now, Tony, what are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, you fucking cockroach.
What are you talking about? Come on, you listen to me, huh?
You know what a hussar is, Frank? That's a pig that don't fly straight. Neither do you, Frank.
Hey, you right, Sister Annie. It's a hassa that don't fly straight, right? All right, y'all. Let's get back to Kanye. We're gonna debunk this. Okay. What were we supposed to be debunking? See, Clarence is so crazy. I'm all over the road, y'all. Help me. I'm supposed to debunk something.
They're all in a box. Every Nazi is bad. Well, could some of the Nazis have just been fighting for their country? Oh, they're all. Oh, we can't put them all in a box.
All right.
Okay. So Kanye says, "Hey, some of the Nazis were good dudes, man. They just was fighting for their country. But you know what? Sometimes, you know, who you roll with, you are. You know, they have all saying who you are, who you roll with. You are who you roll with, right? If you're rolling with some, characters like that, you ain't gonna be able to say at the end of the road, oh, I was just following orders." Okay, if you're gonna put that uniform on, if you're gonna take up that put that uniform on, then you best be ready to deal with the consequences of what happens. People gonna deal with you afterwards, right? All of them was bad. Why? Because the foundation that they were pushing their program on was faulty from the beginning. It was faulty from the beginning. There's nothing. See, here's where Hitler went off the road. Where he wanted to do is he wanted to build Germany back up, right? That's no problem. That's everybody wants their country to do well. Hitler went off the road when he said, hey, look, the issue is that the Jews are the reason why there's an issue here, right? Okay, that's your feeling that that's the issue, that the Jews are the issue, right? Okay, then what you got to do is start trying to vote them out of office or do something in a civil way, right? Because you're supposed to be in a civil society, right? Can't go around saying we just gonna beat them all up and take their property and do it. You can't. That's not civil. Sometimes we ain't gonna get along, man. We ain't gonna like each other. Can't blame him for not liking Jewish people. We can't blame him for that. That's his personal belief. But when he turned it into I'm gonna turn the whole country and violent against them, that's where he went off the track. That's where he went off the track. And so when you put on that uniform and you're agreeing that, hey, I'm with this program, okay, then you saying when they catch you, then they're gonna be able to deal with you based on the fact that you was rolling with the program. Right? When they captured Jesus, they were looking for the disciples, right? Disciples said, they split, right? Right? Got out of Dodge. Peter was still hanging around, right? They go, that's one of them right there. There he is, that's one right there. But what did Peter say? They said, hey, do you know this man? Do you know this man? This is the troublemaker that's been running around. Do you know this man? I don't know him. Never seen him. Right? Menace to society, right? Not Menace, just South Central. Never heard of him. I never heard of him. Do you know Ray Ray? I never heard of him. Right? So they let Peter go. Then they called to Peter again, and they said, "Hey, and some other people said, hey, that's one of them that was with him." They rolled up on Peter. The Romans rolled up on Peter. They said, "Hey, you sure you ain't one of these dudes that was walking with this dude?" Nope, not me. Not me. Nope. Did it 3 times according to the book, right? Not me. I wasn't with that man. Why? But why did Peter do that? Peter did that because he knew what was going to happen to him. You down with this? I'm down with Jesus. I know what's going to happen. I know what the Romans going to do to me. I'll be carrying one of them sticks. I'll be carrying one of them crosses. He knew that. So he denied it because he didn't want to. Who wants to be nailed to a cross, bro? Think over that. What does that mean, nailed to a cross? What does that mean, nailed to a cross? That means the mission you've been sent on, you stuck with it. You can't leave it. You can't deny your mission. You can't. Even if it's something that's going to bring you pain, you got to stick with it. Y'all don't hear me, man. I'm just talking. Y'all don't hear me. Pagoda says, another important thing to know is that his mask is from Balenciaga. In other words, he wears the mask of a company that encourages pedo lifestyle. Holy smokes. I didn't know that. But I think the fact that that's saying that they encourage the pedo lifestyle is that's a little bit of a stretch. I know they got one dude in their company that's supposedly involved with that type of lifestyle, but to say the whole company is about that, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'd have to do some more investigating on that. Shout out to Von Eric, by the way. Okay, a little more, y'all. Then we're gonna open it up. A little more. little more Kanye.
Do you have any comments on Hitler?
I have to agree with Ye.
Schwarzenegger said he loved Hitler. They gave him an award. I'm just saying, I don't like Nazis, and I don't like what some of the mafias are doing either.
I like Hitler.
Okay, so your boy is double downing on the fact that he said he loved Hitler, right? And they're tearing him a new asshole over here on the Young Turks, right? Oh man. New Growth, where are you, man? Because we need to get this together, brother. We need to get this together. Let's see. Okay, here's the part where evidently Kanye West went on this. He went on this platform of this dude by the name of Tim Wood. He went on the guy's platform, and the guy asked him, and evidently it didn't work out right. Kanye ended up walking off of it, but I don't have all the details on that. But this is what they're going to be referring to when they start talking about this guy Tim Wood.
As Tim Pool continuing to kiss his ass as hard as he possibly can. Let's skip ahead. Let's go to the Kanye video featuring his commentary about Tim Pool.
Tim Pool is an NPC, and you're a real human being. So no one's ever heard of Tim Pool. You're the legend that is Alex Jones, and you were fighting on the front line, and now we're here with you. You got some other superheroes part of the Avenger movie fighting for Christ.
I don't know what's more embarrassing.
Yeah, you're right, Marcus. I made a mistake. It's not Tim Wood, it's Tim Pool. I meant to say Tim Pool. Yeah, man, he evidently had an issue with the guy and he walked off his platform. But it gets worse, y'all. It gets worse. Kanye is you know what I mean? He's like a sick kid with the runs, man. It just keeps coming. Right when you think this kid is done throwing up, you get some more, right? Ay. Okay, let's forward it down to Kanye. I think this is going to be the last little clip here, and then we're gonna call it a day with Kanye. Let's see. Here we go. All right, y'all.
The second
let's do the last
compilation. Okay.
I love everyone, and Jewish people are not going to tell me you can love, us, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts, and you can love what we're pushing with the pornography. Jesus can save everyone, but if the Zionists can get us so afraid that they're going to do what they've been doing to me.
I just want y'all to see. That's that Last Supper picture, in your grandmama's house. That was in my India's house. This picture of Jesus with the blue eyes and the blonde hair, right? They say this cat was running all over Jerusalem, right? Man, I'm telling you, this dude wouldn't have been hard to find at all, right? But obviously, they say he was hard to find. They couldn't find him at first, right? This dude would have been easy to spot in Jerusalem. Easy. They could have spotted him from 100 yards away, right? But what am I saying by that? I'm saying that, hold on, Bagoda, I'll bring you up. What I'm saying is that this is probably not an accurate depiction of the person they talk about in this book, right? It's a version. It's somebody's version of that, but it's not accurate depiction. All right, just letting y'all know. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna bring you in after we finish. After I let Kanye cook.
Tempted jail, freeze my accounts, smearing me on the media. All of these things. And Obama was not the first black president. He was another Jewish president. The Holocaust is not what happened. Let's look at the facts of that. And Hitler has a lot of redeeming qualities. And he didn't kill 6 million Jews. That's just like factually incorrect. I'm actually tired of hearing about the Jews. Like, I love them. Honestly, I don't even care that much.
But we spent the last 2 hours talking about them.
Because it's fun.
Hello.
All right. I can hear you. What's going on, Bagoda?
Okay, first of all, I will speak about the picture that you showed of Jesus. No person with a brain thinks that this is how Jesus looked like. Every person in his grandma knows that he was not blonde with blue eyes.
Well, I mean, a lot of people. I'm telling you, Vagoda, you don't know what's going on over here in America, man. A lot of people think that. A lot of
Well,
people
if
think that.
well, tell them in my name that they are retarded. With all the respect,
Say what?
tell them if tell if you find a person that think that Jesus was in real life blonde with blue eyes, tell them in my name that they are retarded. Seriously, tell them in
well,
my name that tell them that your Israeli buddy
well,
told you that to say to them that they are retards.
I will let you do that, man. I'm not going to call people retards, but I definitely will try to educate
No,
them
if
if they want to
somebody
listen.
thinks that is definitely one, it definitely is. If you want to talk about Jesus' look, then then he probably look like an Iraqi and Jew, like a Middle Eastern Iraqi and Jew. He also preached that in outside, so he was probably didn't need sunscreen. Like I said, he probably looked like an Iraqi and Jew.
Maybe. We don't know. We
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
there.
how Jews look
Definitely
like
wasn't
in
blonde
those
hair and
times.
blue eyes. Definitely
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
blonde hair and blue eyes.
the reason that he looks like this in. We have another visitor.
No, that's just my phone. My office
Yeah, I'm
phone.
joking.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Pagoda.
Okay, so the reason that Jesus is in those pictures looks like blonde with blue eyes is because you know when Christianity got in deep into Europe, they tried to sell to the European that he's look like one of them. The same thing that you have in the Far East. You have people in China and Japan depicting Jesus as an Asian Chinese man, or in India as a Hindu, or in let's for example in Zimbabwe they depict them as a sub-Saharan African, like the people around. In other words, in any
Okay.
case, let's see about Kenya. I think after the last stuff that he said, I think everybody can understand why I'm angry about why a lot of people are angry about this guy. Now is a lot
I,
of his crazy fans are going to think that the Holocaust is not never happened. And before you tell me that this guy has a lot of fans. He has around he has more fans than there are Jews in the world. And
yeah,
of
but I
course,
think you're not giving them credit. I think you're not. I think you're not giving most of his fans credit. I think, yeah, of course, some of them will that are as unlearned as he is. They might think that, but I think the majority of his fans basically like his music. They're not so much like him as a person or thought he was this great person. I think they liked his music. I think when he say something crazy like that, I think even his fans, most of them would say, okay, we know that to be factually not true. So I can't ride with that.
okay, I think I'm not saying that all of his fans will think that, but it's enough that a few good millions, or even half of his, or even around half of his fan will think that, and that will be very sad. And let's remember that he also has connections with other celebrities. For example, Kerry Irving.
Who?
He the guy. What's his name? The basketball guy.
You know? Oh, you mean
Uh,
Kyrie Irving? Oh,
yeah,
okay. I was like,
Kyrie.
okay, okay,
That's
but
what kind of those
this is a
names.
lot of basketball guys. Okay, so
Yeah.
his connection
So
to
he's,
him.
for
What about
example,
that?
kind of from what?
I said, so what about that?
Yeah. So from what I know, Kanye West is the one of the people that gave that idea to him, and he has
Gave what idea to him?
influence on him, from what I
Whoa,
know.
whoa, 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 whoa! Wait, let's slow down, Dakota. You saying Kanye? You saying Kyrie Irving told Kanye West
The
that there
opposite.
was no
The
Holocaust?
opposite. No, I said the
Oh,
opposite. I
oh,
said
oh!
that
So you saying
I
Kanye West?
that
To,
Kyrie put in his that said I said that the nonsense that Kyrie said he got the ideas from Kanye West. That's what I'm saying.
oh, well, how do you know that?
from what I heard, and I think that from what I see, I think Kanye has influence on this specific celebrity and other celebrities.
Okay. So
A lot of
let me
people say that he's the voice of a generation.
who
Some people
who
in your country say that Kanye West is the voice of a generation.
they said that before he started saying this stuff. I guarantee they're not saying it now. I guarantee they're not saying that now. But let's say you're right. Okay, but see, when we make these claims like that, when we say this person did this, what we try to do over here, man, we try to have some something to substantiate that. Because I can say I'm a millionaire, right? I'm a millionaire. But how would you know? How would you know if I'm telling the truth or not, right? The best thing I can do instead of keep talking and saying I'm a millionaire is to have some type of evidence to be able to bring forth, right? And so that's the same thing. Now, maybe if you don't have evidence, you could say this is my opinion of what's going on. Then we could say, okay, that's your opinion. But when you say this is what's actually happening, I don't know. Maybe that's how they get out in Israel. What do you think?
I missed the point, but
The point is
again,
this, man. We can't. You can't. You're making wild claims connecting Kyrie Irving to
that's from
to.
what I heard. From what
I
I
know, but
heard
that's
that
what you
people.
heard. But okay, but that's what you heard. You don't have nothing to substantiate that. So what you could say is, this is my opinion. My opinion is that this happened,
Okay,
and this is the way that went down.
that's my opinion. That's what I meant.
Okay.
And let's look at the timing of this. Kanye West said is crazy nonsense, and then soon after that, you had Kyrie saying he's not also he said his own stuff. So I
What did he
think
say? Wait,
he
wait, wait.
has.
What did Kyrie ever say?
I said that after Kanye West said the death can on Jews, then not long after that, Kyrie Irving said his stuff. He posted the
What did
anti-Semitic
he say?
video.
Okay,
He posted
let's.
a racist
Okay, we're
video.
talking about two different things. Okay, that's fine. Let's break it down because we like to. I don't like passing out bad information. Okay, so you said Kyrie Irving said something. What exactly did he say?
I meant that he posted the racist video. That's what I meant.
Okay,
And of
now
course, I that's not even with get that we. That's even before that he said what he said after he posted the
what did
video.
he say? Okay, let's get to that. What did he say after that?
He said that
That's so offensive.
okay. First of all, he didn't want to remove the video, and he said that he can't be anti-Semitic because he know where he's come from. So do 1 + 1, and you get what he's trying to say in that sentence.
We'll go to. We already went over. He technically he's right. So we already went over
No,
that.
what so he's not a Semitic. Like I said, Semitic. If you are a people from the Middle East, Semitic means today is referring to Jews and Arabs. If you are, or in general, people that talk Semitic languages. If you don't talk Semitic languages, or not connected in blood to a Semitic group in the Middle East, then you are not Semitic. And he doesn't connect. He has nothing to do with the Middle East. This
But no.
guy.
Just like I told you before, you guys learned Semitic languages. You guys learned them.
Uh,
We were already talking those languages. You had to learn those
who is
languages
we?
to do business with us, huh?
Who is
I'm
we?
talking about the original inhabitants of Africa, the original inhabitants. See, there was some when you guys migrated over there. There was already people there. So I'm saying it wasn't
First
like,
of all, we
hey,
are talking about
we
the
met here,
Levant. The
right?
Levant is not in Africa.
Huh?
We're talking about the Levant area of the Middle East, not in. We are not talking about Africa.
Yeah, but
Okay, and
Africa is where those Semitic languages come from. That stuff comes from Africa
no,
because that's
no, Mm-mm.
okay.
Sorry, but no.
No, okay. So you're saying that language
Semitic
the
languages
people that
evolved in the Middle East, in
so you're
the
saying
Asian
the Jews and the
area of the
Arabs.
Middle East.
Let me be clear on what you're saying. You're saying that the Jews and the Arabs, they're the ones that brought and developed these languages. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know much enough about it, but you can say it. Well, those languages were of
That's
people
incorrect.
In the Middle East.
But that's
From
correct.
what I know,
I know they said the people in
read,
the
the
Middle East
Egyptian,
speak those languages, but they didn't develop those languages. They were developed in Africa first because they were using those languages.
where you got that information from?
I got a lot of different places, but let me explain to you just the mathematics, the relationship between the timelines. Where were the Europeans going to get information to learn how to count, to learn mathematics, to learn science, philosophy? Where were they going to do all of that?
When
Let's
period
talk
you're talking
about 6,000. Let's talk between 6,000 to 3,000 years ago. Where were they going? Chiefly
3,000. Let's see. You had if somebody from modern day Greece would want to seek technology and medicine, they will go to the Fertile Crescent.
Probably. Where?
The Fertile Crescent, the Middle East and Egypt.
Egypt. Okay, maybe it's me.
Egypt is a part of the Middle East.
Let me get a map of Africa up here real quick, because maybe it's me.
You know, Babylon. They will go to Syria, maybe Syria.
No, they were
also,
going to.
Africa is a giant continent.
I understand that, but
Egypt was not the only country on the Fertile Crescent that has.
They had the institution of Cairo, right? They didn't call it college.
I want to show you something. Wait a second. I want to show you a map, okay? Just a second.
Yeah,
just a second. I want to show you a map of what I'm of something. Just a second.
Because it's going to depend on that argument. It's going to be everywhere because it's going to depend on what part of history that you believe in. So that's going to be everywhere as far as that.
As far as what?
What both of y'all are trying to establish, because pretty much both of y'all are going to be right.
No, we're not, because one of us, that's like me.
Mm-hmm.
I speak English now, right?
Mm-hmm. I
could say, hey, I got here and I speak English. Therefore, since I speak English, but I haven't always. That's not the language that the ones who was actually speaking English is the Caucasian. That's the one that actually was speaking English. So he was the one that developed it. I may be talking it now, but that's because I learned to speak it, right? I didn't invent English. I'm just using English because that's the easiest. That's the language that we're using right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how we communicate and we getting by now, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm doing. I'm looking at.
I put something for you in the private chat.
But Semitic language is all over.
But what I'm saying is
not exactly. Semitic languages are in the Middle East. If I put a special map that will help us. You can please show it. It's of the Fertile Crescent.
Yes. Let's see. I can't because it's not. It's in Hebrew. Written the words in Hebrew, and I can't.
Yeah, but you can see the areas that are in that you show on the map.
People that's over here are not gonna be able to understand what's going on. So it's not gonna make sense to them.
Okay, I can just find it in English, but you can see in the map that you have. You can see the territory in the map. You have Egypt and you have the Middle East. That is the Fertile Crescent. It's where you had the most developed nations in the world in the time that you're talking about. That was the Europe of that's like a modern day. That is like Europe in the Victorian era. Think about it.
Is Ethiopia in the Middle East?
No, Ethiopia is in the Horn of Africa.
Okay. They have been practicing Semitic language for centuries. So it's not just the Middle East what you're talking about. They've been practicing Semitic language. You go over there and you can go onto that website and
north of Ethiopia, you mean? You mean north of Ethiopia?
What'd you say?
North of Ethiopia.
No, not just north. No, because Jews migrated in different parts of even in Ethiopia. But if you want to say the majority, yes. But in there, they have been practicing Semitic language for centuries. For centuries. That's
Okay.
not just the. It's not just the Middle East. I mean Middle East. So you can't.
Okay, that's also the that's also the Horn of Africa. In that case, you are correct. It's also you have in the Horn of Africa.
Right.
Semitic
So it's
languages.
okay. All right.
But still, that's
That's why
let's be
that's why I told Clarence. That's why I told Clarence the argument is going to be everywhere because you have to understand people is going to look at history different ways, and it depends on how you being taught. So if you're being taught this way, a certain way, of course you're going to say, "Oh, everything was started here." But it's hard to say where it started because you could go over to Asia, and they would say, "Well, we've been practicing," and they have documents that have been practicing Semitic language for centuries in that library that's been preserved. So it's a hard argument just to say that it's just at one area. It's just the argument just going to go everywhere.
My argument is not that about the area; it's about the people. And the original. See, the timeline makes the difference. Okay, if you say this person, it's like if you say, well, they were speaking these languages in this part of the Middle East, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I give you, that's cool, but they migrated there.
I found the map in English.
Huh?
I found the map in English.
Okay, so they migrated there. Let me take a look at it, man.
That's the map of the Fertile Crescent. But let's if you want to talk about migrations, it's very hard to migrate from one side of the Sahara to another, from a number of reasons.
I'm not saying it ain't. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just telling you that that's what happened. Because
yeah, but the Jews are originally from the Levant, so we aren't came from what?
Okay, I got it now. You said that Jews are originally from someplace, and I'm like, what?
From I said from the Levant area of the Middle East, aka Israel.
No.
According to DNA evidence and archaeology.
No.
Now, the people that
what? Keeping records at, but no, that's not where they're originally from. No. All right.
What
anyway,
do you mean not originally from? We are from Israel.
No, you're not.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Not.
Yes, I am.
Let me
see, that's what's going to go on the whole time.
Yes, I am. According to DNA evidence and archaeology, yes, I am.
Right. So that's why I said that argument is going to go everywhere.
No, it shouldn't. It doesn't really have to because I'm just telling you from the timeline. You when you go back far enough, you won't find Jews. You go back far enough, you won't find nobody else but the African. You won't find nobody else. You won't find no history of nobody
First of all, in that area, you didn't have any Africans. First of all, when you say Africans, you say sub-Saharan Africans, and in the area that you see right now, you didn't have any sub-Saharan Africans. Okay, if you want to see sub-Saharan Africans,
let me say black people. Let me say black people because I don't want to limit them to Africa because they was all over the world. They were traveling all over the world, right? They've been all over the globe. So I'm not going to say that, but they
changed their look,
They settled in Africa.
But they changed their look. What?
They didn't. Well, I will say this: that
we are all originally from Africa.
Okay, that's all I wanted. That's all I want. That's all I'm trying to get across is that yes, that's the truth. But we all.
But you are saying that I'm not native to my land.
Listen. We're all from Africa, but we all didn't start at the same time. That's what I said, right? There's a timeline for when the Jews got there. There's a timeline when the Arab got there. There's a timeline when all these other people start coming around.
The Jews got, if I may say, the Jews from in terms of when they so-called got there, if we go through if we use history and not just the Bible. the Jews developed under the ruins of the Canaans. If you think, at the end of the day,
They
the
came
first
from what?
The
the Jews
Canaanites.
they developed under the ruins of the Canaanites. You know, the first records of the Jews, they were under Egyptian occupation of the Levant. Okay, you had
Okay.
you know.
What is
Okay,
the Levant?
so
I need
the
you to explain.
Levant is the area that is called Phoenicia. It's the area that today you know as Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. That's the
Okay.
Levant.
Okay, so this here right here,
And
you call it in Peninsula in Palestine.
yeah, and that in that time it was called Canaan. Palestine is a racist name for a number of reasons, but never mind that.
Okay, so but okay, so I'm just giving you the mathematics behind it. You could say that, yeah, because we all did start from Africa, but we didn't start all at the same time. That's what I'm trying to establish. We didn't all start at the same time. Some of us are younger than some of the rest of us, and so that's why. And so being younger, you uh, came in at the last minute, right? You wasn't at the party the whole time, right? If party started at 9 and you got here at 11, then you got here late. We already been here. We was already. My clothes are already sweaty because I've been dancing the whole time, right? So
You
that's all I'm
know,
trying
if
to establish.
when you
That's all I'm trying
say I've been here, you say as a civilization as what?
Huh?
When you say I have been here, you say that as a civilization.
Yes. I'm talking about, yes,
So
a
you're saying
civilization.
that you had the African American as a civilization and as a people being
Not African
alive in that period of time.
not African Americans, but what the people that you
So it's
call the
not
subject,
you.
those people have been here since time on this planet began.
That's
That's what I'm trying
but
to say.
that's just a bunch of people that are different from each other. The only thing that basically the only thing that they have in common that they have similar skin and that they all Homo sapiens. That's
Well, once they start spreading out and going into uh different climate zones, then they
they
started
change.
losing. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying they started changing um, physically, but they started changing uh, their language because they had to see in Africa. There's no word for snow. You don't need to describe snow. But when they get to other places where they have snow, hurricanes, stuff like that, then you got to have words to describe that stuff. And you have to build your society around that type of lifestyle, right? And so many of the words are going to be around those kind of issues. And so that's when the separation started coming from, because some of our people went and settled here, some of our people went and settled there, some of our people went and settled here, and then we had some other issues. See, now I'm not gonna get into that today. I'm not gonna get into that today.
Yeah,
Me and you are
but
going.
you know, you're. I think you mentioned something very important. The people that in the time that people stop moving from place to place and start to have a civilization and crops and all that stuff, they were very different from the people in other places in the world. You know, people that got into deep into Europe. They over the thousands of years they changed. People in the Far East changed. That's why people in China look different from me and you look different
But I
from
don't care
me.
how many. I don't listen. I don't care how many years. If you take a black person and you put them in Chinese, over in China, you can have him sitting there for 10,000 years. He's not going to change into a Chinese person. That is not going
So
to be a
why
natural.
Chinese look like they look like?
Why do they look like that? That's another discussion for another time, because that's a deeper discussion.
Because
And I can't talk
the
about. We
environment
can't talk about.
did their
It's
stuff
not,
on
it's not
them.
the environment. The environment is not going to make to. Okay, I'm not. That's a conversation that you and
We
I
will
need to have.
disagree about that point.
I definitely
In
disagree
any
about that. Why don't
Yeah,
Why don't
but in
black
any
people?
case,
Why
okay,
are
but
black
in
people
any
over
case,
there? wait a minute, why aren't Chinese half black now? They should be half. You should be finding Chinese at every point of that changing process, right? You should still be finding them like that today. But there's a reason why they're not that in between person is not there. There's a reason why. There's a reason why that in between person between the black person and the white person ain't there. There's a reason why.
So I mean, that's interesting. That means when we all started out, like you said, let's just say, like y'all was saying, we all started out in Africa. To your point, then that means everybody wasn't black then.
Well, at one time we were. We didn't start all.
So if we
disagreeing about that.
Wait a minute. So if we start, if we started off as black, like you say, then how did the change come?
The change came with a. Let me just say it this way: the change came with a directed birthing guidance, where the people was told to make sure that babies that are born lighter are left alive, and other babies are not left alive. But that was a whole process, and there's a man behind that situation, right?
No. I'm talking about no. I'm talking about if a person, like you said, were all black, and and they started out in Africa, right?
Correct.
And then they went to other places. How did the places like in Asia? How did they come out Asian? What made them change to Asian?
I'm explaining that to you.
Okay.
Because of
I still don't get it.
A birth law that was set up for such things, and then so when this law got set up, the people that was I would say Asian, but they just had a different look and they wanted to live a different way, was asked to leave. They was asked to leave.
Brother Carnes, no. How did a baby? You going into law? How did a baby birth? How did a black man birth a baby to be Chinese?
This is my point.
That's natural selection. That's evolution.
It comes in degrees, bro.
Degrees of what?
You start with a process where you only mate the light people with the light people. The darker babies that are born, they get killed. And the other, you just mate on the lighter with the lighter with the lighter until you get one race. And then you mate the lighter of those and lighter of those till you get another race. And then
okay, so I'm getting what you're saying then. If we started off in Africa, right?
Correct.
And we went somewhere else and mated with someone else, correct?
With
no, not mated with someone else. You take a group of people.
No. What group of people? What group of people did you take?
From Africa, a group of people. Okay. If you take a group of people from Africa, right, and they say, hey, we don't like things the way they are here, right?
Right.
You find a group that's dissatisfied, and then they get a charismatic leader that gets in front of them and says, I got the solution for you. We can make a whole new reality. And so the government says, okay, you want to make your whole reality? Cool. We know what you're going to do, and you ain't going to do it here. So go on over, get you some land somewhere and go do it. So I'm paraphrasing and breaking. I'm giving you the quick version of how this happens. Because it's not a natural process. It's not natural. There's no way
he's giving us the book for dummies for crossbreeding.
Yeah, I think because Clarence would.
I'm just playing. Clarence,
it's not adding up at all.
No, hold on. Time out. There's a guy out there called Tyson Beckford. He's a model, but I believe he's mixed. Last I checked.
Yes.
But if I could understand Brother Clarence's point, I'm literally trying to listen and understand. Right. I think what happened was, I think maybe there was a people of different shades of colors ended up, mating with each other, like cross selection. And the next thing you know, that child came out light skinned. Then that child that came out light skinned mixed with who else was even more lighter than him, vice versa. I don't know. It could be that.
I understand it that way. That way I understand. But if I'm saying the way he's saying is we all started out. It wasn't nobody else, nowhere else.
Correct.
Right? And we all started out as one race looking as one color, which is black, right?
You know,
And then
Well,
he said,
I don't know how far that true is, but I don't. Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. That's my thing is because the way they're talking, because this is what Vigoda is saying. As you went on, that you changed due to the environment that you're in. But Brother Clarence said no. Brother Clarence said no. He said because which makes sense if I'm black, right? And if I go over to China, I'm not going to be starting to look Chinese. That makes natural, scientific, logical sense. That does. But also, even you still have to answer the question what Gola is trying to lead to. If you started off in one color, and then go somewhere else and end up having babies that look Chinese, this is what is going on here. You can't say. Let me finish. You can't say what you're saying. Well, they decided to go somewhere else, and because of the law, mix it with light. Okay, if that's the case, when did they turn light?
And this is over hundreds of years. This is not no quick day process. Oh, I go there today and I'm gonna have a light baby, and then this just happens over.
Maybe it's a mixture between what Vigoda said and what Brother Clarence is saying because you know there's like it takes thousands of years to make evolutionary progression, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So on top of it,
you know what?
Maybe there's more than one answer, or maybe partly of each answer is right.
Right. There you go. That's why there you go, Bob. Because both answers are right.
Because the dominant gene is going to dominate.
That's true. That is correct. That's correct.
That's
okay.
True.
So what they did was effectively have a plan to remove the dominant gene. You're gonna make a new people when you take the dominant gene out of the old people. You make a new people, right? Because there's a whole new class of people, right? Class. A whole new.
I don't think that people that lived in prehistoric time.
Let me give it to you. Let me give it to you. Give you the whole thing. Now you got this group of people. The other people you started with, they gone. Now you got this people because they just die off. So now you got this group of people, and they're unable to have, their children won't live if they live like this. Now you got this whole new group of people. Okay, they do the same thing with this group of people. You breed out the dominant gene more and more and more until you get to a person that the dominant gene is not. I mean, it's just about not present at all.
Well,
right?
that's the case. What you're saying makes sense, but that it still goes back to that we all then start off as the same color. Because if you have a one gene dominant than the other, or one lesser than the other, then we all then start off the same. That's the thing.
I'm saying no. We all started off because there was only at one time there's only one person here. There's only one person here.
Did you
can say something, please? Guys,
hold on, Vigoda. Let me get this out of my chest because I know I just came in last in the panel. But I know that the first recorded human body found was in Africa, right? Originally.
Yeah.
So, but just
but they supposed to have found older than that.
Yeah, but that's let me get to my point, Vaughn.
They found in Morocco.
Correct. So even though they found the first body there. That doesn't mean there was other signs of maybe other types of bodies, other colors of bodies in other parts of the world. So, even though it was recorded, they found that was the first human body in Africa. We don't know if maybe in Indonesia, if in Southeast Asia, parts of Aztec Empire, like bodies over there.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know.
That makes perfectly sense, and you're 100% right. Exactly. Go ahead. You muted, Brother Clarence. You muted.
I'm sure if you go anywhere in the world, you'll find bones there. So I'm not getting to what you're saying.
You'll find what?
No, I'm just saying that I don't. How do we know that it was just because at the time when they found the first body, which was cited as in Africa, how do we know that there was in other types of colors, shades, and stuff? I don't know that.
Let me give you the mathematics behind it. They have a system called carbon dating, where we can backdate and estimate. Of course, they can't say this bone is this many years old and this is the birth date of it. They can't do that, but they can do an estimation of the age of the bone using a system called carbon dating. Okay, that's the mathematics behind it.
Right, but he's not
I've
saying
heard of that.
He's not. He Marcus is not saying. He said when they found the first bone, they said this is the oldest bone in the world as far as oldest finding.
That's right.
He said right. He said, how do you know when it could have been bones up in other places, which it has, and which they have found.
It might be, but it'll always, if it's over a certain age, it's going to go back to the African. It's going to go back to the African who probably was, because we've been all over this planet for millions of years. So it could be, you could find one, but eventually it'll come back to being African.
No, you probably. I'm not. I'm not going. That's going to be that falls on different interpretations the way people look at it. But so I'm not going to go. I'm not.
Guys, I want to tell you something. I just say, let me give you a point. Look, if I want to put my point. If somebody from Africa goes to Europe, he has children with his African wife. They both look like our wonderful, they look like our friend Clarence. Mm-hmm. Okay, then they have storms. Yeah, I know. I read to you. They have you have snow. You have storms. They have kids. Some of the kids maybe are a little bit pale because of the weather, because of the environment. They survive more. Unlike the kids that are not pale, like Clarence and his wife. Okay. So because there is a natural, how we say it? This is not an evolution. If you think about this, how I say it in English? God damn it! It's a natural. Come on.
Natural evolution or natural progression?
No. I'm trying to say that there is. They need. In Europe, you don't have you have less sun than you have in Africa, so you need skin to get most of the skin, the light that the sun gives to you. Okay, so you need to evolve to be good for the environment. Okay, so kids that happen to have more pale skin from their parents survive more, have more kids, and their kids that happen to be paler will also have more kids, and so on. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're basically saying they get enough vitamin D.
It's a place of necessity.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah,
if that was the case, I shouldn't be the way. I shouldn't look how I look. My airship.
What?
Yeah, I got to work on getting more pale. Is what you're saying? I got you.
What?
We've been here for 400 years, and we're still black.
We are talking about that. But Clarence, that stuff is taking tens of thousands of years, and in those times you didn't have jackets, you didn't have those people that migrated they were cavemen, they were hairy cavemen.
Okay. Go to. I understand about the caveman, but that's a whole other issue, right?
Yeah, that's a whole.
Well, first of all, let's just establish the fact that it doesn't matter how long anybody goes anywhere. If you take you, Pagoda, and we take you and we put you down in the darkest jungle of Africa and take you and your wife and put you down there, you're not going to have no black children. I don't care how many we believe you there for 10,000 years. So what I'm trying to explain to you is this is not a natural situation that happened. It was an unnatural situation that kicked this thing off. Shout out to True Arts, by the way. But there's an unnatural.
Actually, there is another stuff that I want to ask you. If it's not natural and somebody did it by his own idea, then we will probably have we would have all the Asians and Caucasian and stuff. We will have probably today something like if they are not natural, we will have probably 1% of them, 5%, if I will be generous. Not big percentage like we have today in Europe, in the Far East. If just some individuals will have the idea to make some experiments on some kids, like you say. No,
I mean the American government is doing that now. I mean, they're experimenting on human beings right now.
Yeah, but those human beings that they're experimenting are not the majority.
Listen to me. They got a place right out there in Arizona called Area 51. They won't even let you get within about what I think 50 miles of that place.
Yeah, that's true.
A buddy of mine in the military was stationed there after we left boot camp in MOS school.
Huh? We say Marcus?
I said a buddy of mine when boot camp, he was intelligence. He got stationed in New Mexico there.
Yeah. I mean,
but so he couldn't tell me everything because certain things were classified.
Yeah, everything. That's what I'm saying. They got all kind of stuff going on over there. So my point is this. If it was a natural thing where we could develop, we could create this kind of stuff naturally, then you would see us naturally be able to do it, right? But it's not a natural thing. It's a thing that has to be agreed upon by a group of people that say we're going to do this way, and we're going to continue to do it this way, and we're going to continue and until this new people shows up, and the old people are gone. Now we got this group of people. Okay, now we're going to start getting more and more of the dominant trait out, and we're going to keep on going until we get this new group of people, and then we're going to keep on going until we get another group of people, until finally you can't get no more people. You can't get nobody else, right? You at the last leg. Okay, now meanwhile when you get all these people, all these people ain't gonna survive at the same place. Got to send some of them out. Okay, you guys got to go. You guys got to go find a place to live, right? And so
I want to get back to the Kanye. I want to get back to the Kanye West thing.
We will agree to disagree, but let's get back to Kanye
West thing. But
you said at the end of the day,
all Nazis. You said, brother.
This is a discussion for me and Pagoda, man. Me and Pagoda.
But you said, Brother Clark, you said all Nazis are evil?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's like saying all white or all blacks are hood rats, or all black people are this, or all whites are all white.
Hold on. Time out. Now I got to get in on this right here. If I may, Brother Clarence, may I get in on this?
Go ahead.
The ideology of what the N-words, not the black people I'm talking about the Germans. Those German people, it was the practology and ideology that they shared. That's what made them evil. And the ones that shared that same concept is what made a genocide for the J-Hats and for other people that were not. Remember, just because those people got into gas chambers, that doesn't mean that the Nazis didn't also have a contempt for people that weren't what they wanted to share their genes, right? If I'm not mistaken, am I right, Brother Clarence? Remember, they had to share a certain look. They had to share a certain eye color, hair color. They had to be a certain race. They had to be a certain practology and ideology. So that's what made the Nazis were dangerous.
Unfortunately, also blonde Jews they killed. If you are a Jew, you are going to die for them.
All people,
even if you are blonde with blue eyes.
If that's the case, Henry Ford, you say Henry Ford is evil?
Yes.
Yes.
But yeah, probably.
Yeah, Henry Ford is a scumbag.
And Bear. So you say all those people that followed when it came to killing black people here, the government is evil?
Yes, inherently, yes. It is inherently evil. And we have to constantly be fighting to straighten out the kinks in it.
But everybody followed that.
You asked me a question, Barnett. Please let me answer it. It is evil because it's inherently evil because it is set up based on the biases against everybody who's not a white man. It's inherently, the biases in it is inherent. Inherent.
when it comes to the white, when it comes to the German Führer, whoever believes in the Führer and that society and the Third Reich, that was what they were about. So, for example, hold on though, Vaughn. If the Germans back then would look at an American white person, they would still look at them as a below level class because they were American.
They would look at them probably like a Slav. You know, the Germans also wanted the slave to make the Slavic people, aka Poland, the Russians, and other Slavs, their slaves. Like they wanted to turn the Slav into slaves, like what happened to you.
Okay, so I'm saying is, so when the German, because I heard Rico said, name one person that he helped as far as the black.
Who?
Name
Who?
one person.
What are you talking about?
Hitler.
What are you talking about?
The Nazis, Hitler. The Nazis.
You know we can't say those words, right? You know that on YouTube. You know
Oh,
that,
I'm sorry. Name one. He said name one person that he did that he supported. Not only this one person that he supported, that one person he supported helped thousands of
Who?
blacks. He supported King Haile Selassie.
Who?
King Haile Selassie of Ethiopia.
Who?
What about him?
The top dog in Germany.
Wait a minute, what are we talking about?
The Germans supported him.
The Germans were allied of the Italians, and the Italians ruled Ethiopia.
Right. No. The Germans, the Germans, what you said, the end supported him.
Let me explain to you what they was doing. Let me explain to you down here, and I'm gonna give you an example of what I'm talking about. I see this old lady about to cross the street. I say, "Oh, let me help you across the street." I help her across the street, and then I say, "Okay, I'll see you later, ma'am," and I leave. When she goes in her purse, she looks for her wallet in her purse. Her wallet's gone because I lifted it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I helped her across the street, but in reality, my reason for helping her across the street was to get the purse out of her wallet. I mean, get the wallet out of her purse, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was my intent. That was what I was helping for. Just like they supported the Japanese. But as soon as they would have won World War II, if they would have won World War II, they would start putting troops into Japan, and they would start knocking out Japan.
No. That's not see. No. Hold up. The thing is, you can say whatever excuse that you believe that they did it. No matter what, no matter what. Hold up. No matter what, he helped King Haile Selassie. He helped them go against. He supplied arms to them when they went against Mussolini. He helped them. Okay, but hold up. Let me break it down with what's the name said, because we got to look at history. We can't just look at history, one part of history.
Wait. Are you saying that the Germans, because I don't know if the Germans helped him. You must be talking about somebody else, because Hitler was a big fan of Mussolini. So
he was his ally. He was in alliance with Mussolini.
You can Google it. You can Google.
Hitler was in alliance with Mussolini. That's not making sense.
Supplied arms to King Haile Selassie. The first diplomat that went to Germany after the war was King Haile Selassie. He was going there before and after. So, and the reason why he was going there, do you know, like Marcus was saying, as far as what they look like, do you know who they are? What do they claim? The Nazi symbol is in Ethiopia, is on their monuments.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
You can Google it. You can look at that. It's not only that, the cross symbol that the generals wear in Germany and on in Russia.
Can you give me a link? Can you give me a link?
You can Google. Just put in.
No, you can give me a link in the private chat, please.
Just put in Nazi symbol signs in Ethiopia or around the world. They are Anglo-Aryan, Anglo-Saxon people. That's the Germans are, which was the Nazis, the Ethiopians, Iranians. They are a mixed culture. This is the reason. I
don't see nothing with him going against Mussolini. I don't see nothing about that.
I don't see either.
He supplied Ethiopia with arms because they were fighting against Mussolini.
Why? Mussolini was his ally, and he looked down on Africans. So that's not making any sense.
Okay, so if he looked down, why did he supply them with ammunition? He supplied them.
First of all, let me remind you. You know what, guys? I want to remind you something that I don't know his name, but the guy that the African American guy that running the Olympics in Germany, Hitler was very angry that he won. You
talking about Jesse Owens, but that's
I think him.
But that's
Hitler was very angry. So
that depends on how you look at it, because some data said that Jesse Owens got along with him. So that's yes. And some people out there he was saying that they said that was a U.S. propaganda that Jesse Owens and things as far as with
No. The Germans also said that the Germans in that time said also that the mistake of the Americans that they freed the slaves and stuff. Okay, so if the Germans would take over the USA, you would be lucky if you would come back to be a slave, because you would probably end up like my great grandparents, unfortunately. Okay, so in any case, I looked and I didn't find anything about that.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Von Eric. I'm just not finding it, so I'm not going to spend the rest of the night.
Oh, I could get it.
Okay, give me a link.
You talk about the German supply.
I'm talking about the Germans giving arms to the to this guy Selassie to go against his buddy Mussolini. That doesn't make no sense. But if he did,
wait a minute. Wait a minute. When you looked it up, right? When you looked it up, if someone is fighting against someone else, and let's just put Mussolini out of it. If someone is fighting against someone else and you help them, he helped him. He said, what did any black person that he helped? He helped Haile Selassie.
Hey, Vaughn,
okay.
I didn't see anything about it, but you know what?
I'm saying to you that the Nazis weren't the kind of people that were just good-hearted. We're going to just help you because of the goodness of our heart.
Vaughn, can I just add something to maybe, you ever heard the saying, and especially when it comes to military and strategy and conquering, there's a saying, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend until we are no longer friends. He comes back to being my enemy again.
That's what yes, you're right. But you have to go in history and make sure it matches up, because King Haile Selassie was a regular at Germany. The German people, who is Anglo-Saxon people, they get along because Ethiopians is Anglo-Saxon people. They are Aryan. Yes.
Ethiopian are Anglo-Saxons. Come on.
Yeah. See, y'all lucky that I can't put this. Okay, do this. Go on YouTube. Go to YouTube.
You go get no.
I can't.
I'm trying to run a show.
No. My thing was, I'm talking to Vigoda. I can't.
Okay, I have something to say to you also, bro. I want to say to you. Okay, look, about the swastika, I will tell you something that would make you happy, but will also make you sad. I found the swastikas in Ethiopia, but you know why? Because the swastikas are also an ancient symbol. You also have swastikas in some. Also the Romans had swastikas in their paintings. The swastika is an ancient symbol that Nazis that was all over, that was in a number of places all over the world. The Nazis took and turned it to what it is. That the Nazis took it and turned it to what we know it is today. Okay, so if you see some ancient symbol in some Ethiopian shows, it doesn't mean shit.
No. Wait a minute. Hold up. Go on YouTube and hit and punch in Ethiopian considered Anglo-Saxon people. Matter of fact, you could put Ethiopian you could put in YouTube Ethiopian considered as white people. And then in a video will come up. It looked like an old video. It will come up, and you will hear them say that they was considered the Anglo-Saxon people, and they are considered white.
I know that they can petition to be white, but I didn't know that they.
For the respect, they are not Caucasian, and they have nothing to do with Anglo-Saxons. Oh my God!
All you gotta do is shout to John GQ.
I think we're not going to agree on that part, so let's just.
No, we have to agree. All the people got to do is bring their information with them. We can't just sit here and just. We could say whatever. I could say, yeah, I've been to the moon and back. I'm telling y'all, the moon is cool, but I have to have some proof of what I'm talking about. Otherwise, you're gonna be like, okay, Clarence, wait a minute, right?
Shout out to Apollo 11, Apollo 13.
Prove it.
Now, I'm looking here. Now, I found it down here. I found it. But they said that the Germans did help. They did help the Ethiopians. But the reason why they did it was to try to get they wanted the Italians all caught up in Ethiopia. They wanted that war to last a lot longer so that they could maneuver and do some other things down there. That's why they did it.
No. That's not what first of all, that's not what the article says. So let's not just put things. That's it. The article read because so they wouldn't get Ethiopia because the Germans wanted Ethiopia.
No, because the Germans wanted the Italians caught up in that situation so they could maneuver better and get their plans off, whatever that was at that time.
Well, I'm just saying. Okay, you can come up with with reasons and how you read that story. Only thing I was answering when he said Rico said name one person. Now, if you coming up with the reason why. I'm not. That's no problem. But no matter what, regardless, he helped them.
Okay, but like I said,
not only did they take over, not only they didn't take over Ethiopia, the Germans didn't even come in and take over Ethiopia.
I want to ask you something. Let's say, you know what? Let's say that it's true. What is the matter to you? Are you an Ethiopian?
Hold on one second. Now, I'm gonna tell you why the Germans didn't go into Ethiopia. There's only one reason why the Germans didn't go into Ethiopia. They didn't have the resources they were looking for. Russia had the resources they were looking for. Ukraine had the resources that they was looking for. They needed rubber, they needed steel, and they needed oil. They needed those things. So they knew in 1942 that they had to go into Russia. There was no other option for them for what they was trying to do because they were being cut off just like the Ukraine is cut off right now. They have been cut off from everybody. They didn't have enough steel. They had tanks sitting in the warehouse that they didn't even have the gas to put in the tanks. So they knew they had to go into Russia. Russia was the only place they could go to get all the stuff that they wanted to get. And they, of course, messed that up. But that's my point why they didn't go in it. But they wanted the Italians out the way.
No.
They wanted them out the way. That's why they bogged them down with this situation. But let me give you an example of what you're talking about. Let's say one of these German soldiers at one of these camps, one of these death camps, that this person can't walk, right? The person is so weak because they've been eaten or they emaciated or whatever, right? And they try to walk them and they can't even walk to the oven, right? So the German soldiers say, "Here, I'll carry you," and he carried the person over to the oven. Okay, the German soldier helped him. He helped him over to the oven, right?
Hey, Brother Clarence.
Listen, his purpose was to get him into the oven. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Hold on.
Police investigation.
Brother Clarence.
The intent matters.
Okay, go ahead.
That's what I'm trying to explain. When you say he didn't do anything good, we can find some things that Hitler may have done to try to make things work a certain way, but it wasn't because he was a good person or he was trying to help somebody. He was just doing it because he had his own reasons why.
Well, it doesn't support in history. It don't support when it comes to history.
It don't support the history
because the way they looked at the Ethiopians, the people looked at Ethiopia, way they looked at them. What you're saying does not support the mentality as far as how he looked at the Ethiopians. It doesn't support it.
He looked at them the same way that the neo-Nazi looks at you.
You see, what you're bringing up things because you believe in the propaganda and the things that you see, that you look at, which is supposed to be, you're supposed to look at history as this, you're supposed to look at facts come in many ways, but you're supposed to look at facts. And when it comes to history, hold up, you're supposed to look at history in its totality. This is what I've seen a person say. He said, hold, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, let me finish. You're supposed to look at history as its whole totality. It's just like some people look at history and grab one part of history and make a general of it. That's not that you don't get understanding. You get misunderstanding when you do things like that.
Could I add something real quick? So like not everybody that was part of the German army really believed in Hitler's thing, but they had to because they could be killed off or deleted. There was people who were Germans who were trying to help out the J-hats.
Yeah.
And they themselves got hanged for it. They were public hanging. They were public the executions, etc. So they would
Right.
go into their homes and try to.
Exactly. And it was Jewish, wasn't it? Jewish people that worked under the Nazis that communicated with the Jewish people.
What?
So you saying it wasn't Jewish people that communicated with the Nazis? They was working with the Nazi, communicating with the other Jews.
Oh yeah, he's talking about certain he's talking about certain jihads that when they work with the NAZI. We can't say the actual J word. We can't say the name.
You can't say Jew. Come on.
No, fool! It's on YouTube.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Is it?
Yeah.
You can't say certain words on here.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying, Marcus.
But like, for example,
you can say it. Who says that you can't?
On YouTube, especially in America, you can't say certain words, especially for YouTube. They're words that you cannot say.
I said that 1,000 times, and then if nothing happened.
Okay, and it's gonna be your fault that this stream gets taken down, Pagoda.
So go ahead, Marcus. Make your point real quick, because Clarence want to make your point real quick.
Yeah, but I want because I obviously want to get back to the original topic with that.
That's ridiculous.
Go ahead.
Jesus Christ, you're killing me. Yeah, but like I said, like there was jihads who at that time when they were compromised, they had to make when they were in these camps, they were the ones that were in lead of these camps, so they could get more time alive, get more, maybe a couple more benefits if they could. And as the other jihads were suffering in those camps, that's why they would give them a certain like belt, a hat. They would give them a club. They would give them a bulletin board, and so on, etc. But when they were the original, when there was just regular civilian Germans trying to help out the jihads, trying into hiding, into somehow getting overseas or getting to other places, those Germans, that if they were find out that they don't believe in the propaganda, they don't believe in the German and the Third Reich and all that, they would be known as treason to their countries, to their lands. So they themselves would also get executed.
Right. I said that from the beginning. That Hitler was killing not only all of the Jewish people, but he was killing the Germans. He was killing a lot of Germans as well. Either they were down with the program, or they would find them hiding Jews in their house, or hiding people, or trying to sneak them out, or whatever. He was killing Germans too. And so we said that already. But what I'm saying about when you ask me whether all Nazis are evil, they are. The ones that believe in that protocol, yes, they are. That's evil protocol. To be against somebody.
That's what I believe with the Brooke Clarence. I agree with him on.
But see, if you said it like that, if you said it that if all Nazis that believe,
you gotta let me finish, brother. So I can.
Oh, okay. I thought you was finished.
Everything. No. Okay. So, and here's the crux of the matter. The crux is all the Nazis believed a Jewish person was a bad person because of his heritage.
Because of his race, they saw it as a race.
Let me put it out there. Because of his heritage, he deserves to be destroyed. And
because of his race, not heritage, race.
But okay, race or heritage, however you want to say it, because your race, religion, or heritage, any one of those three or a combination thereof. Religion, okay. But race or heritage, you have nothing to do with that. You're going to have nothing to do with that. Religion, maybe you have a choice in that. But as far as race and it's still, religion is your business. It's not no one else's business. That's why I don't come here telling y'all, you need to be a Christian, you need to be Muslim, you need to be a Jew. I don't tell nobody nothing. I just say you need to find that spiritual term, because that's something personal. How you connect to God is a personal thing. I can't say to you, connect like me, because I got my own connection, but you need to have your own connection. So that's a very private thing. Now, to be against a person because of something out of their control, that's wicked. See, it's a difference when if you say we got to get rid of Clarence because he is causing a problem in our community. He is, he's ARPing, he's murking people. We got to put this dude out of his misery. Okay, I have earned that you guys are going to take justice out on me. I've earned that, but the Jew ain't earned that. He ain't earned that you got to take justice out on him just because of his belief system. Okay, so you got a problem with his belief system. Okay, cool. You face him. You face him and talk to him about it, but you don't just off somebody. And so that's why I say the Nazis were evil, because they to make you pay for something you didn't do. Well, at least in Islam, you're supposed to go after the guilty party. You ain't supposed to go after the person that's not guilty. See, this man had nothing to do with his birth. So for me to hold him accountable for him being a certain certain race or having a certain heritage, that is evil. That's wicked. And so that's why I said that about the Nazis. Now, let me take it a step further, Von Eric, and then you can respond.
Clarence, you again. It was about race. You know, maybe it's hard to understand what I'm saying, but in outside of the USA, race is not a skin color. Okay, the Germans saw the Jews as
easy out there, John GQ. Easy out there. All right. So, okay. So what I'm saying is, I know it's a lot going on, but let me explain to him about what I'm talking about the Nazis being wicked, because that's a whole separate issue, right? Okay. So I could, if based on the logic that you laying down, Von Eric, so far that what I understand of the logic that you laying out, we can say that anybody has been done good. We can say that the Ku Klux Klan, they did great. They did a good job. They did good for white people. They're the only ones looking out for white people, right? The government ain't looking out for them. The woke situation ain't looking out for them. The Me Too ain't looking out for them. Nobody's looking out for white people except the Klan or the New Boys or whatever they call themselves these days, right? But that's not accurate, right? That's not accurate, because the Klan's whole philosophy was that if you're not Aryan and white, Aryan, that you should be subjugated in some type of way. You're not as good as them, and they need to remind you that you're not as good. To me, that's wicked, and that's my position on that.
Well, just like you said, the main thing he says to you that is wicked. So, but you're not the whole world. So people.
But Vaughn, you do know in general, Vaughn, that just purely is evil, though. If we would have a general consensus, that's harmful. You know that, right?
If hold up, let me finish. If he said the way he laid his case and the way he thought yes, that is considered evil. But everybody didn't do that, and there's other evidence that shows differently. First of all, they didn't go after them just because they was Jews. They did not. That's not. If you do, you can look at Henry Ford's. Hold on. Now you're
why they do it?
I'm trying to establish my thing, and now you go. So you want to keep. If you want to go ahead, want to stop me? Go ahead. Because I'm trying to do. Okay. Look at Henry Ford's papers, his notes that he was going back and forth with Hitler. It wasn't because they was just Jews. Yes, it was some in the Nazi that did that, but it wasn't because it was just because they was just Jews or they was born as Jews. One of the things in history, as far as what he was saying, look at those notes him and Henry Ford was going back and forth with. If you can see, he did the same thing as far as when France was in war with Haiti. And when after that war was over, they freed the blacks. In every land, the blacks was free on every France's land. In that same decree, you know what they did? They say throw all the Jews out. In that same decree, it's not. Listen to what's the name? Kanye West says. Listen to what
I said. That's the point.
If it wasn't the fact that they were Jews, what was the issue?
Because the things they was doing, they was as far as they wouldn't allow. He was saying the Jews. Wait a minute. The Jews would not allow the people there, especially the German people, to do a lot of things that they want to do, like businesses, open up businesses, do certain things. Yes, that's what they. That's what their beef was. Yes, that's what That's what Kanye's beef was here.
Oh, come on.
That's what Kanye's beef is.
Wait a minute. How did the Jews?
what Kanye's beef is. Kanye has tried to put these crazy problems on Jews. Okay, he tried to put a target on my back. That's what he's trying to do.
Wait. We got to do a logical walk. Okay, how were the Jews doing this? How were the Jews stopping the Germans who were running their own country? How were the Jews stopping the Germans from starting businesses?
You said the Germans was running their own country. No, that's not actually. No. They was German people.
Are you going to say that the Jews run Germany? That's what you're going to say?
Hold up. I'm going to show you. I'm just going to show you as far as where Kanye West is coming from. He said, as far as everything that's going on business-wise, this is what he's saying. And this is what, even if you look at the letters with Henry Ford agreed with Hitler, what Hitler was saying that to him. They would not allow things to go on. Like as far as businesses, as far as here, where Kanye said, I have to do this.
But Vaughn, you also got to remember after World War I, not the second one, the World War I, how broke some of these countries were. Because some of them were so impoverished after. So remember, one of the top dog, aka Hitler himself, when he was trying to get into the propaganda with Goebbels. Goebbels was the guy who ran the propaganda and the media for all of the posters, the radio advertisements. For he's explaining supposedly all these concentration camps were good summer fun camps, but they weren't. And then if you saw how they were trying to show tourism in Germany, it was very peaceful, very nice. But if you were an op, you were an op. You were dealt with as an op. But that's something they didn't want to show out loud, though.
Well, I get that. I get that. I'm saying is, but not all of them looked at them as, oh, since you was born a Jew or you a Jew. No, that's not how all that they looked. That's not how they looked. They looked at it because it was things.
I'll tell you what. Explain to me. Okay, that makes sense for the adults. Explain to me why they put kids on it. Explain to me why they put kids. If the kids was stopping them from doing business, explain that one to me.
Remember, I said not all people. There were some people that took it to another level. That's what you're saying.
No, not some. Most.
You don't know. You don't know that. You don't know that.
The full majority took it to a crazy place. Jews didn't rule Germany, for God's sake.
We know that.
Oh my God.
Many of them got on those trains, and they was forced to get on those trains. We know this. Why there?
No, that's no.
Jews was forced on trains like cattle, and we have here a person that tried to justify it. Oh, lovely.
No, I'm not justifying. No, I'm not justifying. I'm saying I'm doing as far as what historians are supposed to do. You're supposed to look at the whole totality, not just take one and say they all was like that. That is not what you're supposed to do as a historian and how you look at history.
But you are trying to say that Kanye has a case, and he doesn't. Kanye is a crazy madman.
He does has a case. As far
no,
as
he doesn't.
Yes, he does. You just don't want to do it because you don't want to go back and you don't want to admit things that what he is saying is true as far as how certain things are going.
Oh my God!
You just don't want to admit that.
To admit what?
Well, Clarence. By the way, how did we get from Timcast, and like Kanye to like this right here? I just want to know.
I don't know. Pagoda always. When Pagoda comes up, it always.
Don't blame me for that. I didn't brought to that specific.
This conversation. That's
why Pagoda? Why Pagoda?
I didn't bring. That's not. No, seriously, guys. I didn't bring us to that stuff.
Always goes into this. We be on one subject and then we get all the way over here. So we sooner or later we get over.
You know what, guys? I want to go. I want to, guys. I want to go back to what.
Pagoda, tell me this: if people say something that is true. Okay, like the guy on CNN when he said, as far as the Jews own this, the Jews own that, either Dolly Parton said it, and the thing that LeBron says, I want to get money like the Jews. Why is it so harming that? Why are you persecuting me for saying something that is true?
First of all, let's say he said the Jews. You can say that some Jews have. Some are good with some businesses or in some places, That would be okay. But to say the Jews, like all the Jews, that's fucked up. It's like I would say. Let me give you an example. Let me, Ben, let me explain to you something. Ben, let me explain to you something.
I'm just.
I want to explain to you, bro. I want to explain to you something. It's like I would say that all the blacks have, let's see, have something, are hiding something in their basement, or the whole blacks are doing this and that. That will piss off everybody here because it will be fucked up.
Yes, it would be. Real quick though, because I kind of
you get the point.
I kind of.
That's why you say. That's why you don't say the.
Jay, I just want to know. I just want to.
He didn't say all. I didn't say all. I didn't say all.
But you say that.
I just said the guys. Even what's the name got penalized? Jay-Z when he said about the Jews controlling. That is a true statement.
The Jews is what?
I just want to make sure I kind of lead this back home because Bill Clarence has been trying to have control over his own channel, his own stream lately. But
again, it's not. It's fucked up. It's not.
Vagoda, we can have a separate stream on that if you want, but not today. But today, right now, we want to talk about and focus on Timcast, Tipful, Kanye West, and then other stuff that happened.
Okay, we was talking about Kanye West. What are you talking about? We were
just but y'all are going back we're going back down the rabbit hole to something else though.
Marcus.
Okay, you want to talk about Kanye West? I will tell you this about Kanye West. What?
They did ask a relevant question, which is relevant because this is something that Kanye West did say.
Right.
He said that the Nazis were not evil people, and I'm trying to find. And so, Von Eric, I don't know, man. Maybe you got a magic wand and one of those top hats that the rabbit can come out. Maybe you can do some kind of magic trick and tell us.
Wow, Vaughn.
He said, first of all, listen to what Rigoda just said. He just said you can't say all Jews, but then you turn it, but you can say all Nazis. Listen to what he just said.
Because Nazis are ideology. That's ideology. It's like to say all the communists, all the hopeless
Time out. There's a difference. There's a difference between the.
Wait a minute. Don Eric, I have to explain this one to you. Okay, the Jewish way of life is not built on subjugating and destroying other people, so to speak. It's not set up that way, and where they looking to do that. Whereas the Nazi way of life, they was looking to do that. They felt like their whole philosophy was, you're not Aryan and you're not part of the Nazi Brotherhood, then you don't deserve to live. Our existence is more important than your existence. That's why they went through Russia trying to knock them out, because they needed that oil, they needed the rubber, they needed the steel, and so they went through there and they said, you guys are not as good as us. They both white, but they said, you guys are not as good as us, therefore our existence is above your existence, so therefore your death is our benefit. So that was the whole philosophy behind the Nazi regime, and that's why I'm saying. But
I can correct you, please.
The Jewish religion is not like that, to my knowledge.
No. The Jewish
not
you're
religion.
switching up. You're switching up.
They looked at the Jews as ethnicity and race. Okay, I'm trying to. What?
It's based on those are two different.
No, we're not talking about you. You didn't. You said all Nazis. Now, if you're saying all Nazis, wait a minute. You said
that's what they were standing on.
No, but all Nazis was not standing on that.
Well,
all Nazis was not standing on that.
Wait.
Yes, they did.
No,
that's like saying I'm a Christian, but I don't believe in Christ. No, this is what you're standing on. If you're gonna call yourself this, then this is what you're standing on.
But
so we're gonna hold you to this level that is this person set up for people that call themselves by that name. We're gonna hold you.
No, I believe I'm a Christian, right? If I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian. Hold on, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian, but I don't believe. I'm a Christian, but I believe in Jesus Christ, but I don't do the will of Jesus Christ.
Wait. No, listen. We talking about just the ideology, whether you do it or not is. But we talking about just the ideology.
No. If I'm using your analogy.
I call myself a cop.
You're switching up again.
No,
You're
no, no.
switching up again. Stick with your analogy. Stick with your analogy, brother Clarence. You just said stick with your analogy. You just said if you could.
I'm trying to give you working definitions of what I'm talking about, brother. See, because if I say I'm a cop, but I don't do this, I don't carry a badge or a gun, or I'm not in the police force, and then how can I call myself a cop? I can't call myself.
Okay.
And so if I do, now hold on. Now, if I do call myself a cop and I'm out here, like Denzel Washington Training Day, I'm out here doing all this crazy stuff. If I get caught up, then I'm gonna be held to the standard that I'm gonna be held to a higher standard. So that's what I'm saying, bro. I mean, if you calling yourself a Nazi and you out here calling yourself a Nazi, then we gonna hold you to that standard. When we catch up to you, we gonna hold you to that. We gonna put that same energy back at you.
Okay, can I answer now? Because can I answer? First of all, let's go with your first analogy. I could be a Christian and believe in Jesus Christ, but you're not a Christian if you don't follow the laws. If you don't follow the will, you are not a Christian. That's one. Let's go to your cop analogy. I'm a cop, but if I don't do the things I'm supposed to as a cop, I will be looked at not a cop, even though I have the badge.
But so that's why we can't. Hold up. There's a lot of them out there that's not doing it.
Okay, so and they considered not cops. Even though they have a badge and stuff, they are considered not a cop. When you portray your fellow blue man as a cop, you will be considered not a cop. So if someone that's like Bear Medicine that worked with the Nazis, they worked with them, but they didn't believe in their ideology. They was considered a Nazi company. Work with the Nazi. You can't just blame everybody just because they under an umbrella. They don't believe in the ideology.
It's just like this. It's just like what Sister Annie put out there. If you are in a gang, you join the Bloods.
Mm-hmm.
If the Crips catch up to you and they say, "Hey," they say, "What's happening with you, man?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Damu?" And you go, "Hey, man, I don't really do that. I just was, I'm just hanging out. I don't believe everything."
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna be like, "Oh, okay, well, it's cool. I know you got all that red on, you got all that dead on, and you got all. But it's cool that you know what I'm saying." But they're gonna handle you like if you was 100%. So my point is, you may put the uniform on and be like, "Well, I'm not all the way gonna be like that, right?" But that ain't gonna matter to the ops. That ain't gonna matter. And I'm telling you, and what I'm saying is, I'm only saying every Nazi is like that because that's something that that was what they were standing on. That's the platform that they were standing on when they jumped into that situation. That's what they was standing on, right? Whether they got coerced, Sister Annie, whether they are coerced into doing it or whatever, right? They got people in Africa. They got boys that they call the lost boys in Africa. You know why they call them lost boys? Because they got places in Africa where these little boys, these warlords will come in, and you know what? They will gather everybody up in these little villages, and the warlords won't kill them. They'll make they make all the little boys kill them.
Yeah, I got you on that. Listen to what you said. Listen to what you said.
Audience. Let me explain for the audience. The reason why they do that is so that they can say, "You killed your people. Y'all killed them. So now you got to roll with us because you killed your own people, and nobody will ever respect or love you again. So now you have to roll with us."
Right.
See?
I got you.
Right. But when the people, if the people ever catch up with them, you think they're gonna say, "Oh, they was forced to do that"? Probably not.
You're going into something else, but go ahead. But first of all, when you said ops, if an ops, yes, is going to look at me as that because, hey, what's up, Big Slaps? It's going to look at me as that because I'm a part of a organization. So the ops, yes, they're going to look at me like that. Only thing I'm saying is when you saying evil, everyone let's go use your analogy. Everyone in the gangs are not evil. They're not.
I didn't say they
and everyone. That's what I'm saying. Everyone, and even in the gangs, if you do something that's not what it comes to as far as being in the gang or being in the streets, you're not part of it. You could be living in the streets, but not part of the street. We call them window hoods. People that in the house living in the hood but looking out the window. They're not part of the streets. They ain't in the streets. But I'm gonna let Big Slaps talk because he just got it. So I don't want to disrespect the brother.
No, y'all go ahead, man. I just tapped in, so I'm trying to catch on what y'all talking about, so I can go ahead and speak. I'm just supporting.
Hey, you're okay. You can talk if you want big laps. Well, I think I think I'm going to have a headache. Let's go, guys.
All right.
I want to say something.
Oh,
okay.
I
think that.
That's right.
Okay. No, I waited for you to speak. I want to speak too. In any case, guys.
Go ahead.
I think that we need to focus on other things that Kanye said. Okay. First of all, I wanted to focus about something that we all missed, that I found out recently about other stuff that he did in the show that we never saw. The mask that he is wearing is it's a mask of a company that promotes pedo content. Get it? Look what I wrote. The name of the something with B. It's a promoting pedo contents. That's the.
I don't think that's accurate. I think they have somebody on staff that's into that stuff. But as far as them promoting
not
that,
just on stuff. From what I heard, it's also the people that lead its company. I saw in a video of Blair White that she exposed a lot of people that in.
Okay, now I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm not saying. I'm just saying they might be doing it, but I don't know if they're. We don't have no hard facts that that's what they promote, unless you got them. If you got them and bring them here, then we can look at them. But right now, I don't want to say something like that.
Actually, she showed in our video. Actually, in the video that in the video of I can give you a link to the video that I'm talking about. In the video of Blair White, that the woman that she showed that they actually promote pedo content in their pictures. What?
Yeah, but you always get videos in Hebrew. Can you please start getting them in English, please? Read Hebrew.
That the video that I'm talking about right now is in English.
Huh?
The video that I'm talking about right now is in English.
Okay. All right. We'll pull it up. We can look at it. In the meantime, let me catch.
Okay. You know what? Give me a second. I will find.
Okay. Let me catch Big Rick Slaps up. So Big Rick, what we was doing was we was talking about Kanye West, man. We looked at a video of some of the stuff Kanye West had said. Man, it's off the rails, man. So he was saying that Hitler was a good dude. He loves the Jews, but he also loves Hitler. He said you can't call the Nazis evil. And pretty much that was what he was saying. So we was talking about how, and Von Erich was trying to school me on how, all the Nazis wasn't evil. And my position is that they was all evil. based on their code of conduct, they was all evil, right? Because they all had to agree to a code of conduct to be in the Nazi party. So therefore, to me, they all. I mean, once you sign on the dotted line, that's what you signing up for, right? So it is what it is, right? Now Von Erich is saying, no, there's some good Nazis, right?
I put the video.
I think what I didn't really catch exactly. I don't want to put words in Von's mouth, but I think what he was pretty much saying is, yes, they probably were Nazis, right? But at the same time, there's some Nazis that may, kind of turn the blind eye, have a heart at times or whatnot. They weren't just all just completely just irrational like maybe the other ones. I think that's maybe what he was saying. Yeah, they had to follow certain guidelines, but at the same time, they probably could have had a heart at times. You feel me? We're human.
Yeah.
You
I
disagree?
think that he was talking at the Nazis as one group. That was he was talking about. And by the
Well,
way, I put the video up if you want, Clarence.
I
That
saw it, man,
exposed
but
the company.
it's 23 minutes. I have to look
No,
at it.
what Big Slap said, that's what I was referring to.
And I didn't hear what you said, Vaughn, but just picking up kind of what I understand what Bro Clarence and what Vigadoa is saying, but at the same time, there's people that can be, caught up in situations. Sometimes things can be forced upon you from family, friends, whatever it is, just where your surroundings are. But that doesn't mean you don't have a heart at times, man. Maybe when certain of those Nazis are around you, you gotta play the role. But if them certain ones ain't around you, you may go ahead and be like, I can't maybe free you, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you slide on this. And you know what I'm saying? That's what I think maybe you were coming from, bro.
Yeah, I was coming from I was coming from that way too.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, but Kenya didn't talk about those individuals. He talked about the Nazis as one group.
No.
And
Yes.
Even if they did something nice, even just like you talked about Monique earlier, you talked about the Jewish people that was, they was letting them, they gave them certain assignments around the camp, and they didn't pull the trigger on them. They let them run around, right? But what those people was doing was feeding the little kids, right? They was, they was saving food, and they was doing what they could, right? You in that position, you can only do what you can do, right? And so I'm saying the people that agree, I'm talking about the people that agree and said, this is a good thing. This is what I signed up for. I signed up to be a Nazi. Because if either you with it or you not with it. And you might have a uniform on, but you ain't with it, then your car get pulled, right? Same, like the same example that I put up on about the gangbanging, right? You out there, you wearing all this red, and then you go out there, you fall into a hood you ain't supposed to fall into, and then somebody pull your card, and then you ain't gonna be able to say, well, I've helped some Crips, and that ain't gonna work. Because say, so what? You got caught slipping this time, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm saying that if anybody that puts on that uniform and say, I'm gonna do this, even if you helping, the people are gonna look at it like this way, just like God looked at Sodom and Gomorrah. You telling me, well, we know based on Lot that there wasn't no good people, but let's assume there was some good people. There was at least one or two good people in Sodom and Gomorrah. You mean
like
all
who?
those people killed? All those people got killed? All those people got taken out? There were no good people in there? Well, according to the book, there wasn't, right?
No, it wasn't. That's not true.
Oh, okay.
If the book Lot and his two daughters came out of that.
Yeah, and what Lot do before and after that, he tried to sell his daughters to the whole town to get raped.
And his wife too, right? But I'm just saying, obviously,
that was a scumbag.
Right? Because it started out, hey, go find 50, go find, then he come back, it can't find 50, go back, go find 40, can't find 40, go find 30, go find 20, go find 10. If you find one, I won't do anything if you find one.
No, that's not how the story went.
Oh, how does it go?
That is not how the
It went that, if I may say it,
you
needed to find the 10 innocent people, and he didn't find 10. And in the story, Lot tried to make the crowd you had the crowd that tried to rape the angels, and he told the crowd, "Here, have my virgin's daughter. Have your way with them." And later he rapes his daughters in a cave. In any case, so Lot is not a saint in any case.
Wait. Because I disagree with what you just said.
What do you want to call a person that's sleeping with his daughters? What do you want to call that?
We have the scriptural disagreement. So that I don't want to get into. Okay, guys.
Okay.
You guys don't agree with what I said. Okay, let's leave it at that. Let's leave the hatchet right there. We'll talk about that later. Okay. Right now, let's get to the crux of the matter, which is, are there any good Nazis? Are there any redeeming things about Hitler? This is what Kanye West said. This is what I wanted to talk about today and finish it up, because we were talking about this Sunday, and a lot of things was being thrown around. So we want to know, okay, is there any redeeming qualities about the Nazis? Did they do anything that, like according to Kanye West, they did? So I'm saying, what? I wish I could ask him. I wish he could come over here and tell me what. And by the way, New Growth, I hear you, but I never said America was any better. I never said they was better. They took a lot of war criminals in, right? So I understand. I never said they was any better. But is there any redeeming qualities in the Nazis? Is there any redeeming qualities in Adolf Hitler? Are there any redeeming qualities? I don't see them. I need somebody. If you can tell me, Von Eric, you can say to me, hey, because I understand what you're saying basically now. Now I get it. Where you're saying, well, everybody wasn't 100% with the program. I get it. But I'm saying, okay, this man said there was some redeeming qualities about some of these people. There was some good that they brought. Okay, what good did they bring? Because everything that I know about them was bad, pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And so I what else could possibly they have done of good?
Well, see, that depends on who's looking at it. Because let's just say if I was Ethiopian, like he helped, I was like, that's a good quality. Regardless, we could sit back and debate the reason why he did it, but he did supply arms. That's a good quality. They will look at it as good. Now,
he also supplied arms to the Arabs.
You may say, but the only reason why he did it because he did it for this. Okay, no problem. They will still say, a lot will still say, whatever he did, it helped us to stay independent. So it depends on who's looking at it.
Okay. If I help you just so that I can come over your house, so you can befriend me, and I come over your house, and then I rob your house when you're at home, I helped you. Or better yet, a bully was going picking on you, and I stopped the bully from picking on you so I could befriend you, so I could get to your house, so I could break into your house. I did good, right? I stopped the bully from picking on you, but my intention was to get to your house. That's in the way I think about things is the intent of why a person did something. That's very important to me. Just like the police, right? That's going to be the difference of whether you get charged with a crime or they're going to let you walk away, right? I shot this man. Oh, you shot him? Oh, you got to go to jail. Wait. Let me give you the circumstances behind that. The man was about to, arc this lady, or he was about to, he was trying to rob the store, and he pulled the weapon out on me, and so I had my conceal and carry, and so I had my weapon and I pulled it. Okay, that's a whole different story. Then I just killed this man. I just shot the man or whatever, right? So the intention is very important, even in big situations like that. The intent is very important. And so my only thing looking at what they did is their intentions because of what they signed up for. When they say they signed up for this, then I say, okay, this is what you signed up for. Okay, now this is the way I'm gonna look at it. Because you signed up.
If you look at it, if you look at it that way, plus that analogy that you gave did not happen as far as when they helped them. They didn't come in and steal anything out of Ethiopia, nor did they get anything as far as what they gave. So that doesn't fit with them. So I'm saying is, you saying as far as if someone come over your house and prefer you to come over your house to steal from you, that analogy that you did does not apply to when it comes to what he did.
But no, what I'm saying is, but the first thing they did was to help. The bully was going to try to bully me, and they stopped the bully from bullying me. Right? They stopped the bully, so they did a good thing to me. I'm holding them in good regard because they did. But the reason why they did that was to befriend me because they know that my family has money, and they want to get close enough to me so that they can see the inner workings of my house and see where the security breaches are. And then they can go in later when nobody's home, get everybody's schedule, everything like that, and then return back and go do that. That was the whole point of doing that.
Okay, let's look at that, because it's still, when it comes, we still got to look at history. Because if someone helps me,
that I have been associated with and considered my friend, because King Haile Selassie was going there. It wasn't just no one. He was going back and forth with the Germans even before Hitler and even while Hitler was there. So they was associated with one another. They was friends. So you still have to also look at that. You can't just you taking your analogy and ignoring everything else and not bringing in other analogies.
Going off of what it said here, the reason why the Germans even got involved with it in the first place. I'm going off what they said. They said that the Germans was trying to make that, they was trying to make it laugh at because they said that the Italians would have came and just mowed everybody down. The reason why they helped them out is because they wanted to extend that war. They wanted the Italians caught up trying to fight that war for a little longer so that they could maneuver and do the stuff that they was trying to do.
Oh, I thought that I don't know about that article that you said, but I know it was an article that they said that they did it because they didn't want to. Mussolini was trying to move in when it comes to what they had in Australia. So and the other parts of their land. So
maybe
but see, that's just I can agree with that. I can agree with that article, but I also can agree as far as how the Germans and the Ethiopians were together. What I'm saying is we can't exclude the other things in history as far as how they looked at the Ethiopians, how they are related, and how
they look at them, how they look at you.
Business together. We cannot just exclude that. Just like I can't just say what you're saying is wrong, and as far as as far as Australia is wrong, because I believe that's a part of also in history that we also must look at and making it.
I'm sure every Nazi person had a mother, right? And I'm sure they did good things for their mother. Okay, I'm sure, right? Except for Hitler, I'm sure most of them did. But that doesn't take away from when they decided to adopt a philosophy of wickedness that I got to say, well, I got to remember that they did it. No, once you adopt that philosophy of wickedness, now you become, that's what you become in my eyes and in the eyes of the world. You become that whatever that propaganda is, or whatever that vision that the world has of you is. This is what you become. And they did a lot of bad stuff.
Who did?
The Nazi Party.
What about the ones before then?
Huh?
What about the one? Because I sent you information about the German government that went into Africa before the Nazis.
Okay, but we're talking about the Nazis though, right?
Yeah, but so what are they? Are they the ones who came in that went into that information I showed you when they went into Namibia in Africa? That was before and they did a Holocaust. The same way that you're saying as far as the Nazis, they did that before he got into office. So who
I'm
is
talking about him though? I'm talking about him. I ain't talking about that. You and New Growth got a way of bringing all this other stuff in. I'm talking about this. We talking about the Nazis.
No, but they did that.
Wait. After we get done with the Nazis, then let's go before them. And
no, but they share the same. They're saying the same thing that you're saying, though.
How?
Because they went in. The Nazi. Okay, the Nazi Party was what? Doing what? Because the people that went was in the same thing. Huh?
It was during the time of Hitler.
No. But you said what's the Nazi? What you said they was doing evil as far as what?
Yeah, they was killing Germans. They killed a bunch of Germans before they even got started on the Jews. They killed a bunch of Germans before they even got started on the Jews.
Right. And didn't the ones before then did also?
Well, you can do that anyway, but I'm saying that the reason why. See, sometimes we got to deal with people. See, I'm not saying that it's wrong to kill. What I'm saying is it's wrong to kill for certain reasons. You can't murk somebody just because they don't agree with your political stance. You can't go out and murking people just because of that. That is not a civilized thing. Okay? Civilized society, the state has the obligation, right? You say to yourself, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, right?
Yeah.
The state is the one that's supposed to take that eye for you, right? That's why you take them to court. The state is supposed to get that retribution for you, not you. You ain't supposed to. If we let everybody just go get all this retribution, we have chaos all over the place. So you have to have a person that's going to do it for you. Okay, since we selected that we didn't want God involved in our lives at a certain point, then the state is the one that's going to have to do that, right? The state takes that eye for you. The state takes that tooth for you, right? They're the ones that you go and bring your grievance to, and then they decide, okay, this is the justice that we want to serve this person. And they go to the 12 jurors and they say, this person did all this. Do you believe they did it? If you do believe they did it, these are the punishments by law that we have available that you can put on this person, right? That's how that's supposed to go.
I got it. Okay. I got it.
Okay. So that's how that's supposed to go. Okay. In Nazi Germany, it wasn't like that. Their enemies was just disappearing, right? Anybody who was opposing the Nazi party would just disappear, just like in Russia. Stalin, anybody who was even, the people was even liking. This man was so crazy. And that's why he almost lost. That's why he almost lost the war, because he was getting rid of everybody. He was getting rid of everybody. Generals that the soldiers liked, because he got so nervous that he was so what is that when paranoid. He was so paranoid. He anybody that the soldiers liked, he would kill them. He would murk them. And so he got rid of a lot of his top generals like that. So now that people are out there and they don't know what the hell to do because they never been in a real war, and they're out there dealing with the Germans. The Germans are all hyped up on amphetamines. They just pushing ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you got to read the history and the things that they was doing before Hitler got in office. That's all I want to say on that. Go ahead, Rigola. Go ahead.
Okay, well, let me answer this one
what?
question. Let me
you want me to ask me something?
No.
I'm going to answer this one question and then I'm going to let go. Okay, so Negro says Gaddafi wasn't an angel, but he did have redeeming qualities. Ms. Farrakhan would say yes, but Libyans would say no. Certain Libyans would. Certain Libyans wouldn't, right? But this is what I'm saying, New Growth. We're talking about a system whereby you had an issue with somebody just because of their race or religion, their race or their origin, and if they have a issue, or you can ask your own question. Man, I don't want to misquote you. You could go ahead and ask your question, New Growth, because I don't want to misquote you.
Say that again now.
Okay, what you put in the chat about Gaddafi, right? Can you ask that in a way where I can answer that for you?
So basically, I'm just saying that we have people that have always been wicked, and some people are going to look at them as righteous. Some people are going to see redeeming quality in this, and some of them not.
Yeah.
Just like Gaddafi, he had non-redeeming qualities to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
But in the eyes of a lot of black people who said he was going to bring the gold standard and he was going against our enemy, he was righteous to us. Yeah. So only reason, I know you said that we have a way of doing things, we do that as a parallel, because sometimes we can sit on one course and just jump on somebody else's back and judge them and not judge it from a whole standpoint of view. Mm-hmm. So when, like I was telling you about what is it, Operation Paperclip. How can we sit there and banish Kanye and stuff like this? And the American government took people that were on the highest list of war crimes and put them a part of the government and put them a part and make bombs and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. How can we banish and say they don't have redeeming qualities? Because obviously the government that we stand for and hold flags for took care of it, right?
Okay.
I think there is a big difference between some Crips and USA government and between them and Hitler. I think there is a very big gap between them. And it's very sad that I need to say it.
You're talking emotions, brother. And that's why last
time
I got emotional. No, that's not a fact. You can't tell me it's something different between it just because you feel that way.
You're comparing Hitler to Reagan. Come on.
Hold on.
You know what?
Let me talk to New Growth real quick. Okay, New Growth. You're saying that okay, well, let me ask you a question. Do you think Hitler had any redeeming qualities?
Yes.
Like
he
what?
Was He galvanized the community. He galvanized the country. He was able to take something and make it to something. I mean, nothing to make it to something. These people had sanctions. The world was against them. They were starving to death. He was able to take a country that was left for dead and become one of the greatest, the most feared and all of that. Now, the way he went about it, hell no. Hell no. The things that he did to the Jews and the blacks in the world, hell no. That's common sense. But if we can sit around and celebrate the 4th of July, see, this is what I do, Clarence. I compare facts with facts. If we can celebrate the 4th of July and talk about great country America, how we pulled ourselves up when we were still in the damn cotton fields, how can we still celebrate 4th of July? As people in America, we had some redeeming qualities. They were monsters to us. Vagoda, they put our babies in the alligators and fed our babies to alligators. Did you know that, Vagoda? Hello?
Yes, I heard you. My mic had some problem.
Yeah, did you know that?
Okay, that stuff I didn't know.
No.
But,
okay. No,
but
no,
you
there's
know,
no but to it. Why gotta have to be a but? See, now it's going to be a rebuttal. Can we have a feeling? Right? Because that was the truth. That was our history. Do you know they have a museum down here in Alabama that I'm taking my daughters to next month that commemorates all of the hangings of black people? Do you know that? It's over almost 6,000
Okay, so
stones
what
there,
is your
right?
point?
My
Okay,
point is that everybody has been through something, right? But you find redeeming quality came
But
in.
we are talking
And hold
about
on, listen, no,
people that united by hate.
no.
Vagoda, because I got to ask him another question.
Go ahead.
Okay, since you find redeeming qualities in the Nazis, there must be redeeming qualities in the Ku Klux Klan. There must be. There has to be, right? Based on that logic, correct?
Yes. That don't mean that I have to like it. See, that's the thing.
I'm going to go down the line. There has to be some redeeming qualities as far as we're concerned with George Washington. There has to be some redeeming qualities. Okay, so okay. So now, using that logic, why would you say that we shouldn't be celebrating the 4th of July?
We as a people, us as black people, that don't mean that we don't have redeeming quality. I'm not going to celebrate. See, you're twisting words. I didn't say celebrate Hitler.
No, I didn't say.
Kanye's not celebrating Nazis. He said they had redeeming qualities. He didn't say it should be a Nazi holiday, did he?
No, he said that he liked them. He even said he loved them.
No, he said he loved Jews.
Yeah.
He said he loved the Jews.
Yeah, and the same time he put blood libels on us.
He said he loved.
No, he said
he did. Play it again.
Okay. Well, if he said that, he said that because at the same time, how are you comparing the two? That's a bad analogy because I didn't say we should have a holiday to celebrate the Nazis or celebrate Hitler.
Wait a minute, brother. I never said that. I never said.
But you said why? You asked me why shouldn't we celebrate the 4th of July?
Because you.
Yes,
you
that's
said,
a holiday.
You brought that up. Wait a minute. You brought that up, saying why are we celebrating the 4th of July? And I'm saying, what's the problem with celebrating the 4th of July if George Washington had all these good qualities, Lincoln had all these good qualities, his Klan had all these good qualities, then what's the problem? What's the problem with celebrating the 4th of July?
I didn't say. See, that's celebrating. You're twisting it.
Yeah, he didn't say it that way. He said if you. I think he's saying that if you want to celebrate 4th of July, then it shouldn't be a problem for what Kanye is saying as far as who he likes.
And I am saying he's also said that why are we celebrating it? And I'm saying if we can find redeeming qualities in everybody, then it should not be no problem celebrating.
So no, listen, I'm not saying. Listen, I'm talking about. I was first talking about us as black people, right? Okay. I'm not talking about America because America, Germans, if they want to celebrate such and such, if Jewish people want to celebrate such and such, if Nation of Islam want to celebrate such and such, that it's a lot of things that people find unredeeming in Louis Farrakhan. Am I right?
Agreed.
Vagoda, how you doing? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, let's see.
How do you feel about Louis Farrakhan?
Who the hell that is?
Never mind.
Okay, you know it's 4 in the morning right now, so I think I'm going
saying.
to sleep soon.
Okay.
So I want to say
I just wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah, I want to say something.
You need to get off or go to come on if you want to give us your last word. Come on.
Yeah, that's my last sentence. Before I go out, and not like Kenya. No, seriously. Look, Kenya maybe. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in his head, but people are going to, because of him, they are going. His fans are going to terrorize Jews. His stuff are shocking. Okay, people are. There are going to be lynches in at Jews because of him. Okay. He's claimed himself as a part of a hate group, okay, and he's forced in the first stuff in the first time that he reads in the first stuff that he read in the Twitter. Okay, we can get in this name maybe in another time, but in any case, like it's legit to give a clans member what he deserves between his eyes. I think that Kenya is not, if he is going to be a racist like somebody from the clans or like a Nazi, then I think he should, if he's not going to stop, he should he should get the same thing. Okay, if he's going to, you know what? There is a sentence in here. It says, I will tell you it in Hebrew and then translate it. "Abal l'orgecha ashkem l'orgo." And that means in English, if somebody comes to kill you, kill him first. Okay, if he wants to put a target on my back and spill Jewish blood, then we're going to then he should be taken out. I'm not going to wait until his crazy buddies will do something crazy to Jews. I'm not going to wait. Okay, that's what I want to say. If I'm upsetting somebody, then I'm just he's terrorizing us. So
I don't think anybody's upset.
Yeah, no, nobody's upset. But go to remember that if you're gonna live by that, you're gonna live by that. You gotta have to understand that other people gonna live by that too. So if you live by that knee-jerk reaction situation, then other people are gonna do the same thing.
Okay, if some Jew will do something like Kanye West, have your way with him. I don't care.
Okay, but listen. I'm just saying, I'm trying to help you because of the way your mentality is about certain things, how you jump to a lot of conclusions. And what I'm saying to you is it'd be better for you to think it out first. I'm not saying you should let anybody do anything to you. You got a right to defend yourself. What I'm saying is, before you just say, "Oh, this person is this," you got to think it over first. You got to think about it.
It's not like I'm going to take a gun and but maybe somebody from the Mossad is going to put Kanye in his place, or somebody else.
We shall
One
see.
thing for sure, if he will keep one thing for sure, if Kanye keep down with this nonsense, he will not have a very long life.
I don't think his life should be in danger just because he said his opinion. I think the most that he should happen to
First
him.
of all, he's not putting just his opinion; he's putting blood libels. He's calling racist propaganda.
Hold on, because I never heard him say anybody's blood should be spilled. I never heard him say any violence should happen to anyone. I never heard him say any of that.
I said blood libels. Blood libels.
And I'm saying, wait a minute, hold on. He never said nothing about spilling nobody's blood or nothing like that.
That's what his buddies are going to do. He's getting everybody on the Jews, and he knows that it's going to happen.
Okay, we'll go. Let me give you the same thing. I could say, well, since all these Jews are over all these media companies, then they're just all bad. They're just all bad people. I could say the same thing, and I could say, see, if I see one, I just know that if I try to do business with one, it's gonna go bad. I could do the same thing. I could jump to that same conclusion. See, but I'm trying to show you that that's not healthy. That's not healthy. And if you're saying to him and you're wishing harm to the man, when all the man is doing is just saying things to get Jewish people riled up. Really, that's my opinion of what he's doing. But just to put you're the one bringing the violence into it. And I'm saying
he's trying to terrorize Jews.
Huh?
He's trying to terrorize Jews by his words.
But he's only using words.
Yeah, but those words, the people that support him will turn them into deeds.
Terrorizing you. He's just trolling you. He's just trolling you.
That's not trolling. That's
he's saying he likes somebody else. He ain't say if you run into a Jew, this is what you should do. He never said that, right? Or do I have that wrong?
Look, what he's saying, what the stuff that Kenya says, the followers of Kenya will turn it into deeds. They will turn it into lynching, into pogroms. Okay.
I hope not.
I know history. I know the history of my people, and this stuff is going to end up in a lynch or on a pogrom. And
Pagoda, since you know the history of your people, do you know the history of our people? Have we ever did anything like that in history? Black Americans? Have we ever went and terrorized anybody? See, that's what we got to know, brother. If we're gonna have honest conversations, so you can't treat us. Hold on, listen.
I can answer you.
No, because you said you don't know. So I'm gonna tell you, you cannot judge us because of what others did to you.
I don't judge you. I judge Kenya, not you.
Kanye, no, Kanye is my people because he wasn't talking about
Kenya is one man.
Listen. Kanye was talking about the industry. He wasn't talking about Israeli Jews. He wasn't talking about nothing else. But all of y'all are on it. Well, you're talking to Kanye and unknowing to your mindset and what they don't want you to know that we are a community, that we are a people. So we take up for each other. We have a community just like you do. It may not be as organized. It might not be as organized. It may be willing. It may be hurt to the point that people can take advantage of them relentlessly for centuries to build their communities. But we still have a community. So we as a community have never been violent to anyone. We just wanted our freedom. And we just want our freedom. And if this guy's lashing out in a way that me and you disagree with, fine. But don't judge him the way. Don't judge.
That's what I want.
Say it again.
And I want to be free and safe. I want the Jews in the USA will not be terrorized by that man.
So have Jews in the United States been terrorized by black people on Pagoda?
No, but by Kenya. I'm not talking about I'm not talking to you as a
But you just said you said his people gonna go and take out the business. You said
his followers.
His followers, yes. I'm one of his followers. I'm a black man.
Oh my God.
Yes.
So bro, I don't care if you're black or Chinese or what.
So
I'm talking about his fans.
Let me ask you this: Kanye doesn't have any Jewish fans?
Probably not after that nonsense.
You know everything.
Probably not.
I'm gonna let
Probably
you
not. If somebody if a Jewish person is a fan of him right now, then excuse my language, is a man whore. If a Jew is a fan of him right now, is a couple. Is a man. Is a like I said, he's a couple.
He's a traitor.
He's a man whore.
He's a traitor.
You can, in some degree, he's a whore. He's a man. He's some kind of a man whore.
Pagoda. I thought you was gonna say your last words, man. Say your last words.
Yeah. In any case, that's for my last words, and I'm.
Me and Pagoda need to have this conversation by ourselves.
Yeah.
All
I mean, I was being nice.
I think
I want people to know who our essence is. Our essence is love.
I know,
but at the same time, we're not going to be stepped on. You know what I'm saying? Period.
I'm not stepping on you.
No, I'm not talking about
Kanye.
you. It's not just you. You're just one person, Pagoda. You're not everybody. Remember?
The same you can say about Kanye.
Exactly. So Kanye represents us in a certain type of way. Just the same way y'all represent a lot of y'all people. So now you're gonna tell me what?
He's a deranged madman.
Pagoda, you don't see the arrogance and the know-it-all to tell me who represents our community. You gonna tell me who represents our community? Who we speak for, who we fight with? You gonna tell me that? You have the audacity to do that, brother?
No.
That's what I'm saying. That's a viewpoint you gotta check yourself on. Like I said the last time, the olive branch is there. We don't have any hate, but you have to have some respect.
Well, understand.
No, I have respect for you, but at the same time, you have Kenya that terrorizing Jews. Okay, and just he should be. If he's one of yours, then stop him. Put him in his place or something.
But you know, Pagoda, he's not the only one that said that. This has been going on for centuries with Black America. There's a video of Denzel Washington telling how this happened. There's a video of Uncle Luke from the 2 Live crew, how a Jewish person came into. There's George Clinton, the Parliament Funkadelic, how Jewish people took advantage of them. There's Abdul Rahuf Maim, the NBA player, said how a Jewish person told him that if he don't stand up to the flag, you just done, right?
He's what?
And this is a little history. This is a little Black history, Pagoda, right? We can come over here and have a Black history class first, and I think that will better prepare us to understand each other.
You know what's pissed me off about you? That at the same time that you say that you know my history better than I do.
I didn't. Who
the
said
British
that?
gave me my country. That's
Who
bullshit.
said that?
First of all,
who said
you
that?
said it. That the British gave me my country. That's bullshit.
The United Nations did give you your country, Pagoda.
No,
that's history. That's fact.
No.
Okay.
No.
We're not going down this rabbit hole.
Goodbye. How he changed the whole. Yeah,
well, in any case, I'm going to sleep, guys. It's 4 a.m. Good night.
Yes. Good night.
All right. All right. That was Pagoda, man. Holy smokes, man. Oh man, you guys. Okay. All right, y'all. I mean, see, that's the whole thing. Then it's the last time I'm gonna let him do that, because we always get up. We go from wherever we talking about to Hitler to the Jews to we always go, and it wasn't even supposed to be. All we was trying to find out is if Hitler or the Nazis did anything worth redeeming, had some redeeming qualities. Now, and I'm asking a question to both of you guys, and you guys keep saying that they did, and I just don't see it. But I guess we ain't never gonna see it the same way. You know what I mean?
Do you mean morally? I think you're speaking from a moral complex, Brother Clarence. Morally,
yeah,
good.
When I say good, morally. I mean, good from the standpoint where it was a benefit for other people, and it wasn't an ulterior motive behind it. That's what I mean. I mean, what they did something where it was good for these people, and it was going to be good for them, and it was going to help them grow, right? Or help them.
I got you. But I'm asking you this honest question. Name me somebody who has done that. Name me a country who has. Real talk.
I'm not saying anybody have. Well, what I'm saying is, no, there's no country that has a specific. Now, people have done different things within organizations, but what I'm saying is, nobody has a specific organized order. Why bear they say this person is not a good person, not because they did anything, not because of their behavior. They're not a good person because of their heritage or their lineage, and therefore they should be liquidated. That was the Nazi program, and that's what you were signing up for. And so what I'm saying is that's wicked, because to hold somebody accountable, at least in Islam, to hold somebody accountable for something they had nothing to do with or they have a control over, then that's, that is what. Now, if you didn't have control over and you had to do something, that's a different thing, right? We have to look at the circumstances behind it, right? Okay, so there was a story of a boy. This happened in slavery, but there was a let me tell you how wicked some of these dudes was. These are our brothers. They so wicked. They broke into this lady's house. They arped the lady, and then they made her son arp her. This lady had to tell her 10, 11, or 12-year-old son, come on, son, just do it. Can you imagine that situation? Can you imagine that situation? Now, is there anything redeeming about that situation? Not to me, no. There ain't no. Man, that's it. You did something like that, that's it. If we find you, you shouldn't be found no more, right? But I'm saying this, see, the context and the circumstances matter, in my opinion. Now, if the boy did it on his own, that's a different situation, right? But he was forced to do that. Otherwise, they was going to put one to the dome of his mother and in his dome. Now,
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying, but that's just you brought up a point which, we will deal with. But there's other points. Oh, it's a black woman on YouTube that talks about her life in Germany. She had more rights than her other friend, and she said she didn't know racism until she came to America. So it depends on who's looking. And then when you say as far as the ideology, we can't just assume when they signed up with the Nazi that they was like, you know what, they put that down and say, oh, okay. We don't know what was the conversation about. We just know what they're saying and the way history is written. By us not being there, and plus the Nazi Party was huge. It had different sectors in there. Different sectors with people with different ideology. Because all Nazis didn't believe that all Aryans were white. That the white race was
but Von Eric, this is my okay, you missing this point. That's part of what you're standing on, is that you have to adopt this mentality. That's what you're standing on. You put this uniform on, that's what you're standing on. So you can't say I'm with it, I ain't with it. That's my point. And so,
and that's the thing. Could you compare that to? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Could you compare that to black people who signed up for the military and fought in the Vietnam War, and black people went for two while we was getting hung here, right? So are we the same thing?
You asked me a question, I'm gonna answer you, brother. Those people believed that if they was to go ahead and show their patriotism, that would have a positive effect on America, and they would see that black people are not lazy. They're not scared. They're not trifling. This is our country too, and we're willing to fight and die for it too. And if you see that, maybe you will look at us and say, you know what? You went over there and fought and died. Hey, we respect that about you. We respect that. We got to know. Our eyes are open, and we see better, right? Unfortunately, it didn't happen that way. But I believe that that's what most of them were thinking. Right? Okay. They didn't go over there to prove nothing to nobody. They just wanted to show America that, hey, this is my country. I'm willing to fight. Right? I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do.
And you don't think that certain Germans, Nazis was doing that because Hitler would kill you in a second.
Exactly. And not only that, when they went to people, we don't know that they went to the people of the ideology that you're talking about. Because just like people came and joined the military, said, I'm coming here for freedom. I'm going there to as Bush said, to spread peace around the world, because these terrorists is this and that. And it's people that join thinking, matter of fact, this is guy on other channel, he's a Muslim now. And he thought he was going over there, of what he thought as far as going over there attacking these people a certain way. And it come and find out, he's like, wait a minute, hold up. And that's not where I'm coming. Some people join. No, I didn't come over here to do that. I didn't come over here to do what you're saying. So when someone is joining something, we don't know why they joined. They probably, their best friend might have told them, hey, we doing this to spread because we feel like we being oppressed. And these people that's in charge that's one of the ideologies they believe in. These people now are in charge, are oppressing us. We need to band together and stop them. Some people joined that party for that. They didn't like the social construct. I'm sorry. They didn't like the social
people. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about the people, the diehards that was.
Oh, okay. Well, now then I gotta agree. Then I gotta agree with you. If you say the diehard, then I gotta agree.
I mean, of course, there's going to be some. I already mentioned that there was some German people like this. Obviously, the story of Anne Frank, right? There's some German people that tried to help some of these Jewish people, right? And unfortunately, they lost their lives, right? Mm-hmm. So right. I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is everybody that signed up for the program and they said, hey, that sounds good to me. I'm with that.
Oh yeah, some of them did. So
Yeah.
the program that you
But,
that
on,
the
the
way
other
you did it,
end, on the other end, I'm also saying that just because you got the uniform on, and if they catch you with the uniform on, like you saying, like you guys are saying, hey, well maybe they just did it just to go with the flow, right? Well, don't see the enemy's bullets ain't gonna stop.
that's true.
Well, no, it's not different. I'm just trying to tell you on the other end. See, we all got choices to make. We all got decisions to make if we're gonna go do whatever we're gonna do, right? And how it's gonna play out. So if you put the uniform on, okay, then now you're gonna have to say, okay, this may happen to me. That's why what did most of these Germans do when the Russians started coming into Germany? Especially the Germans do. Yeah, what did these German people do? Especially the ones that had daughters. What did they do? They murked their own daughters. Why? Because they knew what these Russians was going to do to their daughters. They knew it.
They knew it was war, right?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
They knew that they had done so many different things to the Russian women, to the Polish women, to the Jewish women. They knew that and the Russians, they knew that this stuff was coming to come back on them. Right?
But I agree with you saying.
So listen, but the girls was innocent. The girl didn't have nothing to do with it. Girl didn't have no SS uniform on.
But
that's what they call the women are the spoils of war, right?
Mm-hmm. You talking about isolated
the spoils of war,
right? And you talking about isolation. You talking about an isolated or isolated cases. But I'm just saying okay. Let's
be around Berlin.
I'm just saying is as far as what you're saying. If they put the uniform on, yes, by their ops, they're going to be looking a certain way. That's any army that you join, that you have a certain. That's any, but that's not what you. But we're saying that's not what we're saying. That's not our point, and that's not what we're trying to establish. We can't. But hold up, brother Clarence. Can I finish? You won't let me finish.
Good conversation, man. Everybody jumping in.
What I can't dispute as far as what you're saying and where you construct your argument as far as you isolating it in an isolating way. I cannot dispute that. Only thing that we're saying as far as what me and New Growth is saying is you still have to bring, and what Kanye is saying, you still have to bring other places in. I could go and isolate different, like what New Growth said as far as what Hitler did, as far as how he brought people together. That is you have to bring that in. Now, if you keep that out, oh yeah, I gotta agree with you saying as far as how you saying it, and you
right.
Oh yeah, that is true. But we're saying, okay, I have minds, I have this information, these are facts. So we have to put it in this whole totality. If we isolate it, of course we're going to be right. Of course we can't.
So that's my point. But see, that's my point. It should be based on the circumstance, not that well, since this person did all this bad stuff, but let's go back to when they was 10 years old when they chopped down the cherry tree. No, see, in my opinion, that's not correct. I think there's a threshold. Once you cross this threshold of wickedness, then okay, now we have to understand. Okay, this is what you want to do. This is what you have to do. This is why in Islam we would they just cut your hand off. They just cut because you doing this so much. Mm-hmm. This is what you're gonna do. We understand that this is what you're gonna do. We got to come up with a permanent solution for this. Because
but was it? Oh, go ahead.
If we let you keep running around, you're gonna keep on doing this, and it's gonna get worse and worse and worse and worse. Right. So we gotta clip you now, and so that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a threshold for what we're talking about here, and so if you guys look at it like that, then you got to also find the good in the Klan. You got to find the good in the White Knights. You got to find the good in them crosses being burned, right? Hey, them crosses being burned. Hey, it give us a nightlight. We got they're giving black people nightlight.
You're trying to be funny.
I'm just saying, man. We got to find it. We got to put the good.
Can I tell you the good in the Klan? And the Klan galvanized not to our benefit because we lost. See, it's never no good when we losing, right? But when America dropped them atomic bombs, people danced in the street and popped champagne. That was the buzz year. They lost. They saw no good in that. Huh?
The atomic bomb was a get back for Pearl Harbor.
Oh, that Pearl Harbor. No, we gonna get deep.
I can't
You
see,
know that was kind of set up, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I can't, but I can understand. See, now I'm looking at it. Just looking at it as a black man, right? As a black man, I'm going through a black man's lens here. Okay.
Be careful.
If I look at the Klan, I'm gonna be against because they ain't have no black people in the Klan, but they had black people with the Nazis.
But listen, see, I'm not looking at it from that way. See, when you have to script that, right?
I know you're not looking at it. That's why I specifically said.
Now you becoming Pagoda.
Let me give you a minute to substantiate that, because you said that they had black people in the Nazi Party. Okay, if they did, you got to substantiate that. But but right now you said that I'm saying that. See, gentlemen, what I'm saying is that there is. I'm sure everybody in the Klan, their mama said, "Yeah, he was a nice boy," right? At some point, right? But what I'm saying is that at a certain point, when you adopt an ideology that is wicked, right? That's wicked from the jump. It's wicked. Now, now we can't. I got a son that does the same thing. The son comes to me, my son. I say, "Hey, you gotta wash these dishes." He said, "I washed them 2 days ago." I said, "Brother, I'm not talking about 2 days ago. I'm talking about today. These dishes are here right now in the sink." And
Well, you be giving your sons the business, man.
Oh man, they love me, but they can't stand me. Man. They can't stand me.
That's a good thing.
But you know what? I because we talking about this situation here, brother, and I'm trying to get you to look at it from this way. I ain't trying to get you to accept it, but I'm just trying to get you to look at it from giving you another porthole to look at it through. Because if we accept that everybody can be redeemed, then we shouldn't have an issue with the Ku Klux Klan. And we should not have an issue with them, because we should be able to say, wait till Kanye say, "Hey, the Klan is a great organization. I don't have no problem with them. I'll be at the rally next week."
But that's not what he's saying, Brother Clarence. You're saying the whole. He said they have redeeming qualities. He didn't say.
He said he loved them.
Okay, he said he loved the Jews, right? He said the Jews. He's jealous of the Jews. And he also went in on the Jews' ways. See, we got to start looking beyond what. Those are buzzwords, and I see what he's doing.
Oh, I know what he's doing.
I see what he's doing.
I know what he's doing.
He's pushing the social norms. He's making people say, "Wow, what is he talking about?"
I understand that. I think he's just trolling myself. I think he's just trolling. But my point is that we got to watch what we say out here, because we got other people listening to us. And if we say certain things, our people might get confused. Our people might get confused. Oh, they really like these? Oh, what's going on here? I get thrown off. This is what happens in the church a lot of times, and in the mosque, right? One preacher says one thing, another preacher says another thing, and the person gets confused, and they don't understand what's going on, and they just say, "Forget it. I'm not gonna listen to none of that stuff," right? And they go their own way, right? They have a bad experience, and they just go the other way. And what I'm saying is, that's why we got to stand on the facts. Let's just stick with the facts, and then that way, when we stay with the facts, if you got a problem with the facts, that's on you.
I agree.
You can't tell me that we all, and believe me, brothers, I know that both of y'all got enough sense to know that the Nazis were some bad people. I know that y'all know this, but I'm saying but I also see the other side of your argument where maybe everybody wasn't 100% with the program. I get that. But what I'm saying is we gotta watch how we communicate some of this stuff, because
sometimes we don't have to watch, because we've been so programmed. Like, why is everybody so up in arms over him saying the Nazis or Hitler? Like Brother Rico was talking the other day.
Saying that we gotta watch it because of our people. Right.
But maybe we need to say things to light a fire, right?
No.
Sometimes you gotta.
Yes, we need to light a fire, but we gotta use facts. This is why I always loved Dr. Khalid, because he would always have the facts. He would always bring the facts, right? He would bring books. He would tell you the page number, the paragraph, everything, right? Okay, so that's where he stood on, the facts. That way, when you argue with him, he'd say, "Oh, really? The argue is John Weinstein of this book. This your folks right here, right? And this is what he said. Now, tell me he's a liar. and he shut that down, right? And so we gotta stand on the facts. It's not about just saying a bunch of stuff. We gotta be like factual with it, and so that therefore when our people stand up, because they're gonna take what you say, right? They're gonna take what you say. They're gonna take what Nubro say. They're gonna take what Von Erich say, and they're gonna go back to school the next day, or they're gonna go somewhere, or they see it on the replay, and they're gonna go out and talk to their friends and tell their friends, this is the stance. Now you know you're talking about you know the depth of what you're talking about, but they may not understand the depth of what you. So that's why we got to be very clear. I want us to be clear.
But we did we listen to the totality of what he said? Because first thing that Alex Jones said when he said, these people killed a lot of people. What did Kanye say?
What did he say?
Come on now, you was listening, brother, to the totality.
I heard it.
No, I'm just messing with you. He said, so did Obama, right? Didn't he say Obama? Didn't he say, so is Obama?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So he knew what he was talking about. He had y'all. He said, am I going to get you to keep thinking groupthink, or I'm going to make you look at your mind and say, damn, all of us have good and bad qualities. It's who are they telling us that is better than somebody else? This person is in the blood and the Crips. This person is in the blood. They telling us the Taliban is worse than somebody else, or they telling the blood and Crips are worse than the CIA. So this is and just because we don't get it that way, don't think that the youth don't see it that way.
Brother, what I'm saying to you is that Hitler was wicked. I don't care what color he was. I don't care who he was.
I agree with you.
What country, he was just a wicked person, and the Nazis were wicked people. And we got to always have be trying to encourage our people to turn away from wickedness. They're born in sin and iniquity in this country. You're born in wickedness, right? This country is wicked enough without us admiring other wicked people, right? We don't need to do that, in my opinion, brother. This is just me. I hear what you're saying, and I hear what you're saying. We ought to look at it different, and I agree with you. I never would have came into the knowledge of Minister Farrakhan because everybody around me was saying he was such a bad person.
How you spell labeled? Okay, so how you spell labeled? I can't. I'm trying to. How you spell
Label?
L-A. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Von Erich doing his homework.
Speaking spell.
Gotta write it 3 times. No, but man, I see where you guys come from, but I'm just saying, I don't want our people to. I want you to have an open mind and investigate everybody for yourself. Because if I had listened to everybody tell me about Mr. Farrakhan, I never would have investigated him for myself. Never would have done that. I would have been towing the whole he's a racist hater type line, right? So I'm saying that we have to investigate everybody and do an investigation. Don't take my word for it on Adolf Hitler. Go do an investigation.
But then they say Malcolm. They said Malcolm X was wicked. They said Martin Luther King was wicked. They said Marcus Garvey was wicked. So that's what I'm saying. He's breaking the norm. Not saying that because Saul from the Bible, I think that's his name before he became Paul, right?
Right.
Yeah, what was he?
He was
wicked as hell. But did he have redeeming qualities? Even God saw redemption in him.
Yes.
I'm not saying redemption in Hitler,
but that lifestyle,
but I'm not saying in the person. I was giving you an example. I'm saying, but if somebody did something wrong, right? Because America wouldn't be the power if they didn't snatch qualities from somebody else, from the Germans, right?
But we got to just there's a fine line between some of the people that we can't see. Hitler's not a cat to pick up unless we have some proof or some substantial facts that something was good with the man.
We don't have that, Brother Clarence?
I don't have any facts that he did good.
You talking about morality. He didn't specify morality.
And that depends who's looking at it. That depends on how you're looking at it.
I'm just going to talk about Germany. Mm-hmm. He didn't do good things. He accomplished a lot of things. He built the Autobahn. He did, but was it good? Was it for a good reason?
We don't. That's interpretation.
That's what I'm saying. He wanted to kill. He wanted to murk everybody in Russia, all the Jews, and all the Germans that wasn't able to breed. He wanted to murk them all, right?
So did the girl, what's the name? The one that they praise now, the Planned Parenthood lady. Hillary Clinton said, "Oh, I praise her. She's so great."
But New Growth. Let's stay on the person we talking about. Can we do that?
No, because the reason I say we can't, because it gives you an open field. When you put a mirror up in front of you, you're judging one person. But when you put the mirror up and you see somebody else in the same degree,
I'm not judging him.
No, I'm talking about the situation. I'm talking about the situation.
Okay, I'm just judging what he did. I'm adding up everything that he did, and I'm saying, okay, this dude got a consistent history of being on this program where, you know, people gotta die because he says so, right? And a lot of times it's just because he felt like he was better than them. To me, that's wicked, and to me that absolves that. Don't let me say absolve that. That's going to overshadow any good that you did, right? Any good that you did, this is going to be the first thing that we're talking about if we bring you up, instead of, oh, you know what, he brought his girlfriends. I saw a video where he was feeding his girlfriend cake, right?
And that's a slippery slope, brother Clarence. I mean, with all due respect, that's a slippery slope, because a lot of people can say that about the Nation of Islam, about Elijah Muhammad. They can say that about Elijah Muhammad, right?
What you can never say about the Nation of Islam is that we run around killing people because we thought that we was better than them.
Well, it's not about killing. It's other forms of evil, killing.
Right? It's just killing.
It's other forms of evil.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's other forms, but I'm talking about that, because that is the most egregious, right? And so
you know what it's like. You know what this is like. Like, remember we was little kids, and you say, "Boy, don't you go out there and take that boy." But Daddy, you took the money out of Mama's purse. Boy, don't say nothing about that. I ain't what I'm talking about. That's how we're talking right now.
Right. Yeah.
Wait. Okay, we talking about apples and oranges. I'm talking about a society that was built upon the fact that they felt that they was better. That's why they said that they need more living space. That's what Adolf Hitler's plan was. We need Russia. We need all this land because it's Nazi living space. We need the German people need to be able to expand out all over the world. We need to get rid of everybody who's not German, and we need this living space.
Right.
That's what he wanted, right?
Right.
And so I'm saying, so to accomplish that, he was willing to murk everybody just because they wasn't German. And even the ones that were German, but mainly people that wasn't German, he was ready to murk them. And I'm saying that if you find me somebody that's like that, they're gonna go to the top of the list. Now you're right. It's people that gonna say, "Oh, the Nation, they said this, they said that," but that's always just like I was telling Pagoda. You can't say Kanye's terrorizing you when all the dude is doing is saying his opinion.
Right.
It's terrorism. He's just talking, right? You can't compare that to Hitler, who was actually pulling the trigger on people.
Right. And then you taking the
same thing in this instance, because you're comparing the two, and they're not comparable.
Well, we just talking about good and evil.
Huh?
I was just talking about from the good and evil redeeming qualities.
It's
never going to be a straight comparison.
Okay, let me explain like this, Negro. Everybody has done bad stuff. Everybody has done bad stuff. Everybody has fallen short of what good and what when mistake free is. You're gonna do that in a wicked world like this, right? Okay, but there's a difference between, and I explained this a couple of days ago. There's a difference between making mistakes, being immature, being incompetent, incompetence, being immature. There's a difference between making those kind of mistakes, having a lack of knowledge, than you accepting a theology of I'm better than this person because my skin is lighter or my skin is darker. I'm better than this person. Therefore, because my family is expanded, I could go to my neighbor because I'm black and my neighbor is Latino, and because he ain't black, I could just take over his place and throw him out and take over his place, or just
like apartheid, something like that, like apartheid or something.
Right. Well, this is what the Nazi Party believed. That was a critical part of their theology. And so I'm saying that is internally wicked. That means there is no point at which it's too far to go for them to get to where they're trying to get to. It's not too far. You know what I'm saying? And so what I'm saying is, even though we may disagree with the Jewish people on certain things, even though we may disagree with the Caucasians on certain different things, we're not willing to be wicked and just murk people because we got a disagreement with them.
Right.
We're at least gonna try to find a civil way to deal with it, right? That's what I'm saying. So that's why I say let's not compare, because that's convoluting the situation. And so that's why
I agree to disagree.
It's Nat Turner. You see what Nat Turner did?
I do see what Nat Turner did.
What about it? Go ahead.
Who's that breathing?
Wait a minute, Bonnier. What's wicked? What's more wicked?
That was me.
Killing a slave master
Sound
or
like
a slave
Pagoda.
master enslaving you? Which one is more wicked?
Huh?
Which one is more wicked? A slave master enslaving you or killing the slave master? Which
I
one
see
is
him
more
as a spiritual person. I see them both as wicked.
Why?
Wicked. Because they
Why?
both killing. If the slave master killed the slave, and the slave killed it, it's still wicked. But if you want to, we may disagree on the justification of the matter, but it's still, people will still look at that. Both of them are wicked. Depends.
But okay, so that's why I say the circumstance is very important, right?
But some of the Nazis also thought, by them being under the government before them, they was wicked. That gave them power. They was the government, the way the government was before them was wicked. The way they felt they was being treated.
Right.
Let
me do this. Let me let you finish that, Von Eric. But let me let Jay go first, and then
go
let
ahead.
you get off, and then let New Growth get at it. Jay, you got something to say?
Yeah. I got a lot of things to say. Okay, first of all, so I can add to the conversation. What's the argument? Because it seems like I'm hearing like back and forth with Hitler. I'm hearing like
Kanye West
things
said
with
that.
Jews. Like it's all over the place.
West, let me give you the short version. Kanye West on the InfoWorld with Alex Jones.
Oh, the coon Kanye, I got you.
So he said that Jews, he said he loved Hitler. He said Hitler had a lot of redeeming qualities. He said Hitler was a good dude. He said that the Nazis were not evil people. He said that he loved the Jews, but he also loved Hitler as well, right?
Wow, I love how you regurgitated that.
He also said that Obama was the first Jewish president. He said Obama was the first Jewish president, right? so I'm trying to substantiate these two guys are basically trying to tell me that there are a lot of different places where that dichotomy is there.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's not just
where you sitting your ass at right now. It happened.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's not just honed to one place or one section. There's multiple places.
Well, the basic question, Jay, the basic question is: do you think that the Nazi Party or Adolf Hitler had any redeeming qualities? And if so, what were they?
Oh, this is a funny question. No, I don't. All right. Redeeming qualities? No, nothing redeeming. I guess the only thing that they must have been known for is being the first people to be high, maybe. Because all they talked about was reaching a higher power. That's what they're known for. And this is some crap stuff I'm making up. This is stuff that I had to read and research when I was in high school. And now that I'm in college, trust me, now that I was in college, I looked up even further into it. Like, this is some silly, maggish crap. No, I don't think they had any redeeming qualities. No. And what was the other part of the question?
The other part of the question was, if you do find them, if you did find them having some redeeming qualities, what were they? But you said you didn't find any.
I didn't
But
find
do
any.
you, okay, do
The
you
only thing
agree
that
with
would be good
anything?
for is maybe
Let me ask you
authorizing
a
the
question.
military.
Let me ask you a question. Do you agree with anything that Kanye West said?
Hell no.
Can I ask you a question,
And
Jay?
why or why not?
Oh, go
because
ahead.
because that sounds like okay. I know we've always said Kanye's off the deep end. I this is okay. It's confirmed he is off the deep end. I'm sorry. No one would say this and just be okay. Like, yeah, man, he's all right, man. All right, man. You wildin'.
Can I ask you a question?
Rudolph, you had a question for me?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna ask you. You remember Ronald Wilson Reagan?
Yeah, I remember Ronald Reagan. Yeah.
Does he have any redeeming qualities? Would you say he had any redeeming qualities? If so, why and what?
Ronald Reagan. Give me a second. Did he have
Absolutely not.
No. Because I remember Ronald Reagan. I just remember I'm trying to remember something good about him.
Right. Well, he did have the Iran-Contra affair. He boomed the American government, but he also cut school. Clarence cried about it. Him and Rico cried about it to this day that they cut the I'm just a bill. He cut all the local spending, the government programs in the inner city. He also brought in the crack. He allowed CA to bring in the crack in the black communities. He also destroyed the Black Panthers as a governor in California. He was a monster. He called us monkeys here and in Africa. Tapes have coming out. So I'm asking, do you see any redeeming qualities in him?
No.
Okay. So can we demonize a person when they say, as Ronald Reagan did with Reaganomics? Wouldn't that be a fair comparison to hold them to the same standard that we're saying hold Kanye to? Because Kanye is being an idiot right now, according to you, by saying that it was something redeeming in Hitler. So whoever signs something redeeming in Reagan, he's an idiot too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Who else would be a fool?
Well, Kanye and Obama are idiots of one of a kind, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we know it, so
yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat that as much. And the thing is, like I said, I was going to answer the question. I want to drag it on for Brother Clarence, but as much as everybody voted for Obama because he was black, that was a dumb reason. You should have voted him based on his views. That's what I was going for. Not simply because he was a black president, but that's what it is. But that's what my mom was pitching. Everybody was pitching. Yeah, and guess what? Y'all realized it was a mistake. I mean, it felt good to have a black president. I'll say that. It felt good, but I'm talking about is it going to benefit us in the long run?
You agree with that, Brother Clarence? I agree with it totally. What you said, Jay.
Now, do I hate Obama? No.
I agree with what? I was trying to get a.
He was over there eating, man. Stop all that eating, man.
I just got done eating, man. I got off of work just now, so yeah, I'm done.
Okay, ask me again, y'all. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
I asked Jay, was there any redeeming qualities in Ronald Reagan? Which you said no, and he said no. So if anybody says that Ronald Reagan had redeeming qualities, he should be judged the same way Kanye is judged when he talks about redeeming qualities in Adolf Hitler, right? That's only fair, right?
I think that I can't say Reagan was as bad as.
No. You're not answering my question.
Okay,
because we're gonna have our different points of who was worse, right? That's our opinions. Okay. But we both said that they did wicked things, and we all agree that they were had no redeeming qualities. So therefore, anybody who glorifies somebody who had no redeeming qualities should be ostracized and put on the same front line as Kanye is being put on, right?
Well, I'm not gonna say that about Reagan. I definitely would say that about I definitely would say that about Hitler. Definitely would say that about Hitler. Reagan, because of
he's American, you know.
No. He didn't have a public stance. Now, privately, I believe he felt pretty much the same way, but he had his public stance that, you know, because you're not me, you deserve to be murked. In my opinion, that wasn't his public stance. I don't have any record of him publicly saying that. Where we have public record of not only Hitler but the Nazi Party saying that stuff.
But
So,
Clarence, that's kind of like, hey, let's say if I came up and just murked you, I'm an OG, triple OG. I just put two in your head, bop bop. Or I'm somebody who put some poison in your food while you sleeping. We still murking you. Just because mine is more aggressive and yours is less, it doesn't take away the significance of the deception and the evilness.
I'm not saying that. I'm not
some might
saying that,
claim that the putting the poison in the food is more evil than somebody going off emotions, just going up and taking you out.
But I'm saying there was more people following Reagan that were fooled by Reagan than was fooled by Hitler. Hitler didn't fool most people because Hitler was telling them up front, this is what I want to do. And he was telling them up front. Ronald Reagan, a lot of people followed Ronald Reagan because they got fooled. They followed the hype.
No, right? They follow his record, his track record. What he did in California. They follow what he did in California.
They follow what he did as a president.
No, in California, he wouldn't have became president without California.
But I know, and all the actors backing him, right? Because they felt like they got fooled by him. They said, like, hey, man, he's going to do all this stuff, and he's going to make things better, right? We didn't find out what was really going on until he got in office, right? He took that that money that they was giving to the schools, he dumped it back in. He put it back out there so that his buddies in the government could spend it however they want to spend it, right? There's a meeting that the Congress has where they go through everything they spending all their money on. You see all the stupid stuff, and they go through every line by line. They go through everything that they spending all this money on, and they spend $29,000 on pig testicles testing. We're testing, or different things that they just spending money on, and they go through this whole thing. It takes them maybe about a week to go through this whole list of stuff that they're taking government money and spending on. Right? They have to do it every year, right? But what I'm saying
you're very good. Like you said, hold on, let me say this. Like you say, me and Von Erich are good in switching in some way. You are very.
No. I try to say it. So.
Listen,
you might be right.
You because you going into spending. I'm talking about California. You know what he did with the Black Panthers.
I'm talking about California.
I'm talking about the Black Panthers. That's what he did. That's how he got his.
Obviously, because you knew he was going to be upset with the Panthers because they came busting into his meeting with fully armed.
He said a precedent that this is what, because the Panthers were spreading across the whole nation. They were on the FBI's most wanted list. They were the most dangerous thing to American society. So if he shut them down in California, this is what we want. He stood on the shoulders of Richard Nixon. The war on drugs.
That, but what I'm saying is that of course he was going to be after the Panthers. Of course he was. Because
that's not an of course.
No, because the Panthers came into his state meeting fully armed. They just walked right in there, right?
That wasn't the only. That's not the only.
That's not the only reason.
I'm not saying that's the only. I'm not saying that's the only reason. But listen, gentlemen, understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you were running a meeting and somebody came into the meeting that you were running fully armed, are you going to remember that person? You're going to remember them.
I'm gonna remember. Am I gonna have a vendetta against them?
Exactly.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you, if somebody busts in your office, are you going to have a vendetta against them?
If they bust in my office fully armed, trust me,
you're going to have a vendetta against them.
I'm going to. If I have an option, if I have any way that I can get I can use government money to shut them down. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it every time.
So why did he continue that to black people throughout America though?
But hold up, let's look at the reasons why you said Reagan. Then you still have to go on the other side as far as Hitler, because Hitler had reasons to do what he did. You're saying as soon as we said something what Ronald Reagan did, you went for an excuse to say the reason why he did it.
Man.
But hold up. Hitler. And then you said as far as, well, Hitler publicly said what he said. Okay.
Correct.
He may publicly say, but Reagan and his actions are the same actions as Hitler. So which should we
I'm
respect?
trying to say, but Hitler was able to see. No, the brother asked me, should the people that stand up for Reagan be ostracized as Kanye West is being done? And I'm saying Reagan was able to fool a lot of people, even his own people. He fooled a lot of them.
So
right? So I'm saying that's a different case.
I'm talking
than a
about
person
today,
that
brother.
comes
I'm
straight
talking about
out.
people who speak today and say Reagan had redeeming qualities, which I think he did. Everybody
Of course,
does to a certain degree.
Well, to me, the stuff that he did to hurt the American people, I think to me that overshadows anything good he did. I'm sure he did some good things. Hell, they say he was a hell of an actor, right? I'm sure he did do some good things.
You from
But
that
I'm
era,
saying,
brother Clarence? You ain't see the movies, man.
Nah, it was a little bit before me. Just a little bit. I know I'm old, but I ain't that old. Man.
I ain't gonna think. My parents made me. My grandparents used to make my grandfather used to make me sit down and watch westerns. I did watch a couple of his westerns.
Yeah, right. But I mean, but what I'm saying is that like Reagan didn't come right out and say, "Hey, look, y'all roll with me. And what we're gonna do? We're gonna get rid of all these black people. We're gonna get rid of them." No,
he
made
did
it
say
look
that
like,
though.
No, he did not publicly say.
He didn't.
This
It's
is
okay.
my
It's
part.
publicly. It's okay if it's not publicly. See, you're looking for
No.
action.
Listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. If
I apologize. Go ahead.
If you put sugar and syrup on dog mess, some people gonna think it's dog mess. There's some people that's gonna still try to eat it, right? There's some people that's gonna be, but if you tell them up front, hey, this is dog mess. I just put this, then ain't nobody gonna eat it except the people that's really down with what you're talking about, right? And so what I'm saying is Ronald Reagan fooled. Now people look back. Now it depends on who you talk to, right? In today's world, because if they don't have a full understanding of what the stuff that Reagan did, they'll go by like these Republicans will tell you.
No,
hey,
the Democratic Party was quoting him when Obama ran in. What was his first term? They were
was
quoting
trying
him
to because they was trying to get Obama in the office.
No, Obama was
to
quoting
get some
them
of the
too.
Republican people. They was trying to get the Republican people to come over.
Exactly.
If you notice, let me ask you a question about
Hold
Obama.
on. Let me go with that right there. Exactly. So you mean to tell me that Kanye is a bigger fool that he can't be doing the same thing? Why is everything that we see us doing is just strategic? We just one step. Like, I know you're a great chess player. This conversation will never be won by either one of us because you're great at what you do, and I don't quit.
As you and Von Erich are as well.
And we double teaming your ass.
But answer this. If someone say in public they're going to do something to you, right, and do it, who did you? And then someone else don't say it but do it. Who do you respect?
Well, I mean, the people are going to respect neither one. That's what I'm saying. So you're not going to respect neither one. I'm saying the people that followed Reagan, which is what I was being asked, people that big up in Reagan, should they be dealt with like Kanye? And I'm saying that the people that follow Reagan is a different case than somebody that comes out and says, I believe that if you don't look like me, you should not be on this planet, because we need whatever space you taking up space that German people gonna need to live on and spread this philosophy around the world. So it's only a matter of time before we get to you.
Yeah,
in your opinion. So that's we're getting down to this point. It's opinion based now.
Yeah,
right?
it is not my opinion.
Your opinion said that you believe that Reagan people are different than the people who felt. So we have different opinions.
I'm saying that's a fact that he fooled a lot of people because they voted him.
He fooled us.
Wait. No, he did. He fooled a lot of black people because they voted him in the office thinking that he was going to put more money into schools, more money into these after-school programs, more money into this stuff. Instead, he took the money away and he put so much money out there in the secondary real estate market, man. What happened? They had the savings and loan scandal, right?
You just described what Hitler did.
Wait a minute, hold on. Hitler did not do that. Hitler
Yes,
came
he
out.
did when he first
Listen.
The Nazi Party. Come on, you gotta go back in history and read the Nazi Party. What you described as far as what they did say they was going to open up as far as schools and all programs when they was running to get into that to that office when they took over the government.
You telling me that Hitler took away all the money from schools and put it into secondary real estate? They didn't even have a secondary real estate market out there.
No. Hold up. I'm saying as far as what you said, what Ronald Reagan said when he fooled and said he was going to do things. The Nazi Party, when they ran.
Oh yeah,
they
lied. No, wait a minute. They didn't lie to the German people. They lied to the other people in the world. They lied to them.
Fooled them.
They fooled them.
They fooled the people. But this is people outside the country. The people inside the country knew what was going on. The people that had them uniforms, they knew the situation.
I don't know about that, Brother Clarence. I don't know about that, Brother
Let me
Clarence.
explain to y'all why. Let me explain to y'all why they had to lie. Let me explain to y'all why they had to lie about everything.
But let me can I just say this one thing as far as some people, when especially your opinion, some people will say if a person say they're going to come and hit me in my mouth, I'm going to respect because I'm able to prepare myself. Then a person who does not say it, but comes that I'm not able to prepare myself. Reagan and them.
I'm not saying either one is better.
As far as
all I'm saying is the people that follow Reagan.
Wait a minute. If you listen, Clarence, some people will look at it's better when a person say, I'm gonna come and hit you in your mouth. I'm able to prepare myself.
I agree with you.
What's the name? Okay, but then a person, they was like this person who come at me like he's the best man or he's this, but then he stabbed me or do what the other person did. They don't respect that. Matter of fact, they really gonna be angry.
And it's just the final thing right here. How did Hitler gain power in Germany, Brother Clarence?
By propagandizing the fact that he
you propaganda is one aspect, but what did he do? Because we have to realize those sanctions, Germans were literally starving. Right?
I'm about to explain to you.
No. Can I go to the cheap route and you could break it down?
You asked me a question, brother. Okay.
but you wouldn't say the propaganda first. He got into power by fooling them. He fed them. So anybody who feeds you, you do not bite the hand that feeds you. Yes, he fed them.
No, he told them what they wanted to hear.
No, he gave them food to eat.
And he did it. He told them what they wanted to hear. He told them that he was going to put them back to work. He told them he was going to put them back to work. He did it. He told them he was going to make them an army. He did it.
But he didn't
told them he was going to make them self-sufficient. He almost did that.
Right.
He didn't do it, but he almost did it. Right. So he told them what they wanted to hear. Now, did he tell them, oh, we love the Jews and, and the Jews ain't no problem? No, he had been running this racist newspaper since the 1920s.
Right.
So everybody knew who he was. Everybody knew who he was.
But when he fed them, right? When he fed them the same way with Jesus, when he fed the multitudes, they listened. That's how you gain power. When I can give you something that you don't have. Frederick, what's the guy the president who got all us behind it? He was talking about you gonna put a chicken in every pot. What was his name? FDR.
Roosevelt. Yeah.
Roosevelt. He fed us, right? So when you can feed a people, you can fool them. This man cares about me. When the whole world doesn't care about me, when everybody else is letting me starve over here, now I got you. So it's the same way. Reagan fed them. He said, you're going to be more millionaires in this country. And he said, now I got you. Now we're going to get these. And Congress said, I wish your brother Rico was up here because he said the CIA has nothing to do with the president, which is the craziest thing I ever heard. The CIA answers directly they move directly upon the president's approval or disapproval. The Congress denied Reagan money for the Contra war. So the CIA went about the drug thing. So when we denounce him and he said we can't put the comparison, that let us know in our head we have some type of internal love for our oppressor. Kanye is, in my opinion, Kanye is telling us Don't look at anybody different. If they oppressing you, they are oppressing you. If they have good qualities, they have good qualities. They have bad qualities. When we can sit here and say Reagan is not on
We
the
agree
same
on
level.
that, but we
No,
agree
Rico.
on that.
I mean, I think Rico said that it was no way you can have a comparison with Reagan and Hitler, right?
I think his position was that, and you could ask him when you talk to him, but I'm just assuming his position was that Reagan didn't go out murking people. Reagan didn't. Reagan, well, you know, in terms of because you are this race or religion, you're gone. You know, you're out of here, and I think that's what.
Do you agree with that?
Point. Do I agree? I agree with that. In that instance, I do. But as
Because
far
can
as
you
him
murk
being
somebody?
not,
Can you murk somebody through generations?
wait
Like
a minute, hold on. Go say it again.
Like the generational curse. Like we know, and I'm young enough to remember. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when the crack hit, right? And I remember how it destroyed that. If anybody looks at the blueprint of our society as Black people, that is the time that the family broke. That's more destructive than anything. I'd rather somebody shoot me between the eyes than allow me to walk around with no legs.
I think that was a Kickstarter. I mean, I think we was headed in that direction anyway, and the crack just kind of put everything in fifth gear.
Okay,
no, the crack, it did.
I got you.
We was already.
I'm just going by what facts. The crack hit, and that was the factual turn. You can theorize that. Okay, well, it went there if we'd have continued to do this.
So
I was living too.
How things was going on,
right?
And I seen that things was declining. Things were already declining
for everybody, though,
crack
right?
Even hit, right?
Because of the Nixon, the war on. He took the war on poverty to the war on drugs.
Exactly right. So this is what I'm saying, because you had dudes like Frank. What's the dude that died? Who was moving on the heroin in New York?
Frank Lucas.
You got guys like that moving major weight in major cities.
Right.
And where were they moving it the most? In the Black neighborhoods, right?
Right.
It got so bad that the white people started coming to the Black neighborhoods, just like they used to come to Black neighborhoods for the prostitutes, right?
Right.
That's where they got the name. That's where they got the name honkies from, right?
Right.
They wouldn't get out their car. They would go drive to the Black neighborhood honking their horns, right? So I'm saying, what?
I heard that before. But my point is, freeway put the drugs in the community, brother Clarence, and we know, right?
Yeah,
I'm
but
old
he
enough
was
to remember, like in
them.
Yes,
he was an agent of them. Just like Frank Lucas was an agent of them. Frank Lucas thought he was running the thing by himself. No, he was an agent of them. But this is what I'm saying. We was already slipping. Now when the crack comes in, boom, the crack put it in light speed, right? Put everything on light speed.
Right. But somebody ushered that in, though. That's my point. This man ushered it in. This man said, okay, we're going to take the money away from your school systems. And we're going to do this and we're going to do that.
New growth. We agreed on that.
Oh, okay.
We're not disagreeing on anything.
Checkmate.
Like
now
that.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, man. The only thing I'm just saying that I wouldn't blame I wouldn't be as harsh on our people that got caught up with Reagan because he wasn't singing a song like, hey.
So could you say that? Okay, could you say the same thing about the Israelis or the Jewish people who invested in Hitler? You wouldn't be as hard on them who invested in Hitler.
I would be hard on them because Hitler was public with his program. I would be hard on them. I would be just as hard as, and we got some, right? There's some. It's gonna come out. It's coming out. I'm trying. Only reason why I ain't putting Ford all the way in the mix is because I can't find no financial records yet. But Ford was very friendly. Right. And he was mentioned by name in Mein Kampf, right?
And you remember America was like, when they knew Russia and Germany because America let it go on. They knew what was going on, right?
They never thought Germany would see. They didn't know what was going on. They had satellites at that time.
They knew what was going on.
Listen. They would have never let it get out of hand like that. See,
look, brother Clarence, why did they let him go to the Olympics? Why did they let him go to the Olympics?
Wait, because they had no clue how bad the situation was.
We're going to have to have a bust down session, Clarence.
Listen to me.
I'm listening.
Listen to you. You think they would have let all that happen so they could have a D-Day? Well, all those Americans got killed trying to.
It's fact. I will put up the fact that they did because it came down to that America wanted to see. They wanted Russia and Germany to fight, and said we will go with the winner.
Okay, well,
that was their way to world domination.
But I'm saying they didn't think it was. They didn't think. They thought. See, they knew Hitler needed stuff, but they didn't know he was going to be taking over all of Europe. They thought he was just going to run into Russia,
they knew
and they was going to pound it out. But that's not what happened, right? Hitler started taking everything, and then of course the Japanese got involved, and he started friending it up to the Japanese.
Right.
That's when they said, "Uh-oh, now we got to get involved because these dudes."
But wasn't Germany and Russia at war at that time already? When the Japanese hit Pearl Harbor, let me help you out. Yes.
I'm gonna say that, but it wasn't. No, because it didn't get that bad. It didn't get that bad until I'm gonna say 44. So the Pearl Harbor happened in 42. So I don't know if it was really that bad. Maybe they was going back and forth for but it wasn't.
But see, America already knew that was the last. See, everybody knew. See, we're speaking like we did. These were military minds. They knew the two pervasive powers that was going to meet. They were whooping Britain ass. Brother Clarence, Germany, America knew that.
Exactly. They
knew that, so they were allowing that. They saw all the refugees coming in, flooding in from Germany.
1941, Pearl Harbor.
One thing I just said, look at go look at his name is Smedley Butler. Look at when you Google that, he will tell you, and then go and look at when he talked in front of Congress, because the things that New Growth is saying, you will see that the United States knew about it and was also participating in it. Yeah, but look at because the Smedley Butler, they came to him to take over the United States government.
Because when they went to war with Russia, right? America joined in and was getting their ass whooped, right? Till Russia started getting the advantage. Of really Russia who won the real war. It wasn't the United States. So when that thing when Germany fell, who was America's best friend, Clarence?
Who?
Stalin. Stalin was voted Time Magazine Man of the Year.
Okay, that's
all of a sudden, the next year, who was that? Truman.
Yeah.
Was that Truman? Truman said, okay, it's time to take over the goddamn world. We the new Hitlers. We got you. Checkmate. And did they not do that with the United Nations and everything? Does not America run the world at this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you know,
that's a difficult
that's arguable. Yeah, you're right.
Just pull up.
I would say.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so brothers, all I'm saying is, I Reagan is evil, really wicked dude. Obviously, that's my opinion. But I don't put him in the same category as Hitler. Hitler, I'm gonna give a few more points. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna push him up the ladder just a little bit because of his straight out just wickedness, man. That was just like this is the platform we're standing on. You got to die. You ain't white. You got to die, right? Now,
and that's just an opinion, right? Like, cause I can say, in my opinion,
no, that's not my opinion. That's my opinion about Reagan. Wait a minute, let me finish. This is not my opinion about the Nazis. That was their stance. Their stance was, you're not German, then you don't. Our needs outweigh your needs as a country. Therefore, you got to go because you're taking up space. That was their position. That was a public position that they had, right? Okay, so I'm saying Reagan probably felt the same way behind the scenes, but he didn't publicly put it out there and wasn't able to publicly get it off like Hitler was able to publicly get it off. That's why I'm giving Hitler a few more notches.
Okay, and that's just your opinion. That's your opinion.
It's my opinion about Reagan.
Yes.
It's not my opinion about
even your opinion about the Nazis, because
it's not my opinion about the Nazis.
When I say your opinion, as far as how you look at it, as far as interpreting as far as what they all stood for. Because
I'm not
that's
interpreting
like
it.
saying that's like saying the policies that the United States have when they got black people at the bottom.
No. Wait, stop. Because you guys think I'm interpreting something. I'm not interpreting anything. That is what they said. They said that Germany, that's what's important. Everybody else is not important.
We agree with you on that. We agree with you on that. But listen, but my point is,
think that that's my opinion.
No. Well, we agree with that because that's facts. But my thing is like, it's like we're it's not, and it's not in the same way. Let me give you an analogy. It's like it's like barbershop talk now and say, to me, LeBron James is a better player than Michael Jordan. We can come up with reasons and we can sit here for hours and hours seeing who's the better player or not. But at the end of the day, those are our opinions, right? But at the end of the day, to have that conversation, they must be what? Both great. So for us to sit here and have the conversation between Reagan and Hitler, we must admit what? They both were evil, wicked.
But the reason why I say that it's the reason because your words earlier, Brother Clarence, you said that he killed other Germans. So how did he goes in and say we promoting all Germans, but yet he killed other Germans?
Okay, I'm gonna explain it one more time.
Okay,
they killed other Germans that wasn't we call that whole, meaning that they had all their limbs, had all their senses, and could breathe. You couldn't breathe. You had the deformity. You had a chronic illness. They was giving them the needle. So that's all they wanted was ready to go Aryans, right? And so that's what they was doing. They was killing everybody. And I don't know why black people, like a guy like Kanye, saying something like that, because he would have got to you sooner or later. If he had won the war, he would have got to you sooner or later.
Nah, brother, so, that's your opinion. That is
definitely my opinion, but that's based on his behavior. That's my opinion based on his behavior. You're right about that. I can't substantiate that. I can only look at it and say logically, based on that, just a logical conclusion on how he was moving. This is what's gonna happen.
But doesn't it really boil down to like who we have been taught to like and dislike more? I'm not saying your argument is not there because I know you do more studying than the average person, right? So I can understand I can respect yours, but to the average person, when they hear the word Hitler, it's automatically a certain type of thing, right? In their mind. Yes. When they hear Nazi, but that when we say Confederate flag, when we still let them fly Confederate flags, it's a different thing in people's mind. Well, they brothers, well, so it's our minds have been programmed. So you have to take in consideration what this guy's doing, right?
Agreed.
So if he's doing something that me and you may not disagree, but I know he's trolling or he's trying to prove a point or something, the average person listening is saying, "Oh my God, how can he do this for the Jews?" And then he's anti-Semite. He's breaking the order of structure of things. And I think we owe it to say, hey, let's bring a large array. We're going to bring everything to the table to see, okay, this person was wicked. It allows us to get outside of group think. We're sheepish if we think that the only people that got persecuted were the Jewish.
But hold up. See, I like Brother Clarence, come on there. You just said that they just killed. That is not what they just did. Any Germans that did not go by their ideology, which was the Nazi party, even if you was Germans you didn't go by, they would kill you. You only said one part, and this is where the misunderstanding comes.
Wait a minute. I said wait a minute, Von Eric. In the beginning of the stream, I said they killed all kind of different Germans.
Right, but then you said that their ideology was it was just German people. You can't see your contradiction, but go ahead.
What contradiction am I talking about? Okay, you want me to qualify what I'm saying? I'll qualify it. They're talking about Germans that could breed. Germans that could breed, and they were obeying the Nazi philosophy. Okay, if I have to qualify it that far, I'll qualify it. That's fine. So
that means they was killing people that didn't fit, even if you was German or anything. If you didn't fit under their ideology, you was going to die. It wasn't, but the way you said it, that they was killing all people if they wasn't German.
Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that?
Okay. Now you said it. Now you said it though. You said it after I
said it a long
you
time ago, a couple times.
Okay.
I said a couple times, long time ago. I said they killed the Germans. I said they killed the Polish. I said they killed Russians. I said they killed their own people. I said they killed their own people.
Did you?
I said, listen, Barnier. I even said that they had some German people. I said they had some German people that was taking Jewish people in that got caught doing that, and they got liquidated.
And I'm saying, yes, you did. But you cannot say that they was killing people. That you cannot say that they wanted all German people. Everybody else, no. You're saying their allergy was just for German people. That's not what their allergy
No, that's what
was.
they wanted to create. No, they wanted to create. They wanted to only have the Aryan Germans that were whole and that could breathe.
There you go.
They wanted those people to live.
They wanted the Aryan, right? Okay. They wanted the Aryan people. The Aryan people. That was the Aryan people.
Okay, well, that's obvious.
The Aryan people,
the Germans. That's all that. No. All that's left.
See, that's what I'm saying. You have to go in and read all of history because Aryan people are a mixed race people, including, that's why I brought up Ethiopia. Because Aaron, you have to go and research and read the whole history. You cannot just take parts of history and make a general statement.
What part of history am I taking to make a general statement? What did I say that was wrong?
I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it, and it's not option. And what's the name? The Tea Party right now. The Tea Party. The Tea Party has and a woman went to the Tea Party, and she was CNN. And this woman said, why are you, when you came here, told the CNN reporter, why are you here just reporting this part of the Tea Party? Why didn't you come over here? Because that part of the Tea Party is racist. Why are you just reporting that and not reporting on this side? It's just like all Republicans are not far right. You got moderate, and then you have conservative within the Republican Party. You have different sectors in many different ideologies. As far as that's why the Nazis. You got to remember the Nazi Party was German, but it was people outside of the Nazi parties that was Germans. So when you say, "Oh, they was just trying to spread the German race," no, it wasn't just trying to spread the German race. That's not how the entire history reads or shows.
Okay, what were they trying to do? What did I say there? So I'm wrong that they wanted to just have just the Germans breed, right?
No. I'm not saying that you're wrong. No, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying when you take that and generalize it, it's when you take that part and generalize it to make it that's the only thing. No, it's different people within the Nazi race that have different ideology. That wasn't, especially when New Growth just showed you what he ran on. What he ran on, if you research that, it wasn't like as far as what you're saying. Now, when they got into office, as time went on, yes, you are absolutely right. Absolutely right. What part of them did and what was going on? Yes. But that's not the whole general as far as the party.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Because I never disagreed with him on what he was running on or another. I don't know where you getting this from. We agreed that I said that the Germans was getting rid of the German, but I'm just telling you what he said out of his own mouth, that the German people need more living space, and he was gonna get it for them, right? So that was just him out of his own mouth. Now I'm not trying to make nothing up or nothing like that, or add my own little, put 20s on 10s. I'm just telling you what he said out of his mouth, that the German people need more living space, and he was gonna give it to them. So where are we disagreeing? Where are we having a divide?
Never mind. Go ahead, because you still it's just what you said earlier. You still not saying, but go ahead.
No, say what I said then, because let me clear it up.
It's the way you said it when you said they was just there, right, to promote just the German people.
Correct.
Just the German. And that was the core of their ideology, because you was even saying the other things that they did that you felt that was evil. But for you to say that they was just for the German, that doesn't add up, because they killed Germans.
Okay.
That's contradictory.
Okay. I think I see where you're getting hung up at. Okay. I don't know how you getting hung up, but I see where you're getting hung up at, because I said they was just for that. I mean, when I said they just for that, I mean that was the core reason for why they was doing what they was doing, was to promote the German people and let them spread their wings all over the world. That was the core thing. Now, of course, you got other little procedures and functions that's going to happen in between that, where you're going to have other goals that are going to be accomplished as well, right? The Autobahn freeway, the Volkswagen, you have other things that got accomplished, right? But the core reason why for this man getting in the office was to eradicate everyone else and just make German people be living on the planet. That was his core belief, that's what's needed to happen, right? So he set about to do that, right? He got far, he got along. I mean, he got really far along, right? And we can't say, oh, he did it by himself. No, he had to have some help. I'm sure some people helped him out, right?
Hey, I wish they would.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So my point is this. And fellas, let's wrap it up here. My point is, we got to look at evil, and we got to look at even people in our own community, man. We got to look at the people and be able to say without a doubt, man, this person, we can't follow this person into an abyss once they start promoting a wicked situation. And when they take that stance, then we're gonna have to look at each other and say, okay, hey, I might have to let you go, right? I have nothing against Cardi B. I have nothing against her. But I'm not gonna let my granddaughter listen to her music. Oh, but she's a sister, Clarence, you ain't supporting the sisters. I guess I can't, because I can't support that. I can't support my granddaughter shaking her behind to that kind of music. I just can't do it.
And I don't think none of us really, these brothers on the stage can't do that. But I think what you're missing is that she has redeeming qualities. Like, she took herself
I'm not saying she don't.
I'm not saying she doesn't. That's what Kanye's saying. He's not saying that they are evil and that this is stuff that doesn't need to be long. But if we as human beings cannot see goodness and bad in people, and I know he's doing it for a shock value. He's shocking the hell out of people, right? Because like I told you before, like, and you don't show the videos when I be proven it right, because he said,
I can't find those.
I know you don't want to. I'll send them to you. Delete. But when he said, who do you know who deleted a $1 million deal on a tweet? He said, I'm free, right? I told y'all that before. This is not checkers. You a chess player, Clarence. I know that. And he cannot do it. And it's another guy, I want to see your video. And he's saying, he was saying something that was deep, his opinion. He don't think Kanye is trying to win. He's just trying to turn over the table.
Maybe
if we can turn over the table, if we can change the mindsets, if we can say of the world, of the people.
You're not gonna do that.
Why not?
Because they wicked. You're not going to get wicked people to say, you know what? That's right, Kanye. That's a just thing. And then it's a business situation on top of that. Business is competitive, right? New growth. You build this big business, and then somebody that's not in your family black, white, red, yellow. They come to you and they say they want to be included in your business, and you hire that person. And then when you hire them, they start thinking it's their business. You gonna
That's
say,
a
wait a
bad
minute.
analogy. That's a
You
bad
said, no,
analogy. That's a
listen.
bad. Oh,
You're
try
gonna start
again.
saying, wait a minute. You're gonna start saying, wait a minute, son. Wait a minute. This is still my business. And so we're gonna do things the way I want to do it. Now if
See,
you
but
don't like
that's
the way
go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
just telling you how American business works.
But
There's some other kind of business
I hear.
that works
Go
the
ahead.
way, but American business works like this. This is my business. You here as a compliment to me. And if you don't like what I'm doing here, you could quit. That is how American business works.
So that's how
I'm
it
not
worked
gonna
for
build this.
Elon Musk.
Wait a minute, listen. Huh? I'm not gonna build up a big business. I'm not gonna build up this big business and then let you come in and take it over and learn all my secrets and then just go up and build a better business than me. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna pace you
That's
out.
how American business works. See, we can talk because that Elon Musk did that. Elon Musk
Yeah.
wanted to make an electric car, but the first thing he did was made a battery that was picked up by BMW, right? And he came in there, and now all of a sudden he has the Tesla. Now he's the richest man. See what Kanye and a lot of guys, I think what you're
Wait. What you're saying right there is the crux of the situation. He made his own product. He made his own.
Kanye does too.
Wait. No. But he's fighting with people because he's mad because he's in their network and they're telling him this is the way you're gonna do it because you in my network. See, Elon
But what
Musk
network is that? What network is that? Is that the American
whatever their
network or the
is.
world network? Because
Whatever
it
their
seems to
network
have a
is.
problem when a black person wants to get to that point. We have history, Brother Clarence, how they've
But what I'm
stolen
saying
things. So how do we break free from that? Because
How do
what
we?
you're saying is
I'm telling you how we're gonna break free. We have to build our own networks. We can't keep
with
crying
whom?
with each other. We got to start from somewhere.
So
we gotta
Kanye
start
gonna build
somewhere.
a network with you or me?
He ain't gonna work with us. He's not.
He can't work with us. He's on a whole nother level.
Okay, so including him in the conversation is moot. Why we
But that's
include him in
but
the
that's what I'm
conversation?
but that's what
The
listen what
millions
I'm
that he
saying.
got, the millions of billions he got it. He's like Oprah Winfrey. He's locked. He can't spend it with us if he wanted to.
No, but
he has
listen
to,
what I'm saying.
Oprah Winfrey building all kinds of schools over in Africa. Can't build one school over here, right? Because she locked. She can't spend.
But that's
They
but
can't.
but
They gonna
why
let her
but
spend
why
no money
but
over
why
here.
can Bill Gates do it?
Why can Bill Gates do it? Of course, you know why Bill Gates can do it.
That's my point, and that's what he's fighting against. That's what he's fighting against.
He has his own. Listen to me. He
But we
has
have
his
to-
own network. You don't
Yes,
have to go
and we
to
have to
nobody else.
destroy. We have to
Listen to me.
destroy and rebuild.
He has his own network.
So he built his
don't have
own.
to
He
go to
built his
nobody
own
and
network.
say, he don't have to go to huh?
He built his own network.
Yeah. Well,
Or
he
is
was
this a
running his
network
own
that was
network. I don't
built?
know if he built it by himself, but I'm sure
Of
he had
course he
help.
didn't. You think Mark Zuckerberg built his own network?
I'm sure he had help, but he had
Of
help
course.
with people. He had help with people with similar interests,
Right, and that's
so they
what
can work
Kanye did.
together. Listen to me. Who's interested in helping you get up off the ground when they standing on you? They
No,
feet ain't
they're
touching
not.
the
They're
ground,
not.
and they standing on you. So
Brother Clarence,
nobody's
I
going
think
to
you
help.
don't give
Nobody's
us
going to
enough.
reach out and help you. We have to help ourselves.
Brother Clarence, I think you don't give us enough credit.
Brother Clarence, you know history does it. What you're saying and what Kanye is saying when New Growth is backing him up. First of all, history doesn't show that. Come on, Brother Clarence.
History doesn't show
when we stuck together, didn't black people stick together in Tulsa?
Yeah.
And look what happened.
Well,
hold up. Now it's a woman. She's a comedian. Her last name is Ruffin. She come on NBC, and she did a thing as far as one thing, 100 towns, all black, unified, that the United States, along with other people, destroyed the towns and then put it underwater. Put it underwater. One of them is in Georgia, where New Growth is at. But
what
they
is that?
did,
Yeah.
they did this is just 100.
What is that? What does that got to do with?
Hold up. I'm gonna show you. Because the Tulsa people, do you know who was behind it? It was the Rockefellers because of the oil and other oil burns. They was behind that. And this is what Kanye is trying to show. Yes, we can be unified, but when you got people out there that's coming after you and dividing you like they did the Black Panther, like they did everything with black people unified, but it's just not, I'm just not going to do it since we talk about black people, because they did it other way around the world. I just want people to know that. But with black people, what Kanye is saying, that you got people that coming in to divide you and come up with different things. And one of the things they do, they send a law after you, just like they did when Suge and Jay Prince and what's it, the other one from Murder Inc. When they was
Hell, you can go back to Marcus Garvey. But go
ahead.
They
was going to come up with unify the distribution deal. Guess who came after him? Leon Cohen.
Wait. Okay, I hear all what you're saying. What does that got to do with me telling you that you got to build your own network?
Can I explain this, Brother Vaughn, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
What he's saying is, brother, if somebody is always going to destroy you, if they're waiting for you to build a business up there and they're going to destroy it as soon as it get bills, right? Because we do have to admit that we have built networks. We have built things, but they have been destroyed when a system is allowed. So at some point, Brother Clarence, it's not just about us building something else or trying to do it better. We have to actually what? Fight back against the system that feels as though
you're gonna take over their system.
No, it's not. You're not taking over their system.
The only thing you're gonna
it's not really their system, though, Brother Clarence. If their system is
a system and it's theirs.
Listen, brother. if the system is reliant on our product, if the system is reliant on us for them to even grow, we have to come to a table. We're gonna have to go to war. At least we're gonna get to the point say you're gonna give us ours, you get yours. But see, what it is they take us, like we was talking the other Saturday night, they take individuals. So Kanye is gonna fight as an individual. They might whoop his ass, and Jay-Z sit back and allow it to happen. Then they take Jay-Z, they're gonna whoop his ass. Then they're gonna take Bill Cosby, they're gonna whoop his ass. These systems don't work without us. So when we get to the point, it's not.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, man, it's not to the point that we can't build systems. We ain't slow.
Right.
It's just that they know, okay, we the powers that be. We gonna knock them off.
Right, and they're going to do it. This is like what Dave said. Flip Wilson. Flip Wilson owned his own masters, but you know what? They wouldn't let it on their network. They wouldn't allow him to come on that thing because you know why? Because they wanted to control. They did it. They do it all the time. They did it with Nat King Cole, Red Fox, the best ratings. The best ratings. All of a sudden, no, you can't. You couldn't get sponsors, huh?
Right.
That's what? That's just the reason why Von Allen is suing.
Exactly.
Von Allen went to the Supreme Court. Went to the Supreme Court. This is unprecedented. He went to the Supreme Court with Comcast. Comcast got a monopoly on just about every urban city in the United States. They got a contract with the governments. He took them to court because they wouldn't pay him a percentage of his channels like they do to others.
Right.
But when he went to the Supreme Court, the Trump administration went to fight on Comcast side, and they are a left-wing organization. That has never been done in the United States history. That the government comes and
that's
fights
the system.
All right, y'all.
That's
all right, here I am.
The system.
Okay. Can I respond to some of the stuff?
Nah, go back and take a break. We cooking. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead, big brother, man. You know it's your show, man.
You doing me like Bugoda, right?
You know it's your show, brother.
I want to talk.
You know what I'm saying? Go back.
All right, man. Look, this is what I'm saying. Are there going to be casualties? There's going to be casualties any way we move. If we continue where we're going, we're going to have casualties. If we don't do nothing, it's going to be casualties. If we move forward, it's going to be casualties. So, the best future has us moving forward. Now, what can we learn from the past? We know these people are coming. So as we build something, we got to have some things, we got to put some things in place to where it's not going to be advantageous for them to mess with us, right? We got to put some things in place, some security. We got to do some things. We might have to do some things that's not so nice, right? But we're going to have to do this. The only way out is us getting together. And if enough of us get together, eventually they're gonna start throwing money at us to try to get on the bandstand.
Right.
Okay. So, but until we can stop all this internal squabbling over religion, over who's black. I'm black. You black. No, you light skinned because you ain't black like me. You from here. You from this part of the planet, so you ain't really black. And this stupid shit. I need to get my woman to submit. That's what I was submitting. We making all these shows about submitting women, and those of us that's on a whole other. I can't relate to those problems. But shout out to the brothers that's doing all that. But I mean, we so far all over the road talking about stuff so that people don't get upset with us till we just stay away from it. And they got watchers that's watching out, right? I'm sure they got somebody looking at me. I'm sure it's, what I'm saying? But they got people that's out there watching to make sure, hey, because when you get a big enough following, now you're on somebody's radar. They're going to keep an eye on you and make sure you're not inspiring the people. Right? They want to inspire the people to be free. So what I'm saying is the only way out of this situation is we either walking out arm in arm, or we gonna die arm in arm. And so if we build something, we're gonna have to build it. We're gonna have to build it. We're gonna have to get together and build it. And are they coming? Yes, we know they coming. So we got to be prepared for them, right? This white man was prepared for the white man coming from England, and he called himself a minute man. He said, you got to be ready in a minute, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to do the same thing. We have to take a page out of their book. Okay.
So with the redeeming qualities in the people that was enslaving us, right? We can find redeeming qualities in them, right? The Minutemen, all of them, they have redeeming qualities, right?
Who? The slave masters?
The Minutemen who had us under oppression, the toxic 13 colonies. That I'm just giving you an example because what you just said.
I'm sure
what you just said is just confirms what we were talking about.
But I said this about Hitler. I'm sure he was nice to his mother at some point.
No.
He did something good in his life.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like you just said, that's one of the things that kind of can like bring it to a certain type of understanding, because these people enslaved our people. These people over here didn't give a damn about us, right?
Yeah,
they were fighting. They were fighting for our wealth. So we have to take a page out of the Minutemen book, which is true.
They was fighting for them.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But we have to take a page from the people who were oppressing us.
We taking a page from the strategy, not from the ideology. Not from the ideology, from the strategy.
Exactly. We on the same page.
Where we come from, you don't need strategy, right? It's big on big. Big on big, small on small. We line up everybody, it's big on big, small on small. It's like we playing lot football.
Throwback tackle.
Big, small, right? Yeah, it's just big on big, small on small, right? But now, since the Caucasian he don't fight like that. He used strategy. So now we got to learn how to use strategy in a world where you probably don't need strategy. Because some of these people are so wicked, man, they don't care that you're going to. They don't care that you trying to build something for your children. They look at it as a deficit for their children. Any good for your children is bad for their children, right? That's why they had a problem with the CRT situation, right? You making my child feel bad talking about slavery. So we're going to call y'all undocumented workers. Right?
Wicked.
Yeah. So
wicked.
So I think we all agree that most of the people we talked about, they all are wicked. They all are wicked. And so what we have to do is recognize this because this what was only my lesson today was to say that we have to know when, okay, this person is going outside of, not saying Kanye's wicked. I think he's a little touched. I think he's a little, he has a very feminine way of handling things, right? Because he gets mad and then he just starts acting out, right? Very feminine, but I understand what he's trying to do. I understand his anger. I understand his position. I just think he could have handled it better. Still had the money and slowly under the ground built up something. If we got enough of the millionaires putting money together behind the scenes, to build something, then maybe we could do that. But that's not gonna happen, right? They have no reason to do it.
Can I ask you one real quick question? Can I ask you one quick question?
Do you think I just think this. Kanye West, like I said before, I believe, yes, he's an opportunist. But as far as him being a coon, I wanted to ask Jay, I don't see that. Because especially throughout his life and his business practice and the things that he did, I don't see that. But I would like
in his lyrics, I mean,
right,
just,
and
a lot of people are just not really familiar with it.
Right, that's why I would like to ask him his interpretation when he said he was a coon. But I do believe whatever you think Kanye West is, and that's your opinion, look and see what he is saying and research what he is saying. Just like it says in the Bible, observe my law and keep my status. So I observe what he is saying, and then I go and see why is he saying that. And I think some people are just caught up in their emotions and then take some of the words that he is saying, and just because he's using it in a way they don't like it, they say it's this, they say it's that. We all come in different ways on how we express ourselves. And some people is going to accept it and some people's not. That even happened with Jesus Christ and God. So it depends, and we all can have our different interpretations on how people should do it, and people should. But nevertheless, I see his strategy. I see a lot of his understanding, but I do see what other people, how they look at it also.
Right. And my question is just, think about it like this. Like, this brother had it all, right? He was a billionaire. He had the best-selling shoe. He had this, he had that, he had... What reason would he ever want to just throw it all away besides actually what he's saying?
That's true.
There's no reason. There was no reason. If they just said put it on the shelf, if he said, and Brother Clarence, I remember you, me and Vaughn, I remember I sent you the video on Kanye before all the controversy started, right? And it said that how he looking at his family and how he did this and did that. Y'all were quiet, and we was like, y'all must don't like Kanye, and y'all were kind of tight-lipped, Rico. But it's all of a sudden, all the videos of his negativity are put back to back, but none of his. He has said some profound things in this moment of breakdown, right? He's done some things, and I've never seen, and I'm not judging you, Brother Clarence. You know I love you, but I ain't seen you break down. Why you ain't break down the video of Louis Farrakhan saying stand with the brother Kanye? Have you seen that one?
But I knew that's his position. I already knew that was his position.
But
so
the people don't know that though. We can,
right,
you know what I'm saying? Well, the people can see from a different perspective, because all I've seen for him is a negative. Or is he going more crazy? He's going more crazy. He's going more crazy. And to me, and it's your show. I ain't, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm gonna rock with you. Right. I'm not Vagoda. I'm not the Black Vagoda. But I'm just saying, like, that's kind of like, why wouldn't you want to teach that to the people? Why you want to give another side from a person who is well respected in our community, right? That way we can see different points of views.
The reason why I could spend a lot more time talking about Brother Farrakhan, but the reason why I don't is because I don't want, because I know there's some people that's going to get caught up on the fact that they're going to say, oh, well, this is just a channel for Farrakhan. It is, but it ain't. It really is. It really is. We're trying to just help our people. And if I can use Brother Farrakhan to do it, if I can use Malcolm, if I can use T.D. Jakes, whoever I can use, I'll use.
Eddie Long.
Well, I think, he's another one.
Rest in peace. Let me stop, man. Let me stop. I'm wrong for that.
No. I mean,
I'm wrong.
He's another one because somebody would probably ask me, "Do you see any redeeming qualities in Eddie Long?" And I really, at the time of his unfortunate passing, the things that he did with these young men much
unforgivable.
Outweighed all the money that he gave, all the programs that he spent money on, all the good stuff that he did. That just outweighed everything, and that's unfortunately what can happen to you if you get involved in something where it becomes very evil. It's just you can get you can just throw away all the good that you did. Look at Bill Cosby did, sent all these kids to college, and single-handedly the SBU, what do they call it? What are those black colleges, HBCUs? They were on their deathbed. Cosby pumped up the enrollment at HBCUs, man, pump new life into them, right?
You're right. You're right.
With the single show. So all the good that he did, he had a girl come out and say that he was her father. He was her father. That he kept saying, no, I'm not her father. And she kept saying, yes, he is. She took him to court, made him get a DNA test that he wasn't her father. And he still put her through college. He still put her through college. All the good stuff that the man did.
Right.
But you know what the people gonna remember? He got arrested. He wasn't even supposed to be arrested, but he got arrested and he was drugging these women. See, when you do stuff, see, that's what I'm saying. It's going, if you do, it don't matter how much good you do, if you do some bad, and if it's real bad,
right.
That's what.
See, but we have to be great. We have to be great people because I know Vaughn just asked the question if Eddie Long had did that to one of my children or something, how would I feel? Oh, it ain't a point of forgiving, right? But I have to be wise enough to know that this person is not just a short. So because of what he's done to me, my pain cannot blind me to a person's actions. Like I was talking to Brother Clarence earlier. If Saul had killed one of your brothers, right? Then all of a sudden he redeemed and he comes back. Do you not follow Paul? Do you take Paul out the Bible? Because it's something that, of course, we all have done wrong and come short, right? But that doesn't mean I'm going to praise him. That's not going to be. But if I say, hey, Eddie Long did galvanize the black community in a part of DeKalb County where it was nothing going on at that point, with drug and alcoholism was at an all-time high. Yes, he did that. That was a redeeming quality. That's something, like you said, we take from the Minutemen. We take that part, but we don't take we don't praise him regardless of what he did, right? We don't erase what he did, but people have good things in them. We have to keep that in mind. We cannot be around here so emotionally charged and dishonest because we have done some things that people could. I've been with some girls in my life that probably say he's the worst Negro ever, right? But it's like, I'm not that same man no more. And if he never forgives me and they never want to talk to me again because of that, all right, but you can't say David wasn't a good guy. He didn't do this for you. He did pay my this. He did do this. So, everybody has that. And it just seems like one is more extreme. Like Hitler, that's a whole nother level of like, oh my God, he's unbearable. He's sickening. But we got to keep that in mind. We're humans. Because even if, like, I'm not bringing up the Nation of Islam, but a lot of things are saying, hey, they killed Brother Malcolm, right?
Right.
Farrakhan's daughter, Malcolm's daughter was on there saying that Farrakhan had something to do with it. And I was hot for a minute. Like, come on, Farrakhan, what? But then, and I heard him speak sometimes, and it was kind of a vitriol about Malcolm. But I said, hold up. Yeah. This man still has a lot of greatness. I cannot allow my emotions to destroy my ability to grow and learn.
Agreed.
And I even remember with Malcolm X, and when he had his back and forth with Elijah Muhammad, he still, at the end of his life, he said, I would not be here if it wasn't for that man, right? So we got to grow up. We got to grow up and really start seeing life for what it is. Let God judge us in the afterlife.
Yeah. No. I'm not saying judge anybody. What I'm saying is, if you see somebody walking funny, you can walk with them. And you can try to get them to walk regular. But if they got their mind made up that they're on their way to the thickets, if you don't want to get stuck, at some point you're gonna have to let their hand go.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. And our people need to recognize that moment. I'm not judging Kanye. I don't know why he's doing what he's doing. I don't think it's a good idea, but I don't know why he's doing this. But hey, that's on him. Now, I'm not, until he can't. Now I'm not the minister, but I'm staying with the minister. But I'm not the minister where the minister would be like, because he gonna stand with black people no matter what, right? So, but I'm more of the person. I'm more of the type like, okay, I have to get out of my emotions. You know, the minister, because he loved black people so much, he'll stand with them even when they got their pants around their ankles, right? I am trying to get like that, but I'm more to the point where, hey, because I've dealt with so many different types of people, I know that there's people out there that'll play you, and they will take advantage of the fact that you are trying to help them to maneuver you so you can be a victim of theirs, right? I've seen this happen many times, and so therefore I'm a little more cautious than I would be than Brother Farrakhan. I'm just a little more cautious, and so I would be more like, okay, I'm here by myself with this person. It ain't me, Brother Farrakhan, and this person. It's just me and him, or it ain't just me and God and him. It's just me and him. Okay, and he decides, hey, you hear that gun? I'm walking with him, and he said, hey, you hear all them gunshots? Let's go down and see what's going on. And I'm like, nah, man, let's don't go down there. Let's go this way. He said, no, man, come on, let's go. We can see what's happening. Now I got a decision to make. Am I gonna go with him or not? So that's all that I want to make sure is we know at what point. Yeah, it's cool to hang with somebody, and I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, New Growth. I was gonna say, okay, I was gonna say, okay, I'm try to be open-minded with this Kanye thing until he said all this stuff. Now I have to say, okay, that would be, to me, that would be like somebody coming up saying, the Klan, man, they were just a bunch of good old boys.
Nah, I don't
That
think
wouldn't
that's
fly
the
with
same.
me.
No, that's look, what if he said the Klan had great qualities because when the South, they were starving too, right? They
Yeah,
were
but that's
starving
not.
after
But
Reconstruction, right?
I
And they
understand
came
that. But that's
together and they brought together and somehow they galvanized the South to whoop our ass, right? That ain't what I'm happy about. But how did they do that?
the
That's what
galvanized
my
stuff
mind.
to
That's
do
my
what?
mind to become a power again. They
Well, they gave
became a
them a
power
bunch of
again.
money. They
Yes,
gave
but
them
they
a bunch of money.
also got us to leave. They stopped us from voting. They was able to get the Union to leave and allow us to be almost put back in a second slavery,
Oh yeah,
right? With
yeah.
Jim Crow. And it's
But
like,
the
how did they
intention
do
was
that?
never to have us live a good life. The intention was us to get the crumbs or whatever else the white people was gonna have. That was the intention. It was never for us. Slavery was only Abraham Lincoln only freed the slaves to destabilize the economy of the South, so they couldn't buy
Right.
weapons and they couldn't buy things anymore. That's the only thing. He just destabilized their economy because they were going to be making more money and they were going to go off the dollar.
Right.
They were going to go off the U.S. dollar. So
They
anyway,
were off the US dollar. But you're right. I got you.
Okay, but they were going to overtake the U.S. dollar, which make the U.S. dollar worth nothing.
Yes, yes.
And that was going to be a real problem. So my point being with all of that is, we got to learn, brothers and sisters. We got to learn when to cut the cord on somebody, right? When to say, okay, if you following this path ain't gonna work for me. Okay, this is what you're gonna say. You're gonna say that this man that did all this evil, you love him and you like him and you got all this respect and
I didn't
everything
hear
for him.
love, Clarence. I'm gonna have to listen to that again, but I
Okay,
didn't hear love.
hold on. Because you know I don't play with that.
I'll listen to it. I don't want you to stop your
Okay,
flow.
I will play it for you, brother. He did say he said he loved the Jews and he loved the Nazis.
Yeah, but that he said he loved Hitler.
Yeah, he said he loved Hitler. Not on this program, but on another program, he said he loved Hitler. Yeah, not on this clip he didn't say it, but he said it the last time. But
I thought I heard him say I thought he said I love. There's so many things I love about Hitler.
No, he said I love Hitler. Go listen to this. He said I love Hitler, but the particular clip I was playing, it's been removed. It's been taken down. But so I had to get this thing off of this other thing off the Young Turks. But they had played way more of it than that. But they only got like a minute and a half of it on this thing. But
it depends on how you look at it. I mean, Hitler was half Jew. So he was half
Jew. I don't know about that.
Yeah, he was half Jewish.
That's facts.
I don't know. Well, see, that might be a fact. But see, when y'all tell me facts like this, pull it up. Have it. Give me a link, man. Don't just say
What facts I tell you that you want me to pull up?
No. I'm saying whatever fact you want to present.
When I be sending them to you in the email, you be like, I be putting
You send it to
timelines
me.
and everything.
No, if you send it to me and then you come on the show and say, "Hey, brother, pull that up," what I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't expect me when I'm in the heated debate with somebody else about something else to pull up what you're talking about. That might not be the time I'm gonna do it. But if you on the show and you on the stage and you say, "Hey, brother Clarence, pull that up. Let's talk about that." Okay, let's talk about it.
Right? I got you.
Because I don't want to. I don't want y'all. Y'all are not, but I don't want it to be. That's one thing I have to get across the Dakota. We have a topic. Let's stay on the topic. We don't have to always be over talking about how bad things are happening to the Jews. I mean,
but that's his topic though, and you know what? That's his topic.
Yeah, but but I don't want to do that every time. Yeah, sometimes we can talk about it, but every time, no. So I'm like, we're not gonna do that no more. We're not gonna do it. Today was the last day I let that happen. I'm not gonna let the show get derailed like that no more. Because you know, I need to have a show with him just about that topic, so we can bury the hatchet on that, or at least come to an understanding. Right? All right, brothers. Let's do some final words and let's get out of here, man.
Okay, let me go. See what had happened was no. Hey man, yeah, Sunday night I apologize to everybody. I didn't get off there like I'm getting off room. No, I was just like, let me get off. My voice was getting lost and I ain't say that now. Come on. This time I said, okay, well, my voice getting on. He ain't answering the questions, so let me drop down. I dropped down into the chat. So, but much respect, man. I would like to bring more more information. I don't know how to do that. Maybe I'll send it to you prior. But I don't trust that you're not gonna dodge the subject, you know. I bring the information. You be like,
I don't dodge nothing. See, okay, and you'll find out.
I'm just playing with you.
No. I want you because I want you to see when you host your own show, you'll see it's so many different things you're trying to keep an eye on. So it's hard to. Sometimes you may miss something. So please forgive me, brother, if I didn't address or I didn't play your things.
Now, I remember MC Rand used to say when he heard Ice Cube's verse, he would go back in the studio the night after and change his, and then Ice Cube would come and change. So I was just messing with you, but yeah, man, it's like we all got so much intelligence. We got other ways of looking at it, and it's like your way of looking at it is your way of looking at it. But sometimes, if you trust me and Von Bryant, we not slow. A lot of things that we've said have come to fruition. From what he said, he was like, I don't know why he's doing it. I said, I'm telling you, him getting out of that deal was such and such, and he confirmed it. Right? I don't know Kanye. Right?
I mean, but what else was he gonna say? Right? I don't know. I mean, maybe so.
See, but y'all wasn't saying that. Y'all was saying, I don't know why he did it. He was stupid. He was this. He lost his mind.
I didn't say Noel. I didn't say it was stupid, but I definitely said it was wrong, bad timing.
Notice I said y'all.
I'm not Rico, so I understand. Rico would say it another way, but I'm saying that what he tried to do, I wish he would have did it after he had built up his own thing. Like you guys talked about Microsoft, he had his own thing, or what's his name at Tesla, right? Now you can start calling people idiots because you're a billionaire. And you're a billionaire on your own.
Right.
See, now you can start talking. But when you start talking, when your billions is connected to their billions, then it's going to be an issue. And to me, it wasn't militarily sound.
So you're basically saying most black people who have big money, they're connected. They're already controlled. So everybody that's in.
I did a show on that.
So that's what I'm saying. So
they're conditional millionaires, I call them.
Right. So for him to jump out the bag like that, we have to give him some type of credence, some type of prop, because everybody else is like, I'm gonna stay in here. Like Prince jumped out the bag. Like, and that's what I want to talk about. Like Prince had a song called Let's Go Crazy. Let's get nuts. And some people said, and like Dr. Amos said, for black people to function the way we do in this America, we have to have law style minds. It's time for us to do the thing opposite of what seems right. Because the things that we strive for to say this is the right thing has kept us oppressed for 400 years. So
You're
at this
never
point,
going to listen to me, man. Listen to me. You're never going to beat the Caucasian at wickedness. You're never going to outwit it. You're never. Well, I'm telling you, because we say this stuff, right? We got to do it a new way and everything. That's cool, but unless you plan for his brutal rebuttal to whatever you're doing, you're gonna get blindsided.
Brother Clarence, I never praised white Jesus, right? I never looked at the white man as the savior. I don't look at him as no grandiose thing that can't be defeated. So I'm not saying you do, but I don't carry that much respect for him. I mean, I carry that much respect for him because I know what he can do and I know his greatness, but I don't carry a fear that what we can't do. Everything we doing, we got to move with a point of winning. If they take me out tomorrow, I'm good. I hope I've spread a little words to my daughters, to the people that listen here, and it keeps growing and growing. Like Martin Luther King would have never survived if we had the Emmett Till and all. Well, they didn't survive, but we wouldn't be here. The slaves, if we had this mindset of, we ain't got to be wicked to take them out. Moses didn't have to be wicked to take the Egyptians out. Why we got to think like we got to be weak? It's time to take them out. We don't even understand that we can destroy the empire.
No. What I'm saying is, you're not going to be able to take them out plugged into their situation. You're not going to be able to say and then begging them to treat you right in their situation. That's their situation. You're at the mercy of whatever the way they want to do you.
Right.
And I'm saying your best strategy is to build your own situation.
Right.
It would take 100 years. It would take 200 years. It would take 500 years. Right? Somebody got to lay the groundwork.
Or
Somebody's got to do it.
And you're right. I'm gonna leave it on this. Maybe destroying the whole system, being that time bomb that blows up the illusion of the power, can allow us to now have a even playing field to build our own. Because if he just walks away and we continue to try to build our own, they got the blue. Sometimes somebody got to be that bomb. Like Kanye said, I hate to use this example, but he said, and this was years ago, this guy's very intelligent. If we listen to him, he said, just like Mandela had to bomb the buildings in South Africa to go to jail for 20-something years, somebody has to be able to drop that bomb. Like the Bible says, a bomb in Gilead and all of these. Somebody's got to be able to walk around an empire. Joshua walked around the empire. Somebody's got to be. America fought against Great Britain. Vietnam fought against these people. So I'm gonna just leave it at this. Go ahead.
Here you go. I sent it to you. For some reason, I can't send it in your private chat. But according to this is according to the latest study, not only that he was half Jewish, they are also suggested that he was half African. He had African blood, African also. But they said, but I sent it to your email.
Okay, yeah, I can't confirm any of that, but if that's what is being said out there, that's what's being said out there.
Good luck, brother. Nice. We sharpening swords, man. I'm getting my Wu-Tang style is getting good, messing with you, right? And Von, Eric, and Rico when he come correct. But Sister Annie's just dropped Sister Annie. She's so on point. She know hip hop and R&B, and she know her critical thinking right there. Said maybe he had to get out of that deal to make his own new thing, right?
Yeah, that's
so,
true.
Sister Annie, I appreciate your mind. Don't you ever stop thinking and growing and allowing yourself to be used the way you are. We appreciate it as men and as Black people. So, and you too, Brother Clarence.
Thank you, sir. You too.
With your old ass, only 10 years older than me. Hey man, hey, tell your wife, sorry we kept you long, man. Tell your granddaughter, man, you keep being a great grandfather, man. And peace out, Von, Eric, man. Much respect.
Take care of those queens, man. Appreciate you.
All right, no doubt.
All right, bro.
Yeah, yeah. Sister Ain't, yeah, she on point. Von Bryan on point. Von Bryan said, "I'm getting tired of talking about this Kanye."
Yeah. This was the last one, Vaughn. Boy, this is the last one. This is it. We're done.
He said, man, y'all making me old with this.
I got two things I'm gonna tell myself this year. Not gonna talk about Kanye no more. Not unless unless he do something really out of pocket. And then I'm not gonna let Bagoda take over the show no more. I gotta find a way to stop Bagoda from doing that, man. Bagoda would take us all the way left, man.
Yeah, he would take us and the things that he come up with. Man. But yeah, shout out to him. Yeah, I even see where Bagoda's coming from, but I just think the lens that the lens that he's looking through carries a lot of emotions, and I think he's looking at that we're trying to discredit him as a Jewish person or discredit or look at him a certain way. And I think if a person is not right, judge him unrighteously. If the person is right, judge him righteously. So I just think that he's looking at it that we trying to put down. No, that's not what we doing. That's not what you doing. That's not what Rico doing. That's not what the people are doing on the panel. And I think he's hearing other things that's going on and applying what they doing to us. And that's not and I think that's not what's going on. But yeah, everybody in the chat, I enjoyed your comments and reading your comments, and some smart people in the chat, and some smart people that comes up on the panel. That's much wisdom. And I love their questions and stuff like that. Sometimes that's why I go quiet, because I'll be reading the comments in the chat. I'm like, oh man, and then sometimes I build my case or my argument on what I read in the comments in the chat. So shout out to the people in the chat. And shout out to you, brother Clarence. I see where you're coming from. Exactly where you're coming from. I was just, like I always do, I just try to see and show the other side. So that's
good, man. Because a lot of our people feel that way, and so we gotta, come to meet in the middle somewhere. So
right. And that's my main goal, is to meet somewhere in the middle. But yeah, I'm gonna go back because I'm gonna go back and rewind this. I listened to when Brother Rico, y'all had the other one, what was it? The other day was Sunday. Yeah. I listened to that. That was a good
part
stream.
1.
Yeah, part 1. Yeah, I listened to that. That was a good stream. Everybody's opinion and facts they was bringing. So and the stuff that you said, I just want to be clear. The information you said, because I don't want people to think that when I say things the opposite of you, it's not that I'm discrediting you, because the things that you're saying are facts. Once you say it, I take it as facts. Even though you may not bring an article or something like that, I still believe your interpretation, to me, your interpretation is facts, because the words that you speak. But that's just how I take things and how
I agree. I look at those. Unless y'all say something really way different, and I know different, I'm gonna say, hey, can you bring something to show it? But other than that, I'm taking you at your word too.
Right. And I think that's understandable, because you want to see whatever article or whatever I read, you want to see that interpretation.
Well, I know this one here. People have a lot of faith in you. People have a lot of faith in me. Well, not faith. Let me just say that they have a lot of belief in the fact that we are genuinely trying to bring good information. They have the belief of that, right? And so that's why we got a responsibility to make sure we're giving out good information, because cats might watch this on the replay, and cats might say, oh, well, Von Erich said this, or Clarence said that. And if I'm just talking, or if you're just talking, and we didn't really check out what we said, and they find us wrong, then we lose our credibility, because they're going to say, well, they was wrong that time, they're probably wrong on this, or whatever, right? And ain't no point in listening to them, because I got to go fact check everything they say. But we tell them to fact check it anyway, but we don't want them fact checking because they caught us slipping. We want them fact checking because they can learn. So that's the only reason why I try to bring stuff on my own self as well. So don't think it's no slight on you or new growth or nobody. I try to bring receipts for my own self, because I don't want people to think I'm just saying stuff, because a lot of people do feel like that. They feel like, hey, Brother Clarence, his intention is good. And my intentions is good, but that don't mean I can't make a mistake and just say something off the top of the dome. And it's just my opinion. That's not correct, though, right? So I don't want to do that. So that's why I try to bring stuff.
No, which is understandable. Which is understandable. You know, I do that also, but I just think sometimes the facts that you do, sometimes people don't. You always have some people that's against.
Of course, always
facts that you bring. So, and sometimes I may read what a person have, and even though you bring, I still might say, well, those facts right there is just as good as the facts that is written. And,
I know.
And that's,
I
you
know.
You see what I'm saying?
I know.
Right.
I know.
Right. Because I believe.
I see you come up. I put my good tennis shoes on, right? It's like when I used to play basketball, I play out there and I play with some Rudy Pools. I got my low tops on. But when some dudes come out there and can hoop, I quickly throw my high tops on. You a new growth, make me throw my high tops on, man. I gotta put my high tops on. Man, I know it's coming.
Right. Right. But it goes the same with us. I don't. It goes. I got to make sure I'm right also in what I'm saying, but don't discredit of what you said, because like you've been around, we in the same generation, so we have a lot of experience, and some of the things that we are saying we go by observation. So our observation are facts because we live in those observations of what we see. So I just don't discredit that, because your observation that you've seen throughout your life, throughout your neighborhood, through your religion, your ideology. I look at that as wisdom, as knowledge, and
same here, brother.
Understand. So, but I appreciate it, and I love you, brother, and I love everybody.
Love you too, brother. And you need your own channel, man. You think about that, man. If you got the time, you need to look into it, brother. You need to really look into it, man, because you and New Growth have a lot of wisdom to drop on people, and y'all look at things a different way. And it's good because people can look at it from my way, and then they can go over and look at it from your way, and they can go look at it from his way. So that's a good thing, man. So you need to really think about it if you got the time, man.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna look into it because my mom been telling me that, and some other people on other channels has been telling me. So I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna I may send you an email to ask you some questions and how I could set it up.
Doors always open, brother. Doors always open.
All right, I appreciate that. Much love, brother. Much love,
everybody. Much love to you, brother. Peace, man. Take care of that boy. All right, man. That was our brother Von Eric, man. I came on here to do maybe a 2.5-hour stream, turned into 5 hours, right? I'm gonna get that Pagoda, man. I'm gonna get him, man. I'm really gonna get him. I am going to get him, man. I'm gonna figure out a way to not let this man push this into a Jewish talk conversation. Shout out to Pagoda, man. I have to set up a stream where I'm just talking just he and I, and then I think we get a lot more done because he and I are not as I'm not as emotional, man, so I can shoot straight shots at him. Okay, what do y'all think? What do y'all think about the show today? Well, we tried to stay on Kanye, but of course we start talking about Hitler, and then we start talking about this and we talk about that. So, but here's the takeaway from today's show, y'all. The takeaway from today's show is we as a people, we gotta learn when to let somebody's hand go, even if we admire them, even if we adore them, right? Even if we think they are a good person, or we think they're, they got some redeeming qualities, or they're a good dude or whatever. If they're gonna take you down to if they're gonna march you down to the firing squad, you gotta say to yourself, okay, I'm not going down to the firing squad. Or they gonna march you into the abyss. No. We have to think for ourselves, man. Brother Kanye, he needs lots of prayers. Lots of prayers. He is in a bad place. See, what people don't understand about Kanye West, he's in a bad place right now. He lost his wife. He lost his children. He lost a lot of his business. This is what you call a bad spot. This is a bad place. A lot of people the stress would be working on anybody in this situation, right? But I think he could be handling it a lot better. He could be handling it a lot better, right? Let us learn from this brother. Let us learn. Try to set your own self up. Try to set your own business up. Try to set your own self up. If you're gonna plug into somebody else or you're gonna work for somebody else, learn the business. Don't go into the office, while you still working there, talking about I hate y'all, F all of y'all, and then you try to go back to your workstation. They're gonna say, hey, no, you ain't got to go back to your workstation. You can go home. We'll call you when we want you to come back, right? So we got to understand, man, you can't. Kanye West his billions is connected to other people's billions. So what he should have did was did like Elon Musk, set up his own situation, and then go back, and then you can start talking mess, right? Because you're standing on your own platform. I'm on my channel. I can say what I want. I say what I want about whoever I want to talk about, right? But if I was on somebody else's channel and I said something they didn't like, and they came to me and said, hey, don't say this. Don't say this on my channel because I'm trying not to get demonetized. We can't get demonetized. We ain't got no we ain't get no money. not from YouTube at least. It's generous donations of the people that gave to the backpack situation, which we're gonna try to work on that tomorrow, y'all. But yeah. All right, y'all. So anyway, that was the lesson. That was the takeaway from today. Let's do the rundown. Let me go home because I know my granddaughter's looking for me. Pop, 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 pop. Right? And so I know they're gonna be looking for me. My wife, everybody's looking for me, man. You know why? I'm an all right guy. I'm an all right guy, right? These days, I've had my moments in my life, but these days, yeah, I'm pretty cool dude these days. All right, let's see. Let's do the rundown, y'all. Let's do the rundown. Let's get up out of here. Let's get up out of here. Let's be out. Here we go. I don't think y'all need a bonus round because I think I covered everything, man. I think I pretty much broke stuff down. A lot of stuff was, who's that's right, Sister Eddie. I'm a very humble brother when I want to be. But don't get it twisted, man. I can be silly when you think Patrice is silly. I can be silly when I want to be, man. I can really be silly when I want to be. Yeah. Tomorrow at 3, I'm gonna try to call you guys 3 p.m. Pacific. So that's gonna be Sister Annie. That's gonna be probably around 6 your time, right? I think you on Eastern time. So if I'm not mistaken, I gotta look again. I'm not sure, but yeah, 3 p.m. Pacific. So guys, what I'm gonna do is call you guys. We'll talk about it, and if we need to make another phone call, we'll make that phone call. If not, we'll just agree to order or make the order or whatever we're gonna do. Shoot. We agree to make the order, whatever we need to do. Let me put this mic back in here. Hold on just a second. Yeah. There we go. All right, yeah, we'll do whatever we need to do, y'all. And we'll get these packbacks on their way. And if they get here fast enough, might be able to hand them out before Christmas. Who knows? If they do. Plus, I got a surprise for y'all, man. Got a surprise for y'all that I've been working on behind the scenes as well. Just some information, just to let y'all know that we're trying to do some other things as well. So when I get that all locked up, maybe I'll open my mouth about it. But you know what? We are on our way. We try to do some more things, y'all. Trying to do some more things. Okay. The rundown. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. The rundown. All right, let's see. The chat. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hung out with us. I appreciate y'all, man. I know sometimes it's hard. It's hard when we start going at each other and really it's hard, you know what I mean? Now I believe I believe I know what's going on, but sometimes it's hard because you're on the stage, right? And you're trying to get people to listen to you, and sometimes people don't people are not listening to you, right? And you get frustrated and everybody's trying to talk over everybody. I try not to have it set up like that, but sometimes it get like that. Y'all that run the show, you understand, because this thing can get out of hand quick. Y'all saw what happened when Pagoda came up here, right? Thing get out of hand, get away from you quick, right? So, but I'm gonna do better, y'all. I'm still working on it. I'm gonna do better. Letting the show get off the topic. Okay, you guys in the chat, we only had one bot, so shout out to everybody in the chat. Chat's where it's at. Shout out to the chat. Y'all did a great job, as always, man. Y'all did an outstanding job. All right, let's see who was on the panel. We had Brother Big Riggs. Big Riggs Slaps was on the panel today, man. Big Riggs was on the panel today, man. Came through, man. He said, "Man, shout out to the Bay, man. Shout out to the cats in the Bay. Big Riggs, Be Easy, that dude. Shout out to the cats in the Bay, man." Yeah, Big Riggs came up, man. You know, one of the things I like about Big Riggs, man, is he's another dude that'll sit and shoot his shot, man. He just, you know what I'm saying, he ain't coming up to just like, you know, like I say, "Hey, Big Riggs, you know, what's your position on this?" And he'd say, "Well, you know what, let me just take a look, let me listen and see what's going on." You know what I'm saying? So he don't just come up and just start talking, right? But shout out to Big Riggs. I wish more people had more intelligence like that, man. Maybe we can get some other people to do something like that, right? and try to be on the topic, right? But shout out to Big Riggs, man. Go over to Knowledge and Relationship, check out Big Rig Slaps on, and Be Easy, that dude on Easily Rigged, man. Shout out to those brothers. What about Pagoda? Pagoda came up on the stage. Pagoda came up on the stage. Shout out to Pagoda, man. Jewish brother all the way from Tel Aviv, checking in from Tel Aviv, man. Pagoda comes up. Pagoda reminds me of Rico, man. Just in Hebrew, man. He likes to fight, man. Just in Hebrew. Pagoda and Rico very similar, man. They just like to fight. They want to argue. But shout out to Pagoda, man, checking in from Tel Aviv, man. He said, "Man, I don't have no love for Kanye." I get it. I understand, man. I'd probably be the same way if somebody was out there talking about, "Yeah, man, the Klan, they got redeeming qualities, right?" Yeah, I would be like, "Man, I'm done with you." Yeah, they do. They be on some Jesse Lee Peterson stuff, man. But shout out to Pagoda, man. Shout out to Pagoda. What about Von Erich? Von Erich, man. Von Erich is the kind of person, man, that can put you in a mental headlock, man. And then he can lock you up for about 4 hours, and then he'll release and say, "You know what, brother? I actually kind of agree with you." You like, "What? You argue with me all them hours?" He put you in that sleeper hole, right? And you're like, "All right." And then after all that, he'll be like, "You know what? I did agree with you." Like, but Von Erich is a very, very talented dude, man. Very talented chess player. Very talented chess player, man. Shout out to Von Erich, man. Hope he starts his own channel, man, because he needs to, man. He needs to. Then I can go over there and terrorize him and New Growth, right? No, man, milk ain't white. It don't really come out. See, that's what you think it does. Go over here and argue with him. Oh man, shout out to Von Erich, man. What about New Growth? What about New Growth? What about New Growth, man? New Growth, man. The youngster coming in, man. Stomped off the stage on Sunday, right? F all y'all, right? Well, that's a little exaggeration, right? But he was hot when he left the stage, right? But shout out to New Growth, man. He came over here, and we don't care how he walks off the stage. We always go embrace him when he come back, man. Same thing with Von Erich. Go embrace you when you come back, man. So don't even worry about it, man. Don't even worry about it. We ain't gonna even bring it up. We're gonna act like it never happened, right? Unless you bring it up, right? But shout out to New Growth, man. What I like about New Growth, one of the things I like about New Growth is, he gonna stay on point. Now he's different than Von Erich. Well, Von Erich would at least Von Erich will at least let you out of the sleeper hole, right? New Growth is gonna get you in that sleeper hole and give you them nuggies, still giving you them nuggies on his way out the door, right? You're like, oh man, right? But shout out to New Growth, man. Whenever them two dudes come in the room, I know, okay, Clarence, put your good shirt on, put your good clothes on. These dudes ain't playing. But shout out to them, man. Shout out to the youngster, man. Oh, and I missed somebody. And Brother Marcus came on. What about Brother Marcus came on? Shout out to Marcus, man. What I like about Marcus is Marcus just stays himself. You know what I mean? He stays himself, man. You know, he don't try to, you know, he gets in where he fits in. You know what I'm saying? Then when you feel like, hey, maybe this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse, let me let them handle that. He'll just dip, whatever, right? But I respect that. You know, he's welcome anytime he wants to come and sit on whatever topic we're talking about. But you know, sometimes he'll dip. Sometimes, you know, he goes. You know, I don't expect these young guys to hang around for 4 or 5 hours. I really don't. But if they do, cool. You know, hopefully they learn something and get something out of it. But I don't expect them to hang around. But shout out to Brother Marcus, man. Always bringing it, man. Always bringing it hard, man. Shout out to him. And last but not least is Jay Takashi, man. Jay Takashi came on. Jay Takashi came on, man, and you know what I'm saying, he dipped in. He called Kanye cool, man. Holy smokes. I don't know if I go that far. But he definitely needs some counseling, I believe. I definitely believe he needs some counseling. But you know, the C word, ouch. But if you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, get on over to Jay Takashi and find out what's going on, man. Go check him out. See if that's the kind of content you are down with. All right, y'all. That's everybody, man. That's Let me go back because I didn't do what I should have did with everybody. Let me start with Jay Takashi. Jay Takashi, strong performance, very solid. Big Rigs, very solid, strong performance. Pagoda, very solid. He had a strong performance today. He didn't whine as much. He still whined a little bit, but not as much. Very strong. Von Erich, very strong performance, very solid. New Growth, very, very strong performance, very, very solid. Marcus, very, very solid, very, very strong performance. Everybody on the panel, very strong performance. Everybody on the panel, very strong performance, very solid. Very, very solid. That's the way we like it. Everybody's solid. All right, y'all, that's it. We're going to get out of here for the Thursday show. The Thursday show, if the S is the FTX situation, man. This white boy, Sam Bankman-Fried, had a good plan. He had a good idea, and he ruined it. He had a good idea, and he let his girlfriend ruin his life. But we're going to get into that, man. We're going to get into that. Oh, thank you, Sister Annie. Appreciate you. And you as well. You know, Sister Annie came up here Sunday. She came up here. Excuse me. Right? Very strong performance. I got to get it. Sister Annie should have came up here because they had me in a vice. Von Erich on one side and New Growth on the other side, and Pagoda coming up the middle. I was like, oh man. Now I see. No wonder Rico didn't come up here because said, nah, you got that kind of drama going on. You can handle it yourself, right? Okay, everybody, that's it. So what we're gonna do, y'all? Thank you everybody that hung in there. That's still here. I appreciate all of y'all, man. May God bless all of y'all, man. Ron, Brian, I hope you feeling better, brother. I hope you feeling a lot better, man. I hope you know, you and your family are doing better. Same thing with you, Sister Annie. Same thing with everybody in the chat, man. Everybody. You know, and everybody is watching this on the replay. Hope you guys feel better. You know, just keep praying, keep working hard, and keep pursuing your dream and your goal. Keep pursuing that, man. You got some, because we're gonna start talking about how you can move where you don't have to work as hard. you can work a little smarter. That's what I want to get into, because most of us are a little older, and so we, me, I'm a couple of years away from retirement, and so what I'm gonna do, right? I don't want to just get that money. I'm blessed enough to have a little pension, a little something, but it's like, what else you gonna do after that? You gotta be able to bump your income up if you want to, right? I can't see myself. Welcome to Walmart. I'm Clarence. The lawnmower's over there. I ain't got no what you call that? Pride to not do that. But I think that working with you guys, we can do something. We can do something, man. You know what I'm saying? We can encourage each other to do better. How about that? All right, y'all. That is it. I'm out of here. I will see y'all on Thursday.